Beloved chosen one, there is a sacred mystery about those who carry the mark of divine selection. Among many who walk this earth, there are those set apart not by human recognition, but by the hand of God himself. These are the ones who seem to move with a rhythm that is not their own. They carry an unseen weight of grace, a quiet power that cannot be explained by talent or intellect. The truly chosen live differently because heaven has written something unique within their spirit. This message is for you, the one who has often felt misunderstood, called to more, and separated by divine design. Before you continue, take a moment to still your heart. You are not here by coincidence. There is a reason this word has found you today. It carries answers your spirit has been reaching for, clarity about who you are and what God has placed within you. Stay until the end, because in these moments, something will awaken in you. This is your confirmation, your reminder that heaven does not call you chosen without reason. You have been equipped for something greater than you've imagined. There are rare spiritual gifts that only the truly chosen possess. They are not given to boast or to elevate oneself, but to fulfill divine purpose. Every gift carries responsibility, a sacred trust between you and God. These gifts are not distributed by chance. They are the evidence of divine strategy, tools for impact, and weapons for spiritual victory. When these gifts are understood and activated, your life begins to reflect heaven's design on earth. One of the most powerful among these gifts is the ability to discern. The chosen one can sense what is unseen and recognize when something spiritual is at play, even when others see nothing unusual. This gift separates truth from deception and light from darkness. It allows you to feel when something is divinely inspired or when it carries another influence. Many people operate by what they see, but the chosen perceive by what the Spirit reveals. Discernment grows stronger through surrender, through time and prayer, through staying sensitive to divine nudges. Sometimes it comes as peace that confirms you are aligned with God's will, or an unrest that warns you to step back. It is not suspicion or judgment, it is clarity born from intimacy with God. Those with this gift often find themselves sensing the real motive behind actions or words, long before it becomes evident to others. It is God's way of protecting his vessels and preparing them for assignments that require purity of perception. If you have ever felt a strange awareness of atmospheres, or you've known things without natural explanation, it may be the Spirit sharpening your discernment. Guard it, train it, feed it with scripture, quietness, and prayer. The more you walk closely with God, the clearer this gift becomes. You begin to see through spiritual layers, and what once confused you begins to make sense. Take a moment to think about times God warned you quietly or guided your decision unexpectedly. That was not coincidence. That was discernment in motion. If you have felt that gift stirring, declare in faith, "Lord, increase my discernment to know your voice above all others." There is also the gift of prophetic insight. This is more than speaking about the future. It is the ability to receive divine revelations that guide, correct, or strengthen those around you. The chosen who carry this gift often speak with precision born from divine intimacy. Their words pierce through confusion and bring clarity where there was none. Prophetic insight does not always come as visions or grand moments. Sometimes it is a whisper in your spirit, a phrase impressed on your heart, or a dream that carries direction. This gift requires humility and obedience. Prophetic voices must walk in purity because every word carries weight. The chosen must remember that such insight is never for personal gain, but for the building up of others. To walk in it faithfully, you must stay yielded, knowing that timing is just as important as revelation. Write what you receive, pray over it, and wait until the Spirit confirms when to speak. When used rightly, prophetic insight transforms confusion into clarity, fear into faith, and despair into hope.
If you have ever spoken a word unknowingly that later came to pass, or sensed divine guidance about a situation before it unfolded, that may be the prophetic stirring in your life. It is not a title, it is a function. To strengthen it, keep your heart pure and your focus on God, not on people's admiration. Many are drawn to the power of prophecy, but the chosen understand its weight. It demands prayer, fasting, and a heart surrendered to truth. Say to yourself, "Father, let my ears be tuned to your voice, that I may speak only what aligns with your heart." Among the rarest and most compassion-filled gifts is the gift of healing. When this gift flows, lives change instantly. It is not limited to the physical, it reaches emotional and spiritual wounds as well. Healing flows through vessels that carry both faith and compassion. Those chosen for this work often feel the burdens of others deeply. They are moved by pain and respond not with words alone, but with faith that God can restore. When healing manifests, it testifies of God's love and authority. Some see the sick recover. Others bring emotional healing through comforting words inspired by the Spirit. There is no formula, only obedience. Healing is released when faith meets divine timing. The chosen vessel is simply a conduit. The power belongs to God. The beauty of this gift is that it often grows through your own brokenness. The one who once suffered becomes a vessel of healing for others. What you survived becomes your ministry. If your heart burns when you see others in pain, if you've prayed and seen God restore what seemed lost, then you carry a touch of this grace. Don't doubt it. Nurture it. Pray for others with expectation. Believe for healing, not just for their bodies, but for their souls. Speak life where death once spoke louder. As you act in faith, you'll see that the power of God is not distant. It flows through your willingness to believe. The gift of miraculous power is another realm entirely. This is when God works through his chosen ones in ways that defy human logic. The natural bends to the authority of the divine. The chosen carrying this gift see impossibilities turn into testimonies. It could be resources multiplying, situations shifting overnight, or nature itself obeying divine command. These acts are not to entertain, but to affirm that God reigns supreme. The chosen one walking in this dimension often faces trials that test faith to the limit, because only great faith can release such power. These miracles are signs that confirm heaven's presence on earth. Every time God performs the extraordinary through an obedient vessel, he is showing the world that nothing is impossible for him. You may have moments where you feel God prompting you to take bold action that seems unreasonable. That's the seed of the miraculous waiting for your obedience. When you act on divine instruction, miracles happen. Say boldly, I walk in the authority of God's power. The impossible will bow before his name. There is also the gift of wisdom beyond human understanding. This gift does not come from intellect or education, but from divine downloads that reveal what no one else can see. The chosen who carry this gift speak solutions in the midst of confusion. They are guided by revelation that seems illogical, yet proves right every time. Wisdom from above carries peace, strategy, and timing. It enables you to make decisions that align with destiny rather than emotion. When you operate under divine wisdom, you see life differently. While others panic, you remain still because you sense divine order unfolding. This gift can transform families, ministries, and nations. It provides insight into difficult matters and reveals paths that lead to restoration. Cultivate this gift through prayerful reflection and by asking God daily for understanding. Those who seek wisdom sincerely will always find it, because God delights in revealing his mind to those who hunger for it. Declare, Lord, grant me wisdom that builds, restores, and directs according to your will. The gift of apostleship is one that shapes history. Those who carry this grace are builders, spiritual pioneers sent to establish God's work in new places or new ways. The chosen with this gift carry authority to set order, raise others, and expand divine influence. They are visionaries, carrying blueprints of heavenly purpose. Their strength is in obedience, resilience, and faithfulness under pressure. They endure much because they are foundations upon which others stand.
Apostolic grace is not limited to church planting. It manifests in business, media, education, and every field where God needs his influence established. The chosen apostle sees potential where others see nothing, and builds what others thought impossible. This gift requires courage, endurance, and humility, for those who carry it often walk paths others cannot understand. If you've ever felt called to start something new that impacts lives or brings people closer to truth, that could be your apostolic seed. It means God trusts you to pioneer. Stay faithful in the small beginnings. They are foundations for great works ahead. Lastly, there is the gift of intercession. This is the unseen power that sustains all others. Intercessors are the silent warriors who labor in prayer while others rest. They carry burdens not their own, sometimes waking with a weight in their spirit to pray for someone they may never meet. The chosen intercessor understands the language of the Spirit. They feel heaven's heartbeat for the earth. Their prayers alter outcomes, shift destinies, and break generational strongholds. To carry this gift is both an honor and a responsibility. It requires discipline, compassion, and endurance. When an intercessor prays, they partner with God's will in real time. They may not always see the results immediately, but heaven records every cry. You may be one of those who feel sudden urges to pray for people or situations without knowing why. That is not coincidence. That is divine assignment. Nurture it. Every prayer released in faith carries eternal impact. Whisper now, Lord, make me a vessel of intercession. Use my prayers to heal, restore, and deliver. All these rare gifts, though different in operation, flow from one source, the Holy Spirit. They are not for show, but for service. They are evidence that heaven trusts you with divine responsibility. To walk in these gifts effectively, cultivate a life of discipline and devotion. Stay anchored in prayer, grounded in Scripture, and surrounded by godly counsel. The chosen who neglect these practices often lose sensitivity to the Spirit's voice, but those who remain faithful grow stronger with every challenge. If you desire to discover or strengthen your gifts, begin by asking God to reveal what He placed within you. He may do this through prayer, dreams, wise mentors, or moments of confirmation. Don't rush the process. Every gift matures in its season. Serve where you are. Faithfulness in small things activates greatness in unseen ways. Stay humble, for pride extinguishes grace. Stay obedient, for every instruction you follow opens a new dimension of power. You will face opposition because spiritual gifts threaten darkness, but remember, you are not fighting alone. Your gifts are your armor. Your obedience is your shield. Your faith is your weapon. The more you use what God gave you, the stronger it becomes. Keep pressing even when unseen. Heaven recognizes your labor, and in time, the fruit will speak. Chosen one, never underestimate what God placed in you. You carry answers to problems others haven't yet discerned. Your presence brings transformation because heaven has invested its power within you. Walk boldly, knowing that these gifts are proof of divine trust. Each prayer, each word, each act of faith moves something in the spiritual realm. You are a vessel of light in a world that desperately needs it. Now as you receive this word, let it awaken something deep within. You are not ordinary. You were not called to live small. Heaven's resources are waiting to back every step of obedience you take. The same Spirit that empowered prophets, healers, and apostles now dwells within you. Walk with that awareness. Speak with authority. Live with purpose. Before you leave, take this moment to act in faith. Share this message so that others may be reminded of who they are in God. Comment below which gift you sense stirring in you. Your testimony may inspire another to rise. Subscribe to stay connected because this community is more than a channel. It's a family of chosen ones walking in purpose together. Rise today with renewed confidence. Heaven has chosen you. You are equipped. You are empowered. You are unstoppable because God's Spirit within you will never fail. The gifts in you are divine answers waiting to manifest. Walk in them boldly. The world is waiting for what heaven placed inside you.
There are battles that every chosen one must face, but few are as subtle and destructive as the battle with lust. It doesn't come with loud warnings or flashing signs. It comes quietly, softly, promising satisfaction but leaving behind emptiness. Lust is not just about desire, it is about distraction. It pulls the heart away from God's purpose and replaces divine clarity with confusion. For those called to walk closely with God, the price of giving in to lust is far greater than they realize. That is why today, we are uncovering 9 heavy prices that the chosen one must pay when lust is allowed to take root. This message is not meant to condemn, but to awaken. It is a call to rise above temptation, to recognize the traps of the enemy, and to walk in the freedom and purity that God has already made available. The first price is the loss of spiritual clarity. When lust takes hold, the mind becomes clouded. The chosen one, who is meant to hear God's voice with precision, suddenly finds it difficult to discern His direction. Decisions that should be guided by wisdom become influenced by fleeting emotions. It is like trying to see through a window covered in smoke. You know the light is there, but it is blurred. Many have asked, why can't I hear God like I used to? The truth is, lust fogs the spiritual lens. Without clarity, the chosen one risks stepping outside of God's will. Yet there is hope. When we surrender our desires and seek God's presence, the fog lifts and His voice becomes unmistakable again. The second price is the weakening of purpose. Every chosen one has a divine assignment, a mission that requires focus and discipline. But lust thrives on impulse, and impulse is the enemy of purpose. Instead of running the race with endurance, the heart becomes distracted by temporary pleasures. Energy that should be poured into fulfilling destiny is wasted on desires that never satisfy. Slowly, the fire for purpose burns low, and the chosen one begins to feel drained and unmotivated. This is one of the enemy's oldest strategies. If he cannot destroy the chosen outright, he will distract them until their strength is gone. But God has given us the spirit of self-control, and when we lean on Him, we can regain our focus and walk boldly in our calling once again. The third price is broken trust in relationships. Lust does not only affect the individual, it damages the bonds we share with others. Trust once broken is hard to rebuild. When lust leads to betrayal, secrecy, or dishonesty, it leaves scars on those closest to us. For the chosen one, relationships are meant to reflect God's love and faithfulness. But lust twists that reflection into something selfish. Instead of giving, it takes. Instead of building, it tears down. The result is isolation, shame, and the painful feeling of being unworthy of love. Yet God is a restorer. Even when trust is broken, His grace can heal hearts and rebuild what was lost. But it requires honesty, repentance, and a willingness to walk in purity. The fourth price is emotional emptiness. Lust promises fulfillment, but delivers a void. After the moment passes, the chosen one is left with heaviness, restlessness, and regret. The joy that should come from walking in God's presence is replaced with a hollow ache. This emptiness often leads to cycles of shame and repeated compromise, as the heart searches for satisfaction in the very thing that caused the emptiness. The truth is, only God can satisfy the deepest longings of the heart. Lust is a counterfeit. It offers a quick fix, but never lasting fulfillment. The chosen one must learn to turn to God in moments of weakness, trusting that His presence brings the joy and peace that lust can never provide. The sixth price is disconnection from God's presence. Perhaps the greatest tragedy of lust is the sense of separation it creates between the believer and their Creator. While God never abandons His children, lust produces guilt that makes the chosen one withdraw. Prayer becomes difficult, worship feels empty, and the fire of intimacy with God grows dim. This disconnection is not because God has moved away, but because lust builds walls in the heart. The chosen one feels unworthy to approach Him, forgetting that grace is always available. The enemy thrives on this distance, whispering lies that say, "You can't come back." But the truth is, God's arms remain open. His mercy is greater than any failure. When we confess and return, the connection is restored, and His presence once again fills the soul with peace.
The sixth price is vulnerability to spiritual attacks. Lust weakens spiritual defenses. When the chosen one entertains it, doors are opened for the enemy to attack. Temptation grows stronger, discipline grows weaker, and the heart becomes more susceptible to deception. This vulnerability is dangerous because the chosen one is called to be a warrior in spiritual battles. But how can one fight effectively when weighed down by hidden chains? Lust robs the believer of authority, leaving them feeling powerless. Yet God equips His children with armor. By resisting lust and standing firm in faith, the chosen one can close those open doors and reclaim their authority. Victory is possible, but it requires vigilance, prayer, and reliance on God's strength. The seventh price is the delay of destiny. Lust creates detours. Instead of moving forward in divine timing, progress stalls. Opportunities are missed, and seasons of growth are prolonged. This delay is costly because destiny is not just about personal fulfillment, it is about impacting others.
When the chosen one is distracted, those they are called to serve also wait. But even in delay, God's grace redeems time. He can restore lost years and accelerate destiny once again. The key is to realign with His will and walk in obedience. The eighth price is regret and guilt. Lust always leaves behind a trail of what-ifs. The chosen one looks back and wonders, why did I give in? Why did I waste that moment? This guilt can be overwhelming, making it hard to move forward. But regret, if surrendered, can become a teacher. It reminds us of the cost of compromise and pushes us toward greater discipline. The key is not to dwell in guilt, but to rise from it. God does not condemn His children, He corrects and restores. The chosen one must learn to forgive themselves, accept God's mercy, and walk forward with renewed strength. The ninth and final price is the loss of inner peace. Lust steals peace from the heart. Outwardly, the chosen one may appear fine, but inwardly there is turmoil. Peace is replaced with anxiety, joy with heaviness, and confidence with shame. This loss of peace is perhaps the most draining price because peace is the foundation of strength. Without it, the chosen one struggles to pray, to worship, or to serve with joy. Yet peace can be restored. When lust is surrendered and God's presence is embraced, peace flows like a river once again. So what do we take from all this? The message is clear. Lust is costly. It clouds clarity, weakens purpose, breaks trust, leaves emptiness, creates disconnection, invites attacks, delays destiny, burdens with regret, and robs peace. But the story does not end there. God's grace is greater than lust. His power is stronger than temptation. His love is deeper than our failures. The chosen one is not called to live in defeat, but in victory. If you are listening today and you feel the weight of these prices in your own life, know this: you are not alone and you are not beyond redemption. God is calling you back to purity, back to clarity, back to peace. He is ready to restore what was lost and to set you firmly on the path of destiny. As we close, I want you to reflect. Which of these prices have you felt in your own journey? Share your thoughts in the comments, because your testimony may encourage someone else. If this message has spoken to your heart, don't keep it to yourself. Like, share, and subscribe so that others can also find strength in their walk. Together, as a community of faith, we can rise above temptation, deepen our relationship with God, and step boldly into the future He has prepared for us. This is the Chosen Star, reminding you that even in the face of struggle, you are chosen, you are loved, and you are destined for greatness. Walk in purity, walk in strength, and walk in the light of God's Word.
Chosen one, let's be real today. There is a struggle that many carry in silence. It hides in the background of prayers, lingers in the corners of worship, and tries to whisper when you are stepping boldly into purpose. It is the battle with lust. You may not talk about it openly, but deep inside you know it is there. Sometimes it leaves you feeling ashamed. Other times it leaves you feeling powerless. And almost always, it tries to convince you that you are unworthy of God's call. But today, I want to remind you that you are not your struggle. You are God's chosen, marked for greatness, and no secret battle can erase His purpose for your life. You may ask yourself, why does this desire feel so strong even when I want to live right? Why does it keep showing up at the wrong times? These questions are not signs of weakness. They are signs that you are in the fight of your life. Lust is not just about desire. It is about distraction. It is a strategy designed to drain your focus, steal your peace, and weaken your confidence in God. But here is the truth. You are not powerless. God has already given you the tools to rise above it. And the very fact that you care about purity is proof that the Spirit of God is alive in you. This topic matters because the enemy uses lust to delay destiny. He knows he cannot erase your calling,
so he tries to entrap you in cycles of guilt and shame. He knows that if you are weighed down with secrecy, you will hesitate to walk in boldness. Lust is not just about what happens in private. It is about what it steals from you in public. It is about the boldness it robs, the confidence it weakens, the prayers it interrupts. For chosen ones, the stakes are higher. You are called to shine as light, and that is why the enemy works overtime to dim it. Now let's go deeper into why this battle shows up so often in the lives of those who are chosen. First, lust begins in the mind. Thoughts, imaginations, images, these are the seeds the enemy plants. If left unchecked, they grow into desires that feel overwhelming. The mind becomes the battlefield where victory or defeat is determined. That's why it's important for you to guard what enters your thoughts. You have authority to redirect your mind. Every thought is not meant to stay. Some must be cast out immediately. This is not about suppressing. It's about replacing lies with truth. Sometimes, lust isn't even about physical attraction, but about unhealed emotional wounds. When loneliness, rejection, or abandonment cut deep into the heart, the soul starts searching for comfort. Lust becomes a counterfeit comforter. It gives temporary relief, but the emptiness returns stronger than before. For many chosen ones, the real battle is not just desire, but pain. Lust is a symptom, not the root. Healing begins when you bring those wounds into God's presence, when you let Him mend the broken places instead of covering them up with false substitutes. The more you are healed, the less room lust has to dominate your heart. Another reason is the world you live in. You are constantly surrounded by cultural and media influences that glorify lust. It is in the shows you watch, the music you hear, the posts you scroll past. Everywhere you turn, the message is the same. Give in to whatever feels good. For a chosen one, this is dangerous because your spirit cannot thrive on what the world feeds. You are called to be transformed, not conformed. This means you must be intentional about what you consume. Guard your eyes and ears, because what enters them will settle in your heart. If you constantly feed on content that stirs desire, you weaken your defenses. But when you feed your soul with truth, encouragement, and faith, you strengthen the walls of your heart. There is also a deeper layer to this. Lust is spiritual warfare. It is not only about hormones or feelings. It is about the enemy targeting your destiny. Lust is a weapon designed to weaken you, to make you doubt your authority, to distract you from your mission. That's why willpower alone is not enough. You need the armor of God daily. Truth shields your mind from lies. Righteousness protects your heart. Faith quenches the arrows of temptation. Salvation reminds you who you are. Prayer keeps your connection to the source strong. You cannot fight a spiritual battle with natural strength. The Spirit of God equips you with everything you need to win. Some chosen ones struggle because they misunderstand grace. Grace is not permission to live carelessly, thinking, God will forgive me anyway. That is a dangerous trap. Grace is not a license. It is empowerment. Grace lifts you up, gives you the ability to say no, and restores you when you fall. True grace calls you higher. It reminds you that you are already free, so why stay bound? When you truly understand grace, you stop running back to chains and start walking boldly into liberty.
Another reason lust holds power is because of lack of accountability. When you fight alone, the battle feels heavier. Lust thrives in secrecy. As long as no one knows, the enemy convinces you to keep hiding. But healing doesn't happen in the dark. Accountability brings light. This does not mean telling everyone your business. It means finding a trusted mentor, leader, or friend who can stand with you, pray for you, and check on you. Fellowship was designed to strengthen us because no one overcomes in isolation. When you confess and seek support, the weight lessens and strength increases. There is also the issue of self-worth. Many chosen ones measure their value by performance, appearance, or the approval of others. When your worth feels shaky, lust shows up as a way to feel validated. But it is a false validation that leaves you emptier than before. Your true worth has nothing to do with how you look, what you've achieved, or who accepts you. Your worth is rooted in God's eternal love. He loved you before you ever did anything right, and His love doesn't vanish when you fall. When you ground your identity in His love, lust loses its power to offer false comfort. Of course, there are also natural realities. The body has appetites and hormones, and those can intensify the struggle. But physical desire is not the problem. It is how you manage it. Without discipline, natural desires become overwhelming. That's why self-control is so important. Your body is not your enemy. It is a temple. Discipline through prayer, fasting, healthy routines, and wise boundaries helps keep your body aligned with God's design. When your body is brought under control, it becomes a servant of purpose instead of a master of distraction. Lastly, some struggles with lust remain because of delayed spiritual maturity. Growth takes time. Just like a child must learn discipline and patience step by step, your spiritual walk develops gradually. Lust may still challenge you because certain areas of your spiritual life need strengthening. Prayer, fasting, studying the Word, and obedience are not quick fixes. They are long-term habits that transform you. The more consistent you are, the more your spirit gains strength. Over time, the temptations that once seemed impossible will lose their grip. Do not be discouraged if the journey feels long. God is shaping you for greater purpose, and every step forward is proof that He is at work. Now, how do you begin to rise above this battle? The first step is surrender. Acknowledge the struggle and bring it before God without excuses. Repentance is not about shame. It is about freedom. It clears the pathway for healing. When you confess, He is faithful to forgive and restore. Next, renew your mind every day. Replace unhealthy thoughts with truth. Train your eyes to turn away from triggers. Meditate on words that give life. This builds mental strength that resists temptation. Accountability is also vital. Find someone who can walk with you. Do not fight in isolation. Community breaks the weight of secrecy. Alongside this, put on your spiritual armor daily. Cover yourself in prayer each morning, declaring that your body, mind, and heart belong to God. Let the Spirit guide you into strength. Most importantly, deepen your intimacy with God. When your soul is full of His presence, the cravings for false satisfaction weaken. Worship Him. Spend time in His Word and speak with Him throughout your day. Intimacy with God leaves less room for temptation. And never forget your purpose. God has placed a vision and assignment within you. When you are focused on destiny, you will not be easily distracted by temporary gratification. Purpose gives direction and protects you from wasting energy on battles you were never meant to fight. So, chosen one, take heart. You are not defined by lust. You are defined by God's love and your destiny. The very fact that you are wrestling shows that you care about walking right. Do not let shame convince you that you are beyond hope. Freedom is possible. Healing is real. Transformation is already beginning. You are not stuck. You are growing. Every prayer, every choice, every step is evidence that you are moving closer to breakthrough. If this message is speaking to you, I encourage you to share your thoughts. Your testimony might give someone else the courage they need. Do not keep this word to yourself. Share it with another chosen one who needs to know they are not alone. And if you haven't yet, subscribe to the Chosen Star so you never miss the encouragement that keeps you strong on your journey.
Let me pray with you. Father, strengthen your chosen ones. Break the chains of lust and silence the lies of shame. Fill them with courage, purity, and vision. Remind them that they are loved, empowered, and destined for greatness. Let today mark the beginning of new freedom and new strength. In Jesus' name, amen. Chosen one, Have you ever felt that deep stirring inside when something is wrong? That moment when your spirit refuses to stay silent, when something in your heart says, this cannot continue. Anger is often misunderstood. Many see it only as a dangerous emotion to be avoided. But for the chosen one, anger is more than a fleeting feeling, it's a spiritual signal. It can be a call to action, a warning, or a test. It can reveal injustice, awaken courage, and even draw you closer to God if you know how to handle it. Today, we're going to explore 9 powerful things that happen when the chosen one gets angry. These aren't just emotional reactions, they are spiritual realities that can shape your destiny. Before we begin, pause and think, when was the last time you felt truly angry? Was it because someone wronged you, because you saw injustice, or because something threatened your peace? Hold that moment in your mind as we go through these 9 truths. You'll see your anger in a whole new light. If you're ready to understand your emotions from a faith perspective, hit the like button now and subscribe to The Chosen Star. This is your space for spiritual growth, empowerment, and hope. Anger is not random for the chosen one. It's purposeful. The first thing that happens is that anger awakens spiritual awareness. When you feel anger rise, it's often because your spirit has detected something wrong, a threat to your purpose, a lie being told, or injustice being done. This awareness is a gift. It's God's way of saying, pay attention. Something needs to be addressed. For the chosen one, anger sharpens spiritual senses, helping you notice details others overlook and see the root of the problem, not just the surface. Think of moments when you suddenly felt a strong reaction to a situation others dismissed. That's your spiritual radar picking up signals. This is why anger, when surrendered to God, becomes a tool for discernment. It's not about reacting quickly. It's about pausing to ask, Lord, what are you showing me? That moment of prayer can turn raw emotion into divine insight. I've seen chosen ones who in moments of anger suddenly recognize manipulation, deceit, or spiritual attacks that others miss entirely. This awareness can save you from traps, protect your calling, and keep you aligned with God's plan. The practical step here is simple but powerful. When anger comes, don't rush to react. Pause, pray, and listen. Let God reveal the truth before you take action. Second, anger activates divine courage. Courage often comes in the heat of the moment, pushing you past fear and making you bold enough to confront what needs to be confronted. For the chosen one, this isn't reckless bravery, it's spirit-led courage, the strength to speak truth, defend the weak, and stand firm even when it's uncomfortable. There are times when silence is not an option, when injustice demands a voice, and when compromise would mean betraying your calling. Anger can be the spark that moves you from hesitation to action. I recall a young believer who had always been quiet and reserved, but when she saw someone being mistreated, something inside her rose up. She spoke with authority, defended the person, and refused to back down. That wasn't just personality, it was divine courage activated by righteous anger. Use that surge of courage to take righteous steps. Speak up, stand your ground, and let your anger be the fuel that drives you to protect what God has entrusted you. Courage born from righteous anger is not about proving a point. It's about preserving truth and standing for what is right. Third, anger can stir spiritual warfare. The enemy knows emotions are powerful, and when you're angry, you're vulnerable to manipulation, to saying or doing things that damage your witness. For the chosen one, anger can be the moment when spiritual warfare intensifies, as the enemy tries to twist your emotions into bitterness, revenge, or division. This is why it's critical to guard your heart. When anger rises, immediately anchor yourself in prayer and ask God to help you respond with wisdom, not impulse. Recognize that the battle is not against people, but against forces that seek to derail your purpose. I've seen chosen ones lose focus because they allowed anger to push them into unnecessary conflicts, forgetting that the real fight was spiritual. By staying spiritually alert, you prevent anger from becoming a weapon in the wrong hands. The practical step here is to develop a habit of spiritual grounding, worship, prayer, and reflection, so that when anger comes, you're already anchored in God's presence.
Fourth,
Anger fuels passionate motivation. Controlled anger can reignite your drive and remind you why you started your mission in the first place. For the chosen one, this is a moment to channel emotion into productivity, to work harder, push further, and pursue your God-given dreams with renewed energy. Think of it as a fire that, when contained, can power an engine. Turn frustration into focus. Write down what's bothering you, then list actions you can take to address it constructively. I've seen leaders use moments of anger to launch initiatives, start ministries, or create solutions to problems that had been ignored for years. When you allow anger to motivate rather than destroy, you turn it into a force for good. Fifth, anger demands self-reflection. Sometimes it reveals wounds we didn't know were still there, exposing areas where healing is needed. For the chosen one, this is an invitation to look inward and ask, why did this affect me so deeply? Often, God uses these moments to lead us into forgiveness and restoration. Journal your thoughts. Identify whether your anger is rooted in present injustice or past hurt, and bring it before God for healing. I've counseled believers who realized that their anger toward a current situation was actually tied to unresolved pain from years ago. Once they addressed the root, they found peace and freedom. Self-reflection turns anger into a mirror, showing you not only what's wrong around you, but also what needs attention within you. Sixth, anger ignites leadership and advocacy. Righteous anger can make you a voice for the voiceless, pushing you into roles of leadership and advocacy you never expected. For the chosen one, this is part of your calling, to stand for truth and protect those who cannot protect themselves. Look for ways to turn your anger into action that benefits others, whether by volunteering, speaking out, or mentoring someone in need. Leadership born from righteous anger is compassionate, focused, and unyielding in the face of injustice. I've seen chosen ones start movements, lead community projects, and inspire change because they refused to stay silent when something was wrong. Seventh, anger compels clear boundaries. It often signals that a boundary has been crossed, reminding the chosen one to protect their calling from toxic influences. Define what you will and will not tolerate. Communicate those boundaries clearly and enforce them with grace. Boundaries are not walls to keep people out. They are gates that protect what God has placed within you. I've seen chosen ones regain peace and focus simply by setting firm boundaries in relationships, work, and ministry. Eighth, anger shapes resilience. Every time you face a challenge and control your anger, you grow stronger. Resilience is built in the moments when you choose faith over fury. See each trial as training, letting it prepare you for greater responsibilities and blessings. Controlled anger teaches patience, endurance, and the ability to stand firm without losing your peace. I've seen believers emerge from seasons of intense opposition with greater strength because they learned to master their emotions. Finally, ninth, anger draws you closer to God. When you bring your anger to Him, you invite Him into your deepest emotions, and this intimacy strengthens your relationship with Him. Make prayer your first response, asking God to replace anger with His peace and guidance. In doing so, you transform moments of emotional intensity into encounters with divine presence. I've seen chosen ones experience breakthroughs in their spiritual lives simply because they chose to process their anger in God's presence rather than in isolation. Anger is not your enemy. It's a tool. For the chosen one, it can awaken awareness, ignite courage, and deepen faith. The key is surrendering it to God, letting Him shape it into something powerful and pure. If this message spoke to your heart, share it with someone who needs encouragement today. Subscribe to The Chosen Star for more teachings that will help you grow in faith, rise above challenges, and walk boldly in your calling. Chosen one, have you ever sat in silence and wondered why your path feels so different? Why, no matter how much you try to connect with people around you, there always seems to be a separation. You see others moving in groups, celebrated by many, but you find yourself walking through life's journey in solitude. This loneliness may have confused you, sometimes even made you feel forgotten. But let me assure you today, your solitude is not rejection, it is divine preparation. Walking alone is not a punishment. It is a calling. God Himself has set you apart because the road He has chosen for you cannot be traveled by everyone. There are reasons behind your separation. And today, we will uncover 12 powerful truths that explain why your path is marked by solitude. As you listen, open your heart to receive the wisdom hidden in this message, for it may change the way you see your entire journey. First, chosen one, understand this. Sometimes you walk alone because you are being protected. Divine protection does not always come as a shield you can see. Sometimes it comes as isolation. Not everyone around you carries good intentions, and not everyone close to you has the capacity to handle the oil placed upon your life. If you were too connected, some would dilute your anointing or pull you into cycles that would derail your destiny. Separation shields you from environments that would contaminate your spirit. God knows the weight you carry, and He will not allow corrupt influences to taint it. Just as a gardener separates a rare plant to protect it from pests, God has set you apart to preserve what He has planted in you. What feels like loneliness is often His hand of protection. Second, you walk alone because you are being prepared for greater assignments. Before stepping into a calling of influence, every chosen one goes through a season of training in solitude. Great leaders in Scripture had moments where they were hidden, trained away from the noise so they could hear clearly from God. It is in these quiet places that vision becomes clear and strength is built. If you feel like you've been placed on hold, understand that your solitude is your training ground. You are not forgotten, you are being equipped. The silence you feel around you is the very environment where God whispers His direction and molds your character for the road ahead. Third, chosen ones often walk alone because the warfare they face is intense. You are not ordinary, so the attacks against you are not ordinary either. The enemy knows the threat you pose to his kingdom. This is why your battles sometimes feel heavier, your loneliness deeper, and your challenges unexplainable. He tries to isolate you in order to discourage you, but in reality, God is using the battle to sharpen your spiritual weapons. In seasons of solitude, you learn to fight not with human strength, but with prayer, worship, and unwavering faith. You are learning to stand strong in storms where others would collapse, and that training makes you undefeatable. Fourth, walking alone comes with the burden of destiny. Carrying a divine assignment is heavy. There are weights on your spirit that others cannot understand. When God entrusts you with vision, responsibility, or spiritual authority, not everyone will be able to relate to what you feel. You may try to explain your journey, but few will truly grasp it. That is because your destiny is yours alone to carry. Prophets, leaders, and visionaries in history often bore this same weight, the sense of walking a road that no one else understood. Do not be discouraged if people cannot relate. Your walk is different because your assignment is different. Fifth, solitude is a place of refinement. Just as gold is purified in fire, the chosen one is purified through seasons of isolation. These lonely paths shape humility, patience, and perseverance. They remove pride, strip away unnecessary attachments, and develop in you the strength to endure. While others may run from silence, you are learning to embrace it because it is the furnace where character is built. Every tear, every quiet night, every unanswered question is forming the leader within you. When God refines, it is never to harm. It is to prepare you for glory. Sixth, you walk alone so you can learn complete dependence on God. When others walk away, when support systems collapse, when friends cannot be found, you are forced to lean fully on Him. This is not abandonment. This is intimacy. God uses solitude to teach his chosen ones that his presence is enough. It is in those moments of loneliness that you discover strength beyond human understanding. You learn to hear his voice more clearly, to rest in his peace more fully, and to walk with confidence, knowing that he alone is your foundation. Walking alone is a divine invitation to rely completely on the one who never leaves.
Seventh, solitude shields you from distraction. Many people lose focus on their calling because of unnecessary attachments. Wrong voices, misplaced relationships, and unaligned company can drain your energy and pull you off track. God allows seasons of solitude so your attention is fixed fully on him and on your mission. This doesn't mean relationships are bad, but it does mean that not every relationship is meant for your current season. Walking alone helps you build clarity and focus so your destiny is not delayed by those who cannot walk where you are headed. Eighth, walking alone builds spiritual authority. Authority is not gained in crowds, it is cultivated in the secret place. When you face battles alone and overcome through prayer and faith, you begin to carry a weight in the spirit that cannot be faked. Authority comes from victory, and victories are often won in private before they are revealed in public. Your solitude is training you to stand boldly for truth, even when no one claps for you, even when no one stands beside you. That boldness, born in private, becomes a mighty force when you step into your assignment. Ninth, walking alone allows you to experience God's presence at the deepest level. There is a dimension of his glory that is only revealed in stillness. When the noise of the crowd is gone, when the voices fade, when you are left in silence, that is when he speaks most clearly. Solitude creates the space for revelation, for healing, and for renewal. It is in those moments you come to know God not as an idea, not as a distant figure, but as your closest companion. Many of the greatest revelations in history came in silence, not in crowds. 10th, your solitary journey is not just for you, it will one day inspire others. The very pain you endure now will become your testimony, and that testimony will become someone else's hope. People will see how you walked alone, how you endured rejection, how you survived isolation, and they will be encouraged that they can endure too. Your story carries power. What seems like loneliness today is being shaped into a testimony of resilience that will lift others tomorrow. 11th, you walk alone to break generational and spiritual strongholds. Many chosen ones are called to be the first in their families to rise, the first to stand against cycles of dysfunction, the first to separate from destructive patterns. Walking alone is not just personal, it is generational. Your isolation marks the beginning of a new path, one that future generations will thank you for. You are not just living for yourself, you are rewriting history through your obedience and faith. 12th, you walk alone because you have transcended the ordinary. When your calling is extraordinary, your company becomes fewer. The higher you climb, the smaller the circle becomes. Not everyone can breathe at higher altitudes, and not everyone can journey where you are going. Walking alone is proof that you are operating at a level not everyone can reach. Do not grieve the absence of company. Celebrate the fact that your path is evidence of your uniqueness. Now, chosen one, knowing these truths, how do you thrive when walking alone? The first step is to deepen your prayer life. Use the silence not to complain, but to commune with God. Secondly, feed your spirit with the word daily, allowing it to renew your mind. Keep a journal to record revelations, prayers, and victories. It will remind you later how far you've come. Do not neglect your physical and emotional health. Care for your body and your mind because they are vessels of your calling. Set goals, both spiritual and practical, so you stay focused on the vision God has placed in you. And though you walk alone in many ways, nurture healthy connections where God provides them. Even if it is just one or two people, treasure the support he sends. Chosen one, solitude is not your enemy. It is your gift. It is the evidence of your calling, the training for your assignment, and the preparation for your breakthrough. Do not resent your loneliness. Embrace it as the very stage where God is shaping you. One day, you will look back and realize that walking alone was the reason you could stand strong when others fell. You were being molded into a warrior, refined into a leader, and set apart for greatness. So take heart today. Do not be discouraged by the path you walk. You are not forgotten, you are not abandoned, and you are certainly not ordinary.
You are chosen, and because you are chosen, your journey is different. Walk with confidence, hold your head high, and keep your faith unshakable. The God who called you will never leave you. Your path may be solitary, but your destiny is glorious.
Chosen one, take a breath and be still for a moment. This message is not arriving randomly, and you are not encountering it by chance. There are moments when heaven gently interrupts our routine to remind us that something new is unfolding. Today is one of those moments. You may have been moving through your days with quiet endurance, carrying hope even when it felt heavy. You may have been faithful without seeing immediate results, trusting without clear evidence. Still, something within you sensed that change was near. That sense was not wishful thinking, it was awareness. God is bringing newness into your life today, and it begins first with understanding, then with alignment, and finally with action rooted in faith. You have walked through seasons that tested your patience and questioned your strength. Some days felt repetitive, like progress was slow or invisible. Other days carried emotional weight from disappointment, loss, or unfulfilled expectations. Yet through it all, you remained. That perseverance is not accidental. It is proof that you are being preserved for what comes next. Newness often approaches quietly, not with noise, but with a gentle internal shift. Before circumstances change, perspective does. Before doors open, understanding deepens. What you are sensing right now is the stirring of renewal, not because you earned it, but because God is faithful to complete what He begins. Being chosen does not mean life is free from struggle. It means your life has direction, even when clarity feels delayed. You were set apart with intention, and intention always attracts pressure. The very fact that you desire growth, healing, and purpose places you in a position where transformation is necessary. Old ways cannot carry new assignments. Old thinking cannot sustain fresh vision. This is why restlessness may have been growing inside you. What once felt acceptable may now feel limiting. What once brought comfort may now feel heavy. That discomfort is not punishment, it is preparation. There are times when God allows us to outgrow environments, habits, and even versions of ourselves. When growth arrives, it asks for release. Holding on to what was familiar can quietly block what is meant to arrive. Newness requires trust, and trust requires surrender. This is often where fear tries to speak the loudest. Fear questions timing. Fear magnifies risk. Fear reminds you of past disappointment. But faith responds differently. Faith remembers that every season has a purpose, and that God's timing is shaped by wisdom, not delay. You may be standing at the edge of change without realizing it fully. Sometimes newness begins as an invitation rather than an announcement. It appears as a nudge to pray differently, to let go of resentment, to forgive, to begin again. It may show up as a renewed desire to seek God more intentionally, or as clarity that something must shift. These are signs that the old chapter has reached its conclusion, not because it failed, but because it fulfilled its role. Resistance often increases when newness is close. This is not meant to alarm you, but to steady you. Growth challenges what is comfortable, and comfort resists being disturbed. Thoughts may arise telling you to stay where you are because it feels safer. Doubt may question whether change is worth the effort. Weariness may suggest that waiting is easier than moving forward. Yet these internal battles do not indicate weakness, they indicate transition. When the mind is renewed, direction becomes clearer. When truth replaces fear, courage strengthens. God does not bring newness to confuse you or overwhelm you. He brings it to restore alignment. Renewal is not about becoming someone else. It is about becoming more fully who you were created to be. Many people think new seasons arrive fully formed, but often they begin as seeds. Seeds require patience, care, and consistent attention. They do not rush the process, yet they carry the full potential of what they will become. In the same way, what God is releasing into your life may begin small, but it carries lasting impact. Throughout history, renewal followed surrender. Those who experienced transformation often had to release expectations, pride, or fear before stepping into purpose. God's work within a person begins internally, reshaping thoughts, desires, and priorities. External change eventually follows internal alignment. This is why waiting seasons are never wasted. They teach trust, they build endurance, they refine character. They prepare the heart to steward what is coming. You may have asked God for change while still holding tightly to old patterns. That tension can feel exhausting. Newness flows freely when we loosen our grip on what no longer serves the calling ahead. This does not mean dismissing the past. It means honoring what it taught you while choosing not to live there anymore. Gratitude for where you've been creates room for where you're going.
Spiritual opposition often targets the mind first. If thoughts can be shaped by fear, progress slows. If doubt is entertained, confidence weakens. This is why daily alignment matters. What you focus on grows. What you agree with gains influence. When you choose truth over anxiety, peace begins to lead. When you choose faith over assumption, clarity increases. Newness requires intentional thought patterns rooted in trust. God's renewal does not erase responsibility, it invites participation. Faith is active, not passive. You are called to move in agreement with what God is doing, even when the full picture is not visible. Small steps taken consistently open pathways for growth. Obedience often begins before understanding. Action often precedes confirmation. This is how faith matures. There is also a refining process that comes with new seasons. God removes what would hinder growth. This may feel uncomfortable at first. Relationships may change, desires may shift, priorities may realign. What once felt urgent may lose importance, while what once seemed small becomes significant. Trust this process. Refinement is not loss, it is focus. You are not being asked to rush. You are being invited to respond. God's timing is deliberate, not hurried. When you move with Him, peace accompanies progress. When you move ahead without Him, confusion often follows. Newness anchored in faith produces stability, not chaos. It builds gradually, with wisdom guiding each step. As you discern what God is renewing in your life, pay attention to where peace settles. Peace does not mean absence of challenge. It means confidence in direction. It means assurance even when outcomes are still forming. God often confirms newness through peace rather than excitement. Excitement fades, but peace endures. You may notice an increased desire to let go of resentment or unresolved emotions. Healing is often part of renewal. Holding on to past hurt can limit future joy. Forgiveness does not excuse what happened, it frees you from being bound to it. Newness flourishes in a heart willing to release bitterness and choose healing. Practical alignment strengthens spiritual growth. Daily time with God, even when brief, builds sensitivity and awareness. Reflection helps you recognize patterns and respond wisely. Gratitude shifts focus from lack to abundance. These practices create space for God to work deeply and consistently. They are not obligations, they are invitations into deeper relationship. Action matters. Faith without movement remains theoretical. When God places something on your heart, respond with intentional steps. This does not require perfection, it requires willingness. Start where you are. Use what you have. Progress is built through consistency, not comparison. Your journey does not need to resemble anyone else's to be meaningful. Community also plays a role in renewal. Growth is strengthened when shared with others who encourage faith and accountability. Isolation can distort perspective, while connection brings clarity. Surround yourself with voices that speak life, wisdom, and truth. You do not need many voices, just aligned ones. Celebrate progress even when it feels small. Gratitude reinforces momentum. When you acknowledge growth, confidence builds. When you recognize God's faithfulness, trust deepens. Celebration does not wait for completion, It honors progress. This mindset keeps your heart open and expectant. As you walk forward, remember that newness does not mean absence of challenge. It means you are equipped to face challenges with greater strength and understanding. God does not remove every obstacle. He strengthens you to overcome them. Each challenge becomes an opportunity to grow in trust and resilience. Chosen one, this season is an invitation to step forward with confidence. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are not disqualified. What God is doing in your life is purposeful, timely, and rooted in love. Allow yourself to receive it without fear. Allow yourself to grow without hesitation. Allow yourself to trust without reservation. If this message resonates with your spirit, let it move beyond reflection into action. Share it with someone who may need encouragement. Stay connected to this community where faith is nurtured and purpose is explored. Declare in your heart and through your steps that you are ready for what God is bringing. Newness is not a distant promise. It is unfolding now, and you are prepared to walk in it with strength, clarity, and unwavering faith.
Chosen one, pause for a second and let this truth settle into your spirit. Heaven has been paying attention to how you've been responding to pressure. Not the words you said out loud, not the prayers you whispered in desperation, but the posture of your heart when things refused to move, when answers delayed, when opposition intensified. While others expected you to collapse, complain, or compromise, you chose something different. You chose faith when fear would have been easier. You chose praise when silence would have been understandable. You chose to keep going when giving up seemed reasonable. That choice did not go unnoticed. Many people believe God only responds to loud prayers, dramatic fastings, or visible sacrifice. But one of the most powerful spiritual signals is attitude. How you carry yourself when life pushes back speaks volumes in the unseen realm. When your world shook and you still trusted, when disappointment knocked and you still believed, when delays tested you and you still showed up with hope, something shifted beyond what your natural eyes could detect. Your response became a declaration. Your consistency became a testimony before results ever appeared. You must understand this. Attitude is not personality. It is not positivity for show. It is spiritual alignment. It is agreement with God's nature even when circumstances argue otherwise. Many people praise when things go well, but few maintain trust when things go silent. That is why your response stands out. That is why this message is finding you now. You are not being affirmed because everything worked out already. You are being affirmed because you stayed grounded when it had not. Heaven is deeply moved by surrender that does not depend on outcomes. When you chose gratitude without guarantees, you spoke a language the spiritual realm recognizes instantly. When you resisted bitterness and refused to turn inward, you disrupted patterns the enemy relies on. Darkness expects discouragement. It anticipates resentment. It assumes fatigue will break focus. But your steady spirit confused those expectations. Your refusal to become cynical created resistance that could not be easily countered. This is why your attitude carried weight. Not because you were pretending everything was fine, but because you trusted God's character even when His timing stretched your patience. That kind of faith is rare. It is mature. It signals readiness. Heaven entrusts greater influence to those who do not lose themselves when pressure increases. You proved you could carry weight without losing balance. You might not have realized it at the time, but every day you chose calm over chaos, humility over pride, obedience over impulse, something was being recorded in the spiritual realm, not as performance, but as proof of growth. God is not impressed by noise. He is moved by alignment. He responds to hearts that remain anchored when emotions fluctuate. That is why your response mattered more than your words. Consider how often people change when things stop going their way. Faith becomes conditional. Gratitude disappears. Trust weakens. But you did not shift with circumstances. You remained steady. That steadiness speaks of depth. It reveals roots, and rooted people are not easily shaken. Heaven recognizes stability because stability reflects trust. Trust reflects relationship. Relationship is what God values above everything else. This is also why spiritual resistance intensified around you. Pressure increases where purpose is present. The enemy does not waste effort on empty vessels. Resistance confirms relevance. Your calm response under fire was not ignored, it was evaluated, and it marked you as someone who can be trusted with more. Not more stress, but more influence. Not more struggle, but more responsibility. Many people misunderstand spiritual warfare. They think it is only about dramatic attacks or visible opposition. Often it is far more subtle. It targets mindset. It presses emotions. It waits for impatience to speak, for frustration to lead, for offense to take root. But you did not give it access. You guarded your inner posture. You chose restraint. You chose maturity. That choice protected you in ways you may never fully see. Your attitude became a shield. It also became a signal. In the spiritual realm, faith expressed through conduct carries authority. When you continued to trust without immediate reassurance, you aligned yourself with heaven's pace instead of demanding your own. That alignment creates favor because it shows submission without loss of identity. You did not shrink. You did not grow arrogant. You remained grounded.
This is why your journey matters beyond you. Others are watching, even if they never say it. They observe how you respond when pressure builds. They learn what faith looks like not through sermons, but through behavior. Your life is teaching without speaking. That is impact. That is influence. That is leadership being formed quietly. You may have wondered if it was worth it, if staying calm cost too much, if trusting again felt foolish. But heaven values endurance that is not loud, strength that does not boast, faith that does not demand proof before obedience. Those qualities cannot be taught quickly. They are developed over time, under pressure, through choice. This is only the beginning of what is unfolding. What you demonstrated internally is preparing you for what will manifest externally. Attitude always precedes elevation. Inner posture determines outer placement. And because you stayed aligned when no one was clapping, you are being positioned for moments when recognition will come naturally, without striving. Before we go further, take a moment to reflect, not on what you lost, but on who you became. Not on how long it took, but on how steady you remained. That reflection itself is part of growth. And if this message is resonating with you, let it anchor you even deeper. This journey is not random. Your response mattered. Your attitude spoke, and heaven listened. Chosen one, there is a reason your inner strength has been tested in ways few people understand. What you have faced was never only about circumstances, it was about formation. Heaven was observing whether your inner life would mature faster than your outer results. Many desire elevation, but few are willing to develop the discipline that sustains it. You were being shaped quietly, trained to respond from faith instead of emotion, from trust instead of impulse. That level of restraint does not come naturally. It is built through repeated decisions to remain anchored when everything feels uncertain. What you demonstrated was not denial of pain, but mastery over reaction. There is a difference. You felt disappointment, but you did not let it define you. You experienced delay, but you refused to let it distort your view of God. That choice required spiritual awareness. It required remembering who God is, even when His hand seemed hidden. That kind of awareness silences chaos in the unseen realm. When fear could not provoke you, and frustration could not steer you, authority was released through your stillness. Spiritual resistance often intensifies when a person's mindset begins to align with heaven's perspective. The enemy depends on internal collapse more than external attack. When that strategy fails, confusion sets in.
Your consistency disrupted patterns that rely on predictable responses. You did not lash out, you did not withdraw, you did not become bitter. Instead, you stayed present, focused, and faithful. That response weakened opposition without you lifting a finger. There is a powerful truth many overlook. Heaven responds to posture before it responds to petitions. When your heart remains surrendered, timing adjusts. When your trust remains intact, pathways open. Your attitude became in agreement with God's will even before you understood the outcome. That agreement carries weight. It gives permission for movement. It allows God to act without resistance from doubt or fear. At this stage of your journey, you are learning that faith is not about emotional highs. It is about consistency. It is about choosing alignment every single day, especially when feelings fluctuate. This is where many fall away, but you remained. You continued to believe even when affirmation was absent. That endurance built capacity within you. Capacity to steward more influence. Capacity to remain humble under increase. Capacity to lead without control. If this message is speaking to you, pause briefly and reflect on how far you've come internally. And if you haven't already, take a moment to engage with this message by liking it and sharing it with someone who may be silently struggling. You never know whose strength is being restored through your obedience to share. What makes your journey significant is not perfection, but submission. You allowed God to correct, refine, and guide you without resistance. You didn't rush the process. You didn't force doors open. You learned patience in a world that rewards haste. That patience is producing discernment. Discernment protects destiny. It helps you recognize which opportunities are aligned and which are distractions. There is also a deeper layer unfolding. Your attitude has been teaching you how to wage spiritual battles without exhausting yourself. You are learning that rest can be an act of trust, that silence can be strength, that obedience does not require full understanding. These lessons are essential for what lies ahead. You are being prepared for moments where pressure will be higher, but panic will no longer be an option.
Think about how often you could have chosen resentment. How many times you could have spoken words you would later regret. How easily you could have walked away from faith entirely. Yet you stayed. That staying power is evidence of roots, and roots determine longevity. Surface faith fades quickly, but rooted faith withstands storms. Your mindset is shifting from survival to stewardship. You are no longer just asking God to rescue you. You are learning how to walk with Him daily. That shift marks maturity. It means you are beginning to see challenges as training rather than punishment. Growth accelerates when perspective changes. Heaven entrusts greater clarity to those who stop asking why and start asking, what are you teaching me? Now, ask yourself this question. How has your response changed compared to earlier seasons of your life? Where you once reacted, you now reflect. Where you once rushed, you now wait. Where you once feared loss, you now trust provision. That transformation did not happen overnight. It happened through small, consistent decisions. Those decisions are compounding. If you're finding value here, consider subscribing so you stay connected to messages that strengthen faith and build clarity. This space exists to remind you that your walk with God is intentional, purposeful, and deeply meaningful. As you move forward, understand that your attitude continues to shape outcomes. You are not powerless. You are partnering with God through daily alignment. Every time you choose gratitude, you strengthen your spirit. Every time you choose humility, you invite grace. Every time you choose obedience, you unlock direction. You are also learning how to encourage others without losing yourself. That balance is critical. Many burn out because they pour without replenishment. You are learning to receive from God before giving to people. That order preserves strength. It ensures sustainability. This phase of your journey is not about speed. It is about stability. What God is building in you must last, and lasting things are formed carefully. Trust the process. Trust the timing. Trust what God is doing beneath the surface. Your attitude is no longer just a response, it is a weapon. It is positioning you for doors that only open to those who have proven faithful in unseen seasons. What comes next will require even greater clarity, focus, and courage, and you are being prepared for it now. Chosen one, as this season draws to a close, it becomes clear that what God has done within you matters just as much as what He is preparing to do through you. The transformation of your inner life has not gone unnoticed. You have been learning how to carry peace without needing constant reassurance, how to stand firm without applause, and how to remain faithful without immediate results. These are marks of spiritual maturity. They signal readiness for greater responsibility, not just greater visibility. What lies ahead will require you to remain grounded while momentum increases. Growth often attracts attention, and attention can test motives. That is why your attitude has been refined so carefully. You are being taught how to stay anchored in truth rather than validation. When approval from others becomes secondary, clarity from God becomes primary. This shift protects your calling from becoming performance-driven. It keeps your purpose pure. You are also learning that faith is not passive. It involves intentional alignment. It means choosing obedience even when the outcome is uncertain. It means trusting God's wisdom over your own understanding. This kind of faith produces endurance. Endurance strengthens character. Character attracts favor. Favor opens doors no human effort could force open. Your consistency has been creating pathways you may not yet see, but they are forming nonetheless. As your journey unfolds, your life becomes a quiet testimony. People may not know the details of what you endured, but they will notice the steadiness you carry. They will sense the confidence that does not rely on circumstance. They will feel the peace that surpasses logic. That influence matters. God often uses attitude as a language that speaks louder than words. Through your presence, others begin to believe again. This is also a time to remain watchful. Growth requires discernment. Not every invitation is alignment. Not every open door is meant to be entered. Your relationship with God is your greatest compass. When you remain connected, direction becomes clear. When you listen, confusion fades. You are being invited into deeper trust, where obedience flows naturally from intimacy rather than pressure. Take a moment here to reflect. How has your faith evolved? How has your response to difficulty changed? If this message resonates, share your thoughts in the comments. Your reflection may encourage someone else who is standing in a similar place. Community strengthens faith, and shared wisdom multiplies impact. You are also being reminded that your dreams matter to God. The desires He placed within you were intentional. They were not random. They were shaped to align with purpose. As you continue to walk faithfully, those dreams will mature. They will take form in ways that reflect God's goodness rather than human striving. Preparation always precedes fulfillment. What you are doing now is preparing you to sustain what is coming. As you move forward, continue cultivating gratitude. Gratitude shifts focus from what is lacking to what is present. It builds awareness of God's provision even in small details. When gratitude becomes a habit, joy follows naturally. Joy strengthens resilience. Resilience sustains momentum. These inner disciplines keep you aligned and focused. Your attitude will continue to be tested, not to weaken you, but to strengthen you. Each challenge becomes an opportunity to choose trust again. Each delay becomes a moment to deepen patience. Each victory becomes a reminder to remain humble. This balance is what allows growth without pride and confidence without arrogance. If this message has encouraged you, consider sharing it with someone who may need a reminder that faith still works, that perseverance still matters, and that God is still present. Also, subscribe to stay connected to messages that nurture spiritual growth and remind you of your identity and purpose. This journey is not meant to be walked alone. Remember, you are not defined by what tried to break you. You are defined by how you remained faithful through it. Your attitude has been shaping your future long before you arrive there. Continue choosing alignment. Continue choosing trust. Continue choosing faith. What God is doing next will build upon everything you've learned. The foundation is set. The clarity is forming. The strength is established. Remain steady. Remain connected. Remain open. You are not overlooked. You are not delayed without reason. You are being prepared for impact that will extend beyond your expectations. Walk forward with confidence, knowing that your journey has meaning and your faith has weight. This is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of a deeper chapter. And as you continue, know this with certainty. Your faith, your consistency, and your attitude have positioned you exactly where you need to be. Stay aligned, stay faithful, stay rooted, and watch what God continues to unfold through your life. Ability. Chosen one, today is an invitation to shift your inner posture. This message is not arriving by chance, and it is not meant to stir excitement alone. It is meant to awaken understanding. Something is forming ahead of you that will stretch your expectations and quiet old doubts. What is approaching your life will not resemble the struggle behind you. It will not match the patterns you once feared were permanent. God is preparing to reveal His faithfulness through provision that exceeds what you calculated, planned, or thought you qualified for. Before anything material appears, something deeper must settle in your heart. You are not late, overlooked, or forgotten. You are being prepared. Take a breath and allow yourself to receive this truth without resistance. If this message resonates, let your engagement be an act of agreement. Support it, share it, and remain connected to this space where faith is strengthened and purpose is clarified. This journey works best when hearts walk together. For a long time, you may have wrestled with quiet questions. Why did progress feel slow while others seemed to advance effortlessly? Why did opportunities pass close without landing in your hands? Why did faith demand endurance instead of immediate reward? These questions did not disqualify you. They trained you. God does not release weighty blessings into fragile foundations. What looks like delay from the outside is often development on the inside. You were being strengthened to carry what is coming without losing yourself in it. Wealth, as God intends it, is never limited to numbers or possessions. It includes capacity, influence, stability, wisdom, and peace. It includes the ability to respond to needs without panic, to give without fear, and to build without compromise. What God releases into the life of a chosen one is designed to establish purpose, not inflate ego. This is why your preparation required endurance. You were learning to trust the giver more than the gift. You have walked through seasons where effort outweighed reward. You showed up when motivation was thin. You honored God when outcomes were uncertain. You stayed consistent while results remained hidden. That discipline was not wasted. Heaven records obedience long before harvest appears. What felt unseen was shaping your discernment, refining your motives, and strengthening your restraint. These qualities matter because provision magnifies whatever it enters. God ensured that when increase arrives, it meets a heart anchored in wisdom. Spiritual resistance around finances is rarely accidental. Pressure, anxiety, and doubt often intensify when something valuable is close. The enemy attempts to distort perspective, convincing you that lack defines you or that struggle is your identity. None of that is true. Scarcity was a classroom, not a sentence. You were learning how to hear God clearly without relying on abundance for reassurance. That level of trust is rare, and it positions you for uncommon results. Your past does not disqualify your future. Mistakes did not cancel your calling. Missed chances did not exhaust God's supply. What He has planned is not fragile, and it does not collapse because of human imperfection. Grace has been guiding your steps even when understanding lagged behind. What is ahead will surprise you because it arrives with clarity, not confusion, and with peace, not pressure. It is important to understand this now. Coming wealth is not proof of worth, it is a tool of assignment. God entrusts resources to those who have learned stewardship in smaller forms. How you managed time, relationships, character, and obedience mattered more than how much money passed through your hands. Heaven measures readiness differently than the world does. Ask yourself honestly, what did you learn when resources were limited? Did you learn patience? Did you learn creativity? Did you learn humility? Did you learn generosity even when it was uncomfortable? These lessons were deposits. They shaped how you will manage increase without losing alignment. Reflection strengthens discernment, so take a moment and engage in the comments with what scarcity taught you. Your testimony may unlock someone else's faith. Faith does not deny reality, it interprets it correctly. You saw bills, responsibilities, and expectations, yet you continued to believe that God remained faithful beyond circumstances. That choice trained your spiritual vision. When provision arrives, it will not pull you away from God because dependence was already established before abundance showed up. Chosen one, do not rush this moment by seeking quick reassurance. Let truth settle deeply. God is intentional with those he entrusts. He prepares quietly, strengthens patiently, and releases strategically. What is coming will not demand frantic explanation or public validation. Its impact will speak for itself.
Remain grounded. Stay teachable. Keep your heart clean. Continue honoring God even when progress feels subtle. These choices keep your hands steady when overflow arrives. You are being positioned for more than comfort. You are being positioned for impact. If this message aligns with your spirit, share it with someone who feels stuck between promise and manifestation. Let faith circulate. Let hope rise. Stay connected to this channel as we continue building clarity, courage, and conviction together. Pause here and allow this truth to settle. God is not testing you anymore. He is trusting you. What approaches your life will confirm that preparation was purposeful and endurance was necessary. Chosen one, as we continue, it is important to recognize that increase does not arrive in isolation. It approaches alongside heightened awareness, sharper discernment, and stronger spiritual responsibility. When God prepares to shift a person into greater provision, the internal landscape must match the external blessing. This is why your recent seasons may have felt intense, even when nothing visibly changed. Pressure was refining perception. Silence was strengthening discernment. Waiting was building authority. You may have noticed that conversations around money, success, and progress began to sound different to you. What once felt exciting may have started to feel empty. What once felt urgent may now feel unnecessary. This is not loss of ambition, it is alignment. God was adjusting your appetite so that what you receive will not control you. Wealth that arrives without inner clarity often becomes a burden instead of a blessing. God ensures that his chosen ones can carry increase without losing peace. Spiritual opposition often targets thought patterns before it touches circumstances. Doubt tries to disguise itself as logic. Fear pretends to be wisdom. Comparison attempts to steal contentment. These mental pressures are not signs of failure. They are indicators that something valuable is approaching. The enemy does not waste effort where there is no future impact. The resistance you faced around provision was evidence that your destiny carries weight. There were moments when it felt easier to lower expectations than to keep believing, moments when silence felt safer than hope. Yet you continued to trust God even when answers were delayed. That quiet endurance strengthened your spiritual posture. You learned how to remain steady without constant reassurance. You learned how to pray without panic. You learned how to obey without applause. These are the traits that sustain abundance long after excitement fades. God does not release resources into unstable emotional spaces. He prepares hearts to remain anchored when numbers increase. This is why your growth focused more on maturity than momentum. You were being taught how to lead yourself before leading resources, how to manage peace before managing provision, how to protect your values when pressure rises.
These lessons were necessary because what is coming will place you in rooms where clarity matters more than charisma. As wealth approaches, discernment becomes essential. Not every opportunity is an assignment. Not every open door is God's door. Provision brings options, and options require wisdom. This is why your spiritual sensitivity has been sharpening. You are learning to pause before moving, to listen before agreeing, to seek confirmation before commitment. These instincts will protect what God places in your care. It is also important to address generosity. True wealth carries the ability to give without fear of loss. God develops this mindset long before increase arrives. He teaches you to release control and trust Him as the source. When generosity becomes a joy rather than a strain, it signals readiness for expansion. What you release in faith returns in stability, not anxiety. You may have noticed a growing desire to build something meaningful rather than chase quick reward. That desire did not come from ambition alone, it came from alignment. God was shaping your vision so that provision serves purpose, not ego. You are being prepared to create solutions, support others, and establish legacy. These goals require patience, planning, and integrity. Let this moment invite reflection. Ask yourself, has your relationship with money changed? Has your definition of success matured? Has your faith become less reactive and more confident? These shifts are signs of preparation. They indicate that your inner world is becoming capable of sustaining what your outer world is about to receive. This is also a season to guard your voice. Not everyone needs to know what you are preparing for. Some doors remain open because they remain quiet. Wisdom protects momentum. God often instructs His people to move without announcement, allowing results to speak later. Silence preserves focus. Focus protects clarity. Clarity attracts favor. Stay grounded in gratitude. Gratitude keeps perspective healthy. It reminds you that everything you receive flows from grace, not entitlement. Gratitude also keeps pride from forming when increase arrives. It anchors your identity in God rather than in provision. When gratitude leads, abundance remains balanced. If this message is stirring understanding, engage by sharing how your mindset around provision has evolved. Your reflection could be the confirmation someone else needs. Continue to support this channel as we build a community rooted in wisdom, faith, and purpose. We are moving closer to the heart of this message. What remains is understanding how to walk confidently when surprise provision begins to manifest, and how to steward it without fear or distraction. Chosen one, as this message reaches its completion, it is vital to understand that surprise provision is sustained by posture, not pressure. What God releases into your life next will not require frantic effort or anxious striving. It will respond to alignment. You are stepping into a season where trust replaces tension, where wisdom governs decisions, and where peace becomes your confirmation. This is how abundance remains stable rather than fleeting. When increase arrives, your greatest responsibility will be stewardship of focus. Distraction is one of the most subtle threats to progress. New access brings new voices. New opportunities attract new opinions. You must remain anchored in the voice that carried you through lack. The same God who sustained you in quiet seasons will guide you in visible ones. Staying spiritually attentive keeps abundance from pulling you away from purpose. It is important to resist the urge to prove anything. Wealth does not validate calling. Calling gives meaning to wealth. You do not need to announce progress for it to be real. You do not need approval to walk in obedience. God establishes His people quietly and confirms them publicly at the right time. When you remain secure, provision becomes a tool rather than a test. This season also calls for emotional discipline. Increased resources can amplify unresolved patterns if awareness is absent. That is why God matured your inner life first. You now know how to pause before reacting. You know how to listen without internal noise. You know how to say no without guilt. These qualities protect longevity. They ensure that growth does not cost you identity. You are being positioned to influence without intimidation, to support without depletion, to build without compromise. This kind of wealth carries responsibility, but it also carries joy. God does not bless his people to burden them, he blesses them to expand their reach. Your ability to remain grounded will allow your impact to remain authentic. Pay attention to the people God places around you. Not everyone will walk the next phase with you, and that is not a failure. Alignment shifts as seasons change. Honor what was, but embrace what is forming. New connections will reflect clarity rather than chaos, mutual respect rather than competition, purpose rather than pressure. These relationships will support sustainability. Your spiritual practices remain essential. Prayer keeps perspective clear. Gratitude keeps the heart soft. Giving keeps trust active. Rest keeps wisdom sharp. These habits are not temporary disciplines, they are permanent foundations. They will ensure that increase strengthens your life rather than complicates it. Remember that wealth is not only measured in currency, it includes peace, clarity, favor, opportunity, and influence. God's provision reaches every area where alignment exists. You are not stepping into excess without meaning, you are stepping into supply with assignment. This understanding will guide how you move, how you speak, and how you decide. Let this season be marked by humility, not hesitation, confidence, not comparison, obedience, not anxiety. You are not late, you are not behind, you are prepared. What is arriving will confirm preparation, not replace it. Trust that God's timing carries precision, not delay. As you walk forward, hold space for reflection. Celebrate progress without rushing purpose. Allow growth to unfold without force. God's favor does not need assistance, it needs alignment. Stay aligned and provision will remain steady. If this message has strengthened your faith, share it with someone who needs encouragement. Support this channel by subscribing and engaging so this community continues to grow in wisdom, clarity, and spiritual confidence. Your participation helps spread messages that restore hope and strengthen purpose. Chosen one, rejoice with clarity. Walk forward with calm confidence. What is coming will surprise you, but it will not overwhelm you. You are ready. You are aligned. You are equipped.
In the quiet moments of life, when the noise of the world fades and your heart is still, there are times you sense something greater surrounding you. A gentle calm, a whisper of encouragement, or a sudden strength that seems to come from beyond yourself. These are not coincidences. They are reminders that God has appointed his messengers to walk with his chosen ones, guiding, protecting, and strengthening them on their journey. Today, we will explore 7 signs that angels may have been visiting you, not to draw attention to themselves, but to point you back to the one who sent them. This message is for those who feel called to rise above challenges, to deepen their faith, and to walk boldly in their God-given destiny. Before we begin, pause for a moment. Reflect on your own journey. Have you ever felt a peace that made no sense in the middle of chaos? Have you ever experienced help arriving at the exact moment you needed it most? These are not random events. They are signs of divine presence. As you listen today, open your heart to receive encouragement and consider sharing your own experiences with others. By doing so, you strengthen the community of faith and remind others that they are not alone. Angels are not mythical beings or distant figures. They are real, created by God to serve his purposes. Throughout history, they have appeared to guide, protect, and deliver messages. They are not to be worshipped, but they are to be recognized as part of God's plan to help his people. They minister to those who walk in faith, reminding us that we are part of a greater story. Their presence is often subtle, but their impact is profound. Let us now walk through 7 signs that angels may have been visiting you, each one carrying a spiritual lesson that can strengthen your faith and empower your journey. The first sign is sudden waves of peace and calm. There are moments when life feels overwhelming, when challenges press in from all sides, yet suddenly your heart is filled with peace that cannot be explained. This peace is not the absence of problems, but the assurance that God is in control. His messengers often bring this calm to remind you that you are held securely in his hands. When you feel this peace, anchor yourself in it. Let it strengthen your faith. Trust that even in the midst of spiritual battles, You are surrounded by divine support. Have you ever felt this kind of calm? Share your story, because your testimony may be the encouragement someone else needs. The second sign is repeated numbers or signs. Perhaps you have noticed sequences like 111, 222, or 777 appearing in unexpected places. These are not random patterns. They are gentle reminders that you are on the right path, that God is guiding your steps. Angels often use such signs to affirm that you are aligned with divine purpose. Pay attention to these moments. They are invitations to lean deeper into God's guidance. Keep a journal of these signs and reflect on how they connect to your journey. Persistence in faith and obedience will manifest the dreams God has placed within you. The third sign is dreams filled with light and guidance. In the stillness of sleep, your spirit is often more open to receive messages. Angels may visit through dreams, offering counsel, reassurance, or warnings. These dreams feel vivid, comforting, and filled with clarity. They are not ordinary dreams, but encounters meant to guide your steps. Keep a journal by your bedside. Write down what you remember and pray for wisdom to understand the meaning. God often uses these moments to prepare you for decisions or to strengthen your resolve. Have you experienced such dreams? Share them, for they may inspire others to pay closer attention to the ways God speaks. The fourth sign is unexpected help or protection. There are times when danger seems unavoidable, yet you are spared. Help arrives at the exact moment you need it most. These are not accidents. Angels are known to intervene in moments of spiritual warfare, guarding you against harm. Their presence is a reminder that your calling is too important for the enemy to stop. Recognize these protections as signs of divine favor. Stand firm in your faith, knowing that you are shielded by heavenly forces. When you recall moments of unexpected deliverance, give thanks to God, for He has sent His angels to guard your path.
The fifth sign is a sense of being watched over during prayer. When you kneel in prayer, pouring out your heart to God, there are times you feel a presence surrounding you. It is as if you are not alone, as if someone is ministering to you in that sacred moment. Many chosen ones testify to this experience. Angels often draw near during prayer, strengthening your spirit and reminding you that heaven listens. This presence is not meant to distract, but to deepen your relationship with the Lord. Allow it to encourage you to pray more fervently, knowing that you are supported by divine messengers. The sixth sign is finding feathers or other tokens in unexpected places. A white feather on the ground, a coin where none should be, or small reminders that seem out of place. These are often considered signs that angels are near, offering encouragement. They are gentle nudges to remind you of God's faithfulness. When you find such tokens, pause and give thanks. Let them boost your hope and remind you that you are not walking alone. These signs are not to be idolized, but to be received as encouragement to keep pressing forward. The seventh sign is unexplained inspiration and courage. There are moments when you feel renewed strength, when creative ideas flow, or when courage rises within you to face challenges. These bursts of inspiration are often the work of angels invigorating your spirit. They remind you that you are empowered to pursue your God-given dreams. Embrace this strength. Use it to manifest your purpose. Know that you are equipped to overcome adversity through God's grace. When you feel this surge of courage, act on it. Step boldly into the calling placed on your life. These 7 signs are not random occurrences. They are part of a divine story written by God. Angels visit not to show favoritism, but to equip those who answer the call to be vessels of faith, hope,
and empowerment. When you recognize these signs, let them be a catalyst to deepen your trust in God. Use prayer, reflection, and fellowship to nurture your spiritual growth. Remember that your dreams are God-given, and you have heavenly support to manifest them. You are chosen. You are part of a royal priesthood, set apart to declare the goodness of God. This identity is not based on your strength, but on His calling. Spiritual warfare may surround you, but you are not alone. Angels walk with you, strengthening your resolve and reminding you of your purpose. Rise above with courage. Live with intention. Let your faith shine as a beacon to others. As we close, reflect on the signs you may have experienced. Have you felt peace in chaos? Have you received guidance in dreams? Have you been protected in ways that defy explanation? These are gifts from God, reminders that His love surrounds you. Rejoice in these moments. Lean into your journey with faith, courage, and hope. You are chosen to rise above, empowered by divine love. If this message has touched your heart, share it with others. Encourage them to recognize the signs of God's presence in their lives. Subscribe to this channel for more encouragement and join the community of faith that is growing stronger together. Your testimony may be the spark that ignites hope in someone else's life. You are not alone. You are chosen. Walk boldly in faith, knowing that angels walk with you, pointing you always back to the one who called you.
Chosen one, this message is not arriving by chance. It comes with quiet urgency, the kind that settles deep in your spirit before your mind can explain it. You have sensed it already, a subtle resistance inside you when a certain man draws closer, speaks louder, or presses for access. God is asking you to pause, to listen beyond words, and to recognize that discernment is one of the highest forms of protection. This is not about fear, suspicion, or accusation. This is about wisdom. When God values a destiny, He guards it. When He is preparing elevation, He sharpens awareness. What you are feeling is not confusion, it is instruction. Before anything significant unfolds in the life of a chosen one, God often highlights what must not follow into the next season. Promotion does not only come with open doors, it also comes with closed ones. The mistake many make is assuming every friendly presence is permitted access. Yet history, both sacred and human, shows a consistent pattern. Pivotal callings were delayed, wounded, or detoured because warnings were ignored. God speaks early because damage avoided is better than damage healed. If this message feels personal, it is because divine care is personal. This warning is not about labeling someone as evil. It is about recognizing spiritual misalignment. A person does not need to be hostile to be harmful. Some distractions arrive as support. Some delays arrive as relationships. Some detours arrive as opportunities that feel right but quietly pull you off course. This man may appear helpful, insightful, or deeply interested in your journey. He may speak the right language, show admiration, or present himself as a bridge to something you desire. Yet beneath all of that, his presence drains clarity, weakens peace, or presses you to move faster than wisdom allows. God often reveals danger through loss of peace, not dramatic signs. Your spirit grows uneasy before your circumstances collapse. That inner restraint you feel is not hesitation, it is heaven's alert system. Discernment rarely shouts, it nudges, it slows you down, it asks you to watch patterns rather than promises. When God highlights a person, it is never to stir paranoia, but to sharpen perception. You are being trained to recognize what aligns with your assignment and what competes with it. The enemy does not always oppose destiny with resistance. Sometimes he uses redirection. He understands that if he cannot stop you outright, he can delay you subtly.
This is why certain people show up when momentum increases. They seek proximity to insight, favor, or vision, not because they are evil in character, but because their spirit is drawn to what you carry. Access, when granted too early or too deeply, can dilute focus. God is protecting your time, your emotional energy, and your spiritual clarity. Consider how often those chosen for great impact were warned about association before advancement. The warning always came before the betrayal, before the compromise, before the loss. The purpose was never isolation, it was preservation. God knows what certain connections will cost you long-term, even when they offer short-term comfort. This is why obedience sometimes feels lonely before it feels rewarding. Separation precedes strengthening. You may feel pressure to explain yourself, to justify distance, or to soften boundaries so you do not appear unkind. Yet clarity does not require explanation. Obedience does not need approval. When God instructs restraint, He also provides covering. Silence can be wisdom. Distance can be love for your future. What you refuse now may protect what you are meant to carry later. This man may question your decisions subtly. He may frame concern as care, urgency as support, or access as loyalty. Pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you feel strengthened or unsettled? Focused or scattered? Peaceful or internally tense? Discernment speaks through results, not rhetoric. God trains His people to read fruit, not flattery. Chosen one, this warning is also confirmation of value. No one targets what carries no threat. No one studies what holds no promise. The attention you are receiving is not random, it is responsive. You are approaching a level that requires sharper vision. God is teaching you to guard entrances to your life with intention. Emotional doors, spiritual doors, conversational doors. These determine what influences your direction. This season requires maturity. Maturity does not mean distrusting everyone. It means trusting God more than impulse. It means slowing responses, limiting disclosure, and allowing time to reveal truth. God reveals character through consistency. If something feels rushed, pressured, or emotionally demanding without peace, step back. Wisdom is patient.
Before moving forward, pause and ask yourself, who currently has access to your thoughts, your plans, your emotions? Who benefits most from being close to you right now? Who subtly resists your growth while appearing supportive? These questions are not meant to accuse, they are meant to clarify. Reflection is a spiritual discipline. If this message resonates, stay with it. Do not rush to act impulsively. Let discernment settle. Share this message with someone who needs clarity and remain here as we continue unfolding what God is revealing. In the next part, we will explore how spiritual conflict often works through people, how emotions can cloud discernment, and how to protect your destiny without hardening your heart. As you move deeper into understanding this warning, it becomes clear that spiritual conflict rarely announces itself in obvious ways. It often works through familiarity, emotional closeness, and repeated access. This is why discernment is not just about identifying danger, but about recognizing influence. Influence shapes decisions quietly. Over time, it redirects priorities, weakens conviction, and reshapes perception. God is alerting you now because influence, once normalized, becomes harder to challenge. One of the greatest tests for a chosen one is learning the difference between connection and assignment. Not everyone who understands you is meant to walk with you. Not everyone who listens deserves entry into your inner world. Some people are meant to encounter you briefly, receive something, and move on. When they linger beyond their season, imbalance begins. God is teaching you to release without guilt and to limit without apology. Emotions are powerful, but they are not reliable leaders. They respond to attention, validation, and familiarity.
This man may appeal to empathy, shared experiences, or mutual struggles. He may position himself as someone who finally understands you. Yet understanding does not equal alignment. Many destinies were compromised not by hatred, but by misplaced loyalty. God's warning is not about rejecting compassion, it is about refusing emotional dependency that clouds judgment. Spiritual growth often requires restraint. Silence can be a weapon of wisdom. You do not owe everyone access to your vulnerabilities. Oversharing creates openings that should remain protected. When God is shaping something sacred in you, privacy becomes a form of honor. The more valuable the calling, the stronger the boundaries required to sustain it. Pay attention to how this man responds when you assert limits. Does he respect your pace, or does he push back emotionally? Does he encourage your spiritual discipline, or subtly compete with it? Does he celebrate your progress, or redirect conversations towards himself? Patterns reveal intent. Discernment matures when you stop explaining red flags away and start observing behavior consistently. God often uses discomfort as a signal, not a punishment. If you feel drained after interactions, it is not weakness, it is awareness forming. Your spirit recognizes imbalance before your mind can articulate it. That internal heaviness is not meant to be endured, it is meant to be acknowledged. God's peace is a guide, not a reward for endurance. Protection does not always look like escape. Sometimes it looks like distance without drama, reduced communication, delayed responses, limited emotional engagement. These are not acts of cruelty, they are acts of stewardship. You are responsible for what God has entrusted to you, including your clarity, your time, and your spiritual sensitivity. This season is also about obedience over explanation. You may feel tempted to justify your actions so others understand your motives. Yet obedience often requires quiet confidence. God defends what He directs. You do not need to convince anyone when you are aligned with divine instruction. Silence keeps you focused. Clarity keeps you steady. Remember, God does not warn without providing strength to act. You are not being left to figure this out alone. Prayer sharpens perception. Stillness reveals truth. When you seek God consistently, confusion fades. The more you prioritize divine guidance, the less power external voices hold. This is also a season to examine what you desire. Sometimes distractions gain power because they attach themselves to unmet needs. Loneliness, ambition, validation, or impatience can make certain connections feel necessary. God is not shaming you for these needs, He is inviting you to bring them to Him first. Fulfillment found in God cannot be manipulated by people. Chosen one, you are not losing anything by obeying this warning. You are gaining protection, acceleration, and clarity. What God removes, He replaces with something pure. What He blocks, He does so with foresight. Trusting Him now prevents regret later.
Take a moment to reflect. What boundary is God asking you to strengthen? Where have you felt pressured to compromise peace for connection? Awareness is the first step toward freedom. Write it down if you need to. Pray over it. Do not rush resolution. Allow clarity to settle. If this message is helping you see more clearly, remain engaged. Share your reflections with those you trust and stay connected as we move forward. In the final part, we will focus on rising above this challenge, strengthening spiritual authority, and positioning yourself for the connections God has already prepared for you. Now that clarity has been restored, the final work is alignment. Discernment without action leaves doors partially open. God's warning reaches completion when you respond with decisive obedience. This is where many hesitate, not because they doubt God, but because separation can feel uncomfortable. Yet elevation always requires release. You are stepping into a phase where precision matters. Small compromises no longer remain small when purpose expands. Spiritual authority grows when you honor divine instruction quickly. Delay weakens resolve. Obedience strengthens confidence. When you act in alignment with God's guidance, something powerful happens internally. Fear loses its grip. Confusion dissolves. Peace returns as confirmation. This peace is not emotional relief, it is spiritual alignment settling into place. God is also teaching you to trust your spiritual maturity. You are no longer in a season where every lesson must come through pain. Wisdom allows you to avoid what once trapped you. Growth means you recognize danger early and choose differently. This is not withdrawal from people, it is advancement in discernment. You are learning to value your calling more than convenience. As you step away from what God has exposed, make room intentionally for what He is preparing. Healthy connections do not drain you, they strengthen you. They do not rush you, they respect your process. They do not compete with God's place in your life, they support it. Divine connections come with peace, mutual growth, and shared direction. You will recognize them not by intensity, but by consistency and respect. Use this season to deepen spiritual disciplines. Time spent in prayer refines perception. Worship realigns focus. Stillness sharpens hearing. The clearer your connection with God becomes, the less attractive distractions will appear. When your inner life is full, counterfeit connections lose appeal. This is also a moment to reaffirm your vision. Purpose acts as a filter. When you know where God is taking you, you become selective about who walks with you. Write your goals down, pray over them, commit them fully to God. Purpose clarifies priorities, and priorities protect destiny. Do not fear being misunderstood. Many will not understand boundaries that come from spiritual clarity. Their confusion is not your burden. God understands your obedience, and that is sufficient. He honors those who choose alignment over approval. Chosen one, this warning was never meant to produce fear, it was meant to produce strength. God intervened because your next level requires focus, peace, and protection. You are moving into a phase where distractions become costly. Divine awareness keeps you ahead, not anxious. As you move forward, remain attentive, not suspicious, but spiritually alert. Wisdom keeps watch without worry. Trust keeps you steady without fear. God is guiding your steps with intention. You are not alone in this process. If this message confirmed something you already sensed, take action today. Set the boundary, create the distance, choose peace. Obedience today becomes testimony tomorrow. If this message spoke to your spirit, support the work by sharing it with someone who needs clarity. Stay connected to the chosen star, where faith, discernment, and purpose meet. Together, we grow stronger, wiser, and more aligned with God's will. You are protected, you are guided, you are advancing. Remain obedient and watch how God continues to order your steps with precision and care.
Chosen one, pause for a moment. Before you rush ahead, before you analyze what is still missing, before you focus on what has not yet aligned, I want you to stop and acknowledge something powerful. You are still here. You are still standing. You are still breathing with purpose in your chest. That alone is reason enough to celebrate. Not because life has been easy, but because life did not succeed in breaking you. Many never expected you to last this long. Some quietly assumed you would give up, fade away, or become a shadow of who you once dreamed of being. Yet, here you are. Scarred in places, wiser in spirit, stronger in faith, and still moving forward. That is not coincidence. That is evidence. This message is for the one who endured seasons they rarely talk about. The one who smiled while carrying weight others could not see. The one who questioned God late at night, yet still woke up with a quiet determination to keep going. You may not have had applause while you were pushing through, but heaven was paying attention. Your survival alone tells a story that words cannot fully explain. Your life is speaking, even when your mouth is silent.
It is announcing that divine power works best in real people with real struggles and real faith. Celebration does not mean everything is perfect. It means you recognize grace at work. It means you understand that preservation is not random. The fact that you made it through moments that almost consumed you is proof that your life carries meaning beyond what you currently see. You were not spared by luck. You were kept for purpose. And when you begin to truly understand that, gratitude rises naturally. Not forced gratitude, not surface-level positivity, but deep, grounded appreciation that says, if I survived that, then God is not finished with me. So many chosen ones struggle with celebrating themselves because they confuse humility with silence. They think acknowledging progress means arrogance. But celebrating what God has done through you is not pride. It is recognition. It is agreement with truth. You are not claiming glory for yourself. You are honoring the one who carried you when you were exhausted, guided you when you were confused, and protected you when you were vulnerable. Celebration is not loud boasting. Sometimes it is quiet confidence. Sometimes it is peace where panic used to live. Sometimes it is the strength to keep believing even when results take time. If you're still listening, I invite you to stay present. Let this message settle into your spirit. If it resonates, show your agreement by engaging with it. Share it with someone who needs a reminder that survival itself has meaning. Subscribe if you are ready to keep growing together as part of this faith-driven community. This is not just content, it is alignment. Your journey has always been about more than you. God often uses ordinary lives to display extraordinary power. Not the flawless, not the loudest, not the most celebrated by the world, but the willing. The ones who kept trusting even when clarity was absent. The ones who learned obedience through pressure. The ones who stayed faithful without guarantees. You fit that description more than you realize. Every challenge you faced trained something within you. Patience, discernment, compassion, strength, depth. These qualities do not develop in comfort. They are formed in moments where faith is your only option. You may look back and see delays, losses, and disappointments, but heaven sees preparation. What felt like waiting was strengthening your foundation. What felt like rejection was redirection. What felt like silence was shaping your ability to listen. God was not ignoring you, He was building you. And now, the very areas where you once felt weak have become proof points of growth. That is why your life matters. That is why your story carries weight. You are walking evidence that God can work with imperfect people and still produce meaningful outcomes. The battles you survived were not meaningless. They did not arrive because you were failing. They showed up because you were becoming. Resistance often surrounds potential. Pressure often signals purpose. Many times, the intensity of opposition reflects the value of what is being formed within you. Yet through all of it, you remained. You adapted. You learned. You grew. Not overnight, but gradually, faithfully, consistently. That is strength. That is faith in action.
Some of you listening know exactly what I'm talking about. You faced moments where quitting seemed reasonable, moments where the burden felt unfair, moments where silence from others made the journey feel lonely. But something within you refused to give up. That inner resolve was not self-made, it was placed there. God guarded your life because your life is meant to point others toward hope. Your endurance is already encouraging people you may never meet. Your consistency is already restoring faith in those watching quietly from a distance. So celebrate, not with noise, but with understanding. Celebrate with gratitude. Celebrate with renewed commitment. Celebrate with peace. You are not who you used to be, and you are not done becoming who you are meant to be.
This is only the beginning of recognizing how much your life truly represents. Before we move forward, I want to ask you something. Have you ever paused to truly acknowledge how far you've come? Not how far you still want to go, but how much you've already survived. If that question stirred something in you, reflect on it. Share your thoughts in the comments. Your reflection may become encouragement for someone else who needs it. Chosen one, once you accept that your life itself is proof, a shift begins to take place inside you. You stop measuring yourself only by outcomes and start recognizing growth. You realize that endurance is not accidental. Strength did not appear by chance. Discernment was not randomly acquired. Everything you carry now was shaped through experiences that demanded more from you than you thought you could give. What once felt overwhelming quietly became training. What once brought tears now brings clarity. That transformation is not something to dismiss. It deserves recognition. Many people never reach this level of awareness because they rush past reflection. They move from one season to another without ever acknowledging what God carried them through. But you are being invited to pause, not to dwell on pain, but to recognize progress. Reflection builds confidence rooted in truth, not ego. It reminds you that if God sustained you through previous battles, future challenges will not disqualify you. They will only require a deeper trust. Your journey was never meant to look like everyone else's. Comparison steals clarity, and God intentionally separated your path so your faith could mature without distraction. While others were receiving immediate validation, you were developing character. While others were chasing visibility, you were learning obedience. While others relied on applause, you learned how to stand firm with quiet conviction. Those lessons were not delays, they were investments, and now they are beginning to show. There were seasons when you prayed for change, not realizing that the greatest change was happening within you. Your patience grew, your reactions softened, your discernment sharpened, your dependence shifted away from people and deeper into God. These inner changes matter more than external breakthroughs because they prepare you to sustain what is coming. Many people receive blessings they are not equipped to handle. You were trained before expansion. This is why celebration matters now. Not because everything is complete, but because alignment is happening. Celebration fuels faith. It strengthens hope. It reminds your spirit that progress is already unfolding. Gratitude has a way of clearing mental fog. When you honor what God has already done, your confidence to trust Him with what is next increases. Celebration is not denial of challenges. It is acknowledgement of faithfulness. You may not see the full picture yet, but clarity often arrives gradually. God reveals in stages, so dependence remains. If everything were shown at once, trust would be unnecessary. But step by step, your vision is sharpening, your priorities are shifting. What once felt urgent no longer controls you. What once tempted you now feels empty. This is growth, and growth is evidence that God is active in your life. Spiritual resistance did not come because you were weak. It came because you were progressing. Pressure often accompanies promotion. When you understand this, you stop internalizing attacks as personal failures. You begin to see them as confirmation that your life carries impact. Not everything that challenges you deserves your emotional energy. Some battles are distractions meant to drain focus. Discernment teaches you when to engage and when to stay grounded in peace. If this message is helping you see yourself differently, take a moment to engage with it. Like the video, share it with someone who needs encouragement. This channel exists to strengthen faith, not entertain fear. Your participation helps this message reach others who are searching for hope but may not know where to look. Chosen one, your story matters because it proves consistency outlasts pressure, faith outlasts doubt, obedience outlasts confusion. You did not become who you are by accident. Every time you chose to keep believing, even quietly, something was being reinforced within you. You may not have seen immediate rewards, but you are building a foundation that will support what is ahead. God often allows chosen ones to walk through refinement before elevation, not because he wants to withhold, but because he wants to protect. Expansion without maturity leads to collapse. You were spared that by being prepared first. The lessons you learned in hidden places are now becoming visible in how you move, speak, and decide. Others may not understand the depth you carry, but depth was never meant to be obvious. It is meant to be stable. As your confidence grows, remain anchored in humility. Confidence rooted in faith does not need to prove itself. It simply stands. You no longer feel compelled to explain your process to everyone. You no longer feel pressured to compete. You know who you are becoming, and that knowledge brings peace. This peace is not passive, it is powerful. It guards your heart and steadies your mind. Ask yourself honestly, what has God already brought you through that you once thought would defeat you? Sit with that answer. Let it strengthen you. Let it remind you that fear does not get the final say. History shows that you overcome. Your past victories are not just memories, they are reminders of capabilities strengthened by faith. You are not late. You are not behind. You are aligned. Timing in God's hands is never wasted. What felt slow was necessary. What felt hidden was protective. Now you are stepping into a phase where clarity increases and confidence stabilizes. Celebration at this stage is not premature. It is appropriate. It honors the process without rushing the outcome. Before we move into the final part, reflect on this question. What part of your journey have you overlooked that deserves gratitude? When you identify it, acknowledge it. Gratitude unlocks awareness, and awareness strengthens faith. Chosen one, this is the moment where everything you have learned becomes lived experience. Faith matures when it moves beyond words and settles into daily decisions. You are no longer operating from desperation or confusion. You are moving with intention. You may still face uncertainty, but it no longer defines you. You understand now that clarity does not always arrive before obedience. Often, obedience is what unlocks clarity. God's work in your life is not limited to what you can see. Even when progress feels quiet, alignment is happening. Doors are shifting. Opportunities are being repositioned. Your discernment is increasing, allowing you to recognize what belongs to you and what does not. You are learning to release what drains you without guilt and protect what strengthens you without apology. This is wisdom forming through experience. Purpose is not revealed all at once. It unfolds as you remain faithful with what is in front of you. Small acts of obedience build momentum. Daily discipline strengthens spiritual awareness. Consistency does what intensity cannot sustain. You no longer need to rush the process because you trust the one guiding it. That trust brings rest to your spirit and confidence to your steps. Celebration now becomes a posture, not just a reaction. You celebrate growth even while goals are still forming. You celebrate discipline even before results appear. You celebrate peace even when circumstances attempt to disturb it. This type of celebration is powerful because it is rooted in trust rather than outcomes. It keeps your heart steady and your focus clear. Your dreams were not placed in you randomly, they were entrusted to you. That means responsibility comes with them. Stewardship matters. You prepare for what you pray for. You align habits with vision. You take intentional steps even when they feel small. Movement activates faith. Action invites provision. Stillness, when led by God, strengthens discernment rather than delay. Resistance may still appear, but it no longer intimidates you. You understand now that opposition does not cancel calling, it often confirms it. You no longer interpret difficulty as failure, you interpret it as a signal to lean deeper into prayer, discipline, and trust. You have learned that spiritual strength is built in consistency, not in emotional highs. Chosen one, your life carries influence even when you are unaware of it. People observe how you respond to pressure. They notice how you remain steady without needing validation.
Your peace speaks louder than explanations ever could. Your growth encourages others to believe that transformation is possible for them too. This is impact. This is purpose in motion.
If you feel strengthened by this message, now is the time to engage. Support this channel by liking this video, sharing it with someone who needs encouragement, and subscribing to join a growing community focused on faith, purpose, and spiritual growth. Every interaction helps this message reach hearts that may be searching quietly. As you move forward, remain rooted in gratitude. Gratitude keeps your heart aligned and your perspective clear. It reminds you that progress is already happening even when the full picture is still forming. Gratitude strengthens trust. Trust sustains momentum. Momentum builds fulfillment. You are not required to have every answer. You are required to remain faithful. Direction becomes clearer with movement. Peace becomes stronger with trust. Confidence grows as you continue to choose alignment over anxiety. You are learning to rest without becoming passive and to move without becoming anxious. This balance is a sign of maturity. Chosen one, never underestimate what God can do through a willing heart. You do not need perfection, you need consistency. You do not need to control outcomes, you need to remain obedient. You do not need approval from everyone, you need clarity of purpose. Everything else will align in time. Your story is still unfolding. This is not the end, it is an expansion. What you carry now will support what is coming next. Stay grounded, stay focused, stay faithful. Celebrate who you are becoming, not just what you are receiving. You are living proof that growth is possible, healing is real, and purpose is attainable. Your journey matters, your obedience matters, your faith matters. Continue forward with confidence, knowing that what God has started in you will be sustained, strengthened, and completed. Chosen one, stand firm, walk boldly, celebrate faithfully. Your life speaks possibility.
Chosen one, let's be clear. God never leaves his people in confusion. When he wants you to hold on, he makes it known. The challenge is that his voice is often subtle, a whisper, a nudge, a recurring confirmation that refuses to let you go. One of the clearest signs is persistent conviction. You tried to move on, you've even told yourself, this is it, I'm done. Yet something inside won't let you. That's not obsession, and it's not weakness. It's the Spirit of God tugging at your heart, refusing to let you abandon what he's still shaping. Conviction is God's way of saying, stay in position. I'm not finished yet. This conviction often shows up in unexpected moments. You're going about your day, and suddenly, they're on your heart again. You try to distract yourself, but the thought lingers until you whisper a prayer for them. That's not random. It's assignment. It's God reminding you, you are their covering. Understand this. Conviction doesn't chain you. It commissions you. When heaven keeps pulling your spirit back towards someone, it's not to drain you. It's to keep you aligned with divine timing. Another undeniable sign is confirmation through multiple channels. When God wants you to stay, he rarely speaks just once. He'll echo the same message until it becomes impossible to ignore. Maybe you hear it in a sermon that feels like it was crafted just for you. Maybe a friend, unaware of your struggle, says something that directly addresses your situation. Or you stumble upon a word online that mirrors the very thoughts you've been battling. That's not chance, it's alignment. God confirms his will through repetition. He knows that doubt creeps in, so he strengthens your faith by surrounding you with reminders. It might not be a loud voice from heaven, but it's consistent enough to make you stop and say, this can't just be coincidence. Sometimes the confirmation even comes through the person you're assigned to. In moments when you've had enough, they may say or do something, however small, that reassures you there's still purpose in this connection. It might be an apology, a moment of vulnerability, or simply them reaching out. These glimpses are God's way of whispering, "Don't give up yet. I'm still working." When confirmations come from every angle, it's a sign that heaven is speaking. The question is, will you recognize it? Chosen one, here's a sign many overlook: peace that doesn't make sense. When God wants you to stay, He gives you an inner calm that stands in contrast to the storm around you. On the outside, the relationship might feel like it's hanging by a thread: arguments, distance, unanswered questions. Yet, on the inside, you sense an unexplainable stillness, as if your spirit knows something your mind can't grasp. This peace isn't denial. It's not you pretending things are okay when they aren't. It's the Spirit's way of anchoring you so that the waves don't sweep you away. It whispers, "Hold on. This season is not permanent." Peace in chaos is one of the most reliable markers of divine direction, because naturally your emotions would tell you to quit. Logic would tell you to cut your losses. Friends might even encourage you to walk away. But God places a holy calm in your heart that says, "Stay a little longer. I'm writing a bigger story." When your spirit feels settled even while circumstances are unsettled, that's heaven's fingerprint. Don't ignore it. Peace in chaos is not human, it's divine. And when it rests on you, it's a sign your assignment isn't over. Another sign, chosen one, is strength that doesn't match your capacity. If it were up to your own willpower, you would have walked away long ago. By now, you should be exhausted beyond repair. Yet somehow, you keep finding the grace to endure one more day, to pray one more prayer, to believe one more time. That is not natural. It's supernatural. God will often sustain you in ways that surprise even you. You'll realize that what once drained you now drives you closer to Him. The very situation that should have crushed you is the same one pushing you to your knees, sharpening your discernment, and stretching your faith. That resilience is not coming from within yourself. It's the evidence of God's hand holding you up. Sometimes you look back and wonder, how am I still standing? The answer is simple: because God still has you stationed there. He supplies strength where He still has purpose. The enemy wants you to think you're worn out for no reason, but the truth is, if you're still standing, it's because heaven is still backing you. When you have strength beyond your own ability, it's not coincidence, it's confirmation. That endurance is proof your assignment is not finished.
Finally, chosen one, a powerful sign God is calling you to stay is the sense of divine timing at work. Delays are frustrating, but in the kingdom, delay doesn't mean denial. Often, God asks you to wait because He's still preparing both you and the other person. You may feel ready right now, but maybe they are still being refined. Or perhaps God is shaping you, pruning impatience and building endurance for the weight of the blessing that's coming. Here's the truth. When God is orchestrating something significant, He doesn't rush it. Just as fruit takes time to ripen, relationships tied to destiny require process. The waiting itself is part of the assignment. It sharpens your faith, deepens your dependence on Him, and proves whether you truly trust His timing over your own. You'll know God is calling you to stay when, even in the waiting, your spirit keeps receiving small glimpses of hope. A word, a dream, a sign, something keeps reassuring you that the story isn't over. That's heaven saying, "Stay patient. What I'm aligning cannot be forced. Trust my timing." Chosen one, when you see conviction, confirmation, peace, supernatural strength, and divine timing, all together, understand this: you're not staying by accident, you're staying by assignment.
Chosen one, if you want to endure, your prayer life cannot be left to chance. Endurance isn't just built on sheer willpower. It's sustained by staying connected to the source of strength. That's why developing a prayer schedule is so critical. Consistency in prayer reminds your soul that you are not walking alone. Set specific times each day, even brief, where you pause to align with heaven. Morning prayers set the tone for your day. Midday prayers recalibrate your focus. And evening prayers anchor your heart before rest. Over time, this rhythm turns into a lifeline. Pair prayer with journaling, and you'll begin to see patterns of God's faithfulness unfold in your story. Write down what you prayed for, how you felt, and the whispers of encouragement you sensed. Later, when discouragement comes knocking, those journal pages will testify of answered prayers and remind you that silence never means abandonment. Prayer opens the conversation. Journaling records the journey. Together, they strengthen your endurance and train your spirit to recognize that even in the waiting, God is still moving. Chosen one, endurance doesn't just depend on what you let in from heaven. It also depends on what you keep out from the world. The heart is like fertile soil. Whatever is planted there grows. That's why boundaries are not walls of isolation, but shields of protection. To endure, you must guard your heart from influences that drain faith and weaken obedience. This could mean limiting conversations with people who constantly sow doubt, stepping back from environments that stir compromise, or even controlling the content you consume that leaves you spiritually dull. What you tolerate around you will eventually take root within you. Healthy boundaries also protect your emotional energy. You cannot pour endlessly into others while neglecting your own soul. Learn to say no when it threatens your peace, and yes when it cultivates strength. Choosing the right boundaries isn't selfish, it's stewardship of the calling God placed in you. When you establish these lines, you're not shutting people out, you're making space for the right voices and influences to flourish. Endurance requires focus, and focus requires protection. Guarding your heart ensures that what God plants in you isn't choked out by distractions, but grows strong, steady, and unshakable. Chosen one, no warrior endures alone. Endurance is strengthened when you walk with people who carry wisdom, discernment, and a proven history of faith. This is why seeking wise counsel is more than advice, it's a safeguard for your journey. There will be moments when your emotions cloud judgment, when fatigue whispers lies, or when pain tempts you to abandon the assignment. In those times, wise counsel acts as a compass. A trusted mentor, a spiritually mature friend, or even a seasoned intercessor can help you see clearly what weariness tries to distort. Wise counsel doesn't flatter, it challenges. It doesn't just agree with your feelings, it aligns you with truth. Many stumble because they isolate themselves, but those who endure lean on the collective strength of God's people. Even the strongest leaders sought counsel before making weighty decisions. Endurance also grows when you humble yourself enough to listen. You don't have to carry the full weight of discernment on your own shoulders. God often speaks through others to confirm direction, to correct gently, or to remind you of promises you've forgotten. The voices you allow into your life can either shorten or lengthen your endurance. Choose wisely, and you'll find strength where you once felt weakness.
Chosen one, endurance is impossible if your spirit is starving. Just as the body grows weak without nourishment, your inner man loses strength without consistent feeding. The key is to supply your spirit with what aligns you with God's presence. The Word is your daily bread. When you reflect on it consistently, it renews your perspective and trains you to think with heaven's wisdom rather than earthly fear. It doesn't just inform, it transforms, shaping your responses in seasons where giving up feels easier. Worship adds another layer of strength. When you lift your voice, even through tears, you shift the atmosphere of your heart. Worship isn't about music alone. It's about surrender. It repositions your soul from the weight of problems to the greatness of God, creating space for endurance to rise. Fill the quiet moments of your day with faith-filled content. Instead of voices of despair, let testimonies, sermons, and encouraging messages pour into you. This isn't escapism, it's equipping. The more you flood your spirit with life-giving words, the less room there is for discouragement to linger. What you feed grows. If you keep feeding your spirit with truth, worship, and encouragement, endurance will become second nature even in the hardest seasons. Chosen one, endurance isn't built by waiting for the giant breakthrough alone. It's strengthened by recognizing the smaller victories along the way. Every step of obedience, every day you choose to remain faithful, every moment you refuse to quit, is a win worth acknowledging. When you celebrate small wins, you train your heart to see progress instead of only focusing on what is unfinished. This perspective shift is vital because discouragement thrives when we overlook the daily evidence that God is moving. Gratitude for the little reminds your soul that you're not stagnant, you're advancing, even if it feels slow. Small wins might look like completing your prayer time despite exhaustion, choosing patience instead of frustration, or holding on to faith when doubt knocks loudly. When you honor these moments, you reinforce the truth that endurance is not one massive leap, it's a series of steady steps. Don't wait for the mountaintop to rejoice. Praise in the valley when you notice even the slightest fruit of perseverance. Over time, these celebrations create momentum. They become reminders that the same God who sustained you yesterday is carrying you today and will still be faithful tomorrow. Your endurance grows stronger when gratitude becomes your rhythm. Chosen one, what you speak over yourself shapes the atmosphere of your spirit. Words are not empty, they carry weight. When discouragement whispers defeat, you must answer with declarations of strength. Endurance grows when your tongue aligns with truth rather than feelings. Affirmations are not about pretending struggle doesn't exist, they are about proclaiming a greater reality over it. When you declare, "I am strengthened for this assignment," you are reminding your soul that God equips those He calls. When you say, "I will finish what I started," you are speaking in alignment with perseverance instead of surrendering to fatigue. Repeated words become internal beliefs. If you continually feed yourself affirmations rooted in truth, your mindset shifts from one of weakness to one of resilience. Every morning, speak life over yourself. Throughout the day, reinforce it. Before sleep, declare it again. The rhythm of your words will fuel the rhythm of your endurance. Negative self-talk is one of the quickest ways to drain spiritual stamina, but affirmations break that cycle. They build inner strength, focus, and resolve, turning what feels like an impossible weight into bearable steps. Chosen one, do not underestimate the power of your own voice. Speak strength daily, and endurance will rise within you.
Chosen one, endurance cannot remain a concept in your mind. It must be lived out daily until it becomes your natural rhythm. To help you grow stronger in obedience, here is a simple daily structure that will anchor your spirit and keep you aligned with God's strength. Begin each morning with a moment of stillness. Before the noise of the world crowds in, pause for a few minutes to breathe deeply, acknowledge God's presence, and let your heart become calm and focused. From this place of stillness, step into prayer. Speak openly to God. Thank Him for what He has done. Pour out the struggles weighing on you, and ask for the grace to endure. Afterward, take a few moments to journal. Writing your thoughts and impressions not only clears your heart, but also builds a record of God's faithfulness over time. Next, feed your spirit with the Word. Read slowly, choosing a portion that speaks to your season. Don't rush through it. Instead, reflect on how it applies to your life right now. Allow truth to sink deep until it moves from your mind into your heart. Follow this by lifting a song of worship. Even a few minutes of praise shifts your perspective from pressure to presence. Immediately after, declare affirmations of strength over your day. Words such as, "I am equipped," "I am chosen," "I will endure." These declarations reframe your inner dialogue and keep your focus steady. Throughout the day, guard your heart and practice obedience in small, intentional ways. When negativity or doubt tries to intrude, replace it with truth. Endurance isn't built in one giant act, but in repeated decisions of faith, patience, and trust. As the day closes, take time for evening reflection. Look back on where you stood firm and celebrate those small wins, no matter how ordinary they seem. Pray over the areas where you stumbled, and end with thanksgiving, anchoring your heart in hope for tomorrow. By walking through this rhythm consistently, you do more than survive the weight of trials. You grow stronger with each passing day. Endurance becomes less of a struggle and more of a lifestyle, shaping you into someone who will not only start faithfully, but also finish well. Chosen one, hear this warning clearly. Don't you dare give up on this person. The struggle you feel in holding on is not because your prayers are wasted, but because your endurance is carrying more weight than you realize. The person you're standing for may be directly tied to your own next level of destiny. Their breakthrough could unlock something in your own life that you've been waiting for. You see, God often links our calling to the people He assigns to us. When you remain faithful in standing for them, you are also being positioned for your next dimension. Walking away too soon doesn't just affect them, it could delay what God has prepared for you. That's why this season feels so pressing. It isn't random, it's divine. Think of it this way. Every seed carries a future harvest, but harvests take time to mature. Your waiting is not wasted time, it is sacred preparation. While you are interceding for someone else, God is shaping you. He is expanding your capacity to love beyond convenience, teaching you endurance beyond comfort, and molding your faith beyond sight. This process is not only about their transformation, it is about yours.
The psalmist once declared a confidence that he would see the goodness of God in the land of the living. That same assurance belongs to you. You will see fruit from this fight. You will see proof that your waiting wasn't in vain. The goodness of God will show up in your story, not just in eternity, but here, in this life. So, chosen one, don't misinterpret the weight you feel. It's not punishment, it's purpose. You're standing at the threshold of something bigger than both you and them. Hold your ground, because what's being built in this season will not collapse. Chosen one, the burden you feel for this person is not random. It's connected to where God is taking you. The very one you are praying for, standing for, and refusing to release may be directly tied to your next level. God often uses people as keys to unlock stages of our destiny. This is why the fight feels so intense, because the breakthrough you're waiting for in their life is also preparing a breakthrough in yours. While you intercede for them, heaven is shaping you. While you wrestle with the temptation to quit, God is teaching you to endure. While you wait for change in them, He is quietly changing you. This assignment is not only about their growth, it is also about your promotion.
David once declared that he would live long enough to see God's goodness manifest in his lifetime. That same assurance belongs to you. Your waiting is not wasted. Your endurance is not empty. What you're carrying is proof that God is aligning you with destiny. Hold fast, because this connection may be the very stepping stone into the level you've been praying for. Chosen one, it may feel as though you are carrying this weight for someone else, but God is also doing a deep work in you. Every tear shed in prayer, every late-night wrestle in your heart, every decision to keep standing instead of walking away, none of it is wasted. While you stand for them, heaven is shaping you. Patience is being stretched, compassion is being deepened, and your faith is being tested in ways that strengthen you for greater battles ahead. You are learning endurance that will serve you in future seasons where shortcuts won't work. You are being trained to trust God's timing, even when everything in you wants to rush the process. Think of it like preparing a foundation for a mighty structure. Builders know the deeper the foundation, the more weight it can hold. Right now, your prayers, obedience, and faithfulness are laying a foundation that will carry the weight of your future calling. God is not only shaping you into someone who can handle breakthrough, He's shaping you into someone who can sustain it. Chosen one of the hardest lessons in this journey is learning to wait with faith. Waiting doesn't mean sitting in despair. It means staying expectant, believing that the God who began this work will bring it to completion. The waiting season is not meant to drain you. It's meant to build a hopeful resilience that refuses to quit. Endurance is the mark of those who finish well. Each day you choose to keep standing, you are proving that your trust is not in fleeting emotions, but in the unshakable promises of God. Patience does not mean passivity. It means standing firm with confidence that timing is in His hands. Expectation is your fuel. Speak to yourself daily. I will see the goodness of the Lord in this situation. I will not faint because God is faithful. When you live with expectation, your heart stays alive, your prayers stay sharp, and your hope refuses to die. Chosen one, your endurance is a declaration of faith. Your patience is an act of worship. Your expectation is a magnet for miracles. Keep standing, because the bigger picture is unfolding even when you cannot yet see it.
Chosen one, the person you are carrying in prayer and perseverance is not an interruption to your destiny. They are part of it. This assignment is stretching you, refining you, and preparing you for the next stage of your calling. Their transformation is not just about them, it's also about who you are becoming in the process. While you stand, God is strengthening your faith. While you wait, He is building your endurance. While you wrestle, He is molding your heart to look more like His. This journey is not proof that you are forgotten, it's proof that you are chosen for a greater purpose. Hold on to patience as your weapon, endurance as your shield, and expectation as your fuel. You will not collapse in this season. You will live to see God's goodness in your life and in theirs. Stay faithful, because heaven is writing a story where your perseverance becomes the key to unlocking breakthrough for both of you. Chosen one, hear this clearly. Don't you dare give up. You've come too far to lay it all down now. Heaven is standing with you. Every prayer whispered, every tear cried, every step of obedience taken, it has been noticed by the one who called you. You are not fighting alone. The armies of heaven are backing you, and the very breath of God is sustaining you. This moment is not about how tired you feel, but about how faithful He is. The weight you carry is a sign that your assignment matters. The resistance you feel is proof that breakthrough is near. And the fact that you are even hearing this word today is heaven's way of reminding you, your fight is not in vain. Chosen one, strength is rising in you again. The Lord is breathing fresh courage into weary bones. The word over your life is not abandonment, it is victory. Lift your head, straighten your back, and know this: you are part of a battle that ends in triumph. Chosen one, God has not left you without assurance. He promised that He will never abandon those who trust Him, and that His strength is made perfect when you feel weak.
That means your exhaustion does not disqualify you. It invites His power to take over. Where you cannot carry yourself, He carries you. He also promised that His plans for you are good, filled with hope, and designed to give you a future. Even when the road feels long, your story is secure in His hands. No obstacle, no delay, no betrayal can cancel what He has already declared over your life. You can stand on this truth. The one who began this assignment with you will bring it to completion. Nothing about your current struggle is wasted. Every act of obedience, every moment of patience, every tear cried is being used by God to create something eternal. Chosen one, you may feel pressed, but you are not crushed. You may feel stretched, but you are not broken. God's promises remain unshaken, and those who cling to Him will never be disappointed. Chosen one, listen closely. You were never meant to quit halfway. The road may be steep, the weight may feel unbearable, and the silence from heaven may stretch longer than you expected. But this is not your finish line. This is your proving ground. God didn't choose you because you were perfect. He chose you because you're willing. Willing to stand when others fold. Willing to love when it's inconvenient. Willing to believe when everything around you says, let go. You're not just holding on to a person, you're holding on to a promise, and that promise is still alive. Heaven has not withdrawn its hand. The assignment is still active. The grace is still flowing. The oil on your life is still fresh. So rise, wipe your tears, square your shoulders. You were built for this. You were born for this, and you are not alone. God sees your endurance. He honors your prayers, and He's strengthening you right now, not just to survive, but to overcome. This is your moment to reclaim your courage, to reignite your faith, and to walk boldly in the authority He placed on your life. If this word stirred something in your spirit, don't let it fade. Let it take root. Let it shift your posture. Let it remind you that you are not just surviving, you are stepping into divine strength. You were never meant to carry this alone, and you don't have to. There's a community rising, people just like you, chosen and called, walking through fire with faith in their eyes and purpose in their hearts. So here's your next step. Speak it out loud. Declare it boldly. Drop a comment below. I won't give up. I'm chosen. Let that be your banner. Let it be your reminder when the nights get long and the prayers feel unanswered. Then, please share this message with someone who's on the edge, someone who needs to know that their assignment still matters. You never know whose destiny you'll reignite with one act of obedience. And finally, subscribe. Join this growing family of faith-filled warriors. We're not just watching videos, we're building strength, unlocking purpose, and walking in divine authority together. You're chosen, you're equipped, and you're not quitting.
This message is for you, especially if you have felt overlooked, dismissed, or quietly counted out. This is for the one who kept standing, even when strength felt thin. For the one who kept believing while others reached their conclusions too early. You may have sensed it already, deep within your spirit, a quiet assurance that your story was not finished, even when circumstances suggested otherwise. God is not confused about your journey. He has not lost track of your name, your prayers, or the tears you cried when no one else was paying attention. What people labeled as your ending was never an ending in God's sight. It was a season of concealment, preparation, and strengthening that could not be rushed. Many who are watching have lived through moments when support faded, doors closed, and voices grew quiet. Some even felt relief when you stumbled, as if your delay justified their doubt. They assumed your progress had reached its limit. They mistook silence for absence and delay for denial. Yet God often works most deeply when his work is least visible. While others were watching the surface, God was shaping your inner world. While opinions were forming, your faith was being fortified. While assumptions were spreading, endurance was taking root within you. This is why this season feels different. There is a weight to what is coming. Not a heavy weight that presses you down, but a sacred awareness that something is aligning. The pressure you survived did not weaken you, it refined you. The setbacks that tried to strip your confidence actually removed distractions, false dependencies, and misplaced trust. God allowed you to be misunderstood because clarity was forming inside you. He allowed you to be underestimated because strength was being built where pride could not survive. If this message resonates with your spirit, pause for a moment. Let yourself receive it fully. This is a good time to engage, to stay present, and to open your heart. Share this message with someone who may also need reassurance that God is not finished with them. Join this growing community if you feel called to walk this journey together, grounded in faith and purpose. What many fail to understand is that spiritual resistance often increases right before visible change. When progress seems stalled, when answers feel delayed, when effort appears unnoticed, it does not mean God has stepped away. It often means he is preparing a shift that cannot be reversed. Opposition tends to rise when destiny is approaching a turning point. The challenges you faced were not random, and the resistance was not accidental. Your calling carries weight, and anything with weight attracts pressure. There were seasons when your prayers felt unanswered, when waiting tested your patience, and when obedience felt costly. You kept moving forward without applause. You kept choosing integrity without recognition. You kept trusting God without reassurance. That kind of faith does not form overnight. It is built quietly, choice by choice, step by step, through obedience that only heaven records. What others could not see was the authority being formed within you. Some people only believe in potential when it looks impressive on the surface. God believes in purpose even when it is hidden beneath struggle. He allows certain seasons to strip away applause so that dependence rests fully on him. He allows misunderstanding so that character matures. None of this was wasted. Every season carried instruction, even the ones that felt empty. You may have questioned yourself at times. You may have wondered whether you missed your moment or misunderstood your calling. Those thoughts did not come because you lacked faith. They came because growth often involves wrestling with uncertainty. God does not shame you for those questions. He used them to deepen your trust. He allowed you to search your heart so that when elevation comes, it rests on conviction rather than comparison. What lies ahead will surprise those who assumed your journey was over. Not because you planned it, not because you defended yourself, and not because you proved anyone wrong through force. It will surprise them because God specializes in restoring what seemed beyond repair. He lifts in ways that reveal his hand clearly, leaving no confusion about the source. When he moves, it becomes evident that human opinion never had the final say. This is not about revenge or public validation. This is about redemption, alignment, and fulfillment. God's intention is not to embarrass others, but to reveal his faithfulness through your life. The transformation ahead will speak for itself. It will answer questions without explanation. It will correct assumptions without argument. It will confirm obedience, even when unseen, is never wasted.
You were not delayed because you lacked ability. You were preserved because timing matters. Some doors must open only when you are ready to walk through them without losing yourself. Some blessings require maturity to sustain. God guarded you from premature exposure because what is coming demands strength, clarity, and wisdom. The waiting protected you from becoming what you were never called to be. As you listen, reflect on where you have been and how far you have come. Reflect on the strength you did not know you had until life required it. Reflect on the faith that survived disappointment and the hope that remained even when evidence was scarce. These reflections matter.
They prepare your heart for what lies ahead. This message marks the beginning of a reminder, not a revelation you have never heard, but a confirmation of what your spirit already sensed. God is not finished. Your story is still unfolding. The chapter others thought was final was only a pause, not a conclusion. What follows will make it clear that God's timing carries purpose and His promises remain active even when they appear delayed. Stay with this message. There is more clarity ahead, more understanding, and more strength waiting to be released. What is coming next will help you see why the process unfolded the way it did and how to prepare your heart for what God is about to reveal. What many people never see is how God trains His chosen vessels in quiet places. Before visible lifting, there is inward alignment. Before recognition, there is refinement. You were not standing still during the waiting seasons. You were being strengthened in ways applause could never accomplish. God was teaching you discernment, sharpening your spiritual awareness, and anchoring your confidence in truth rather than validation. This is why the next phase of your life will feel grounded, not rushed. You were no longer chasing approval. You were walking with clarity. There were relationships that faded, not because you failed, but because they could not journey where you were being led. There were opportunities that dissolved, not because you were unqualified, but because they would have limited your future reach. God removed what felt familiar so that what is necessary could emerge. This kind of separation can feel painful, yet it is deeply intentional. When God prepares to elevate someone, He often simplifies their environment so distractions do not compete with purpose. Spiritual resistance does not appear without reason. When pressure increased, when confusion tried to settle in, and when fatigue whispered that you should stop trying, those moments were not signs of defeat. They were indicators of proximity. The closer you moved toward alignment, the louder resistance became. This is not because you are weak, but because your assignment carries weight. Darkness reacts when light is about to be revealed. What you endured strengthened your ability to stand firm without needing to explain yourself. You learned to remain steady when opinions shifted. You learned to keep your heart guarded without becoming hardened. You learned to listen closely to God's guidance rather than reacting emotionally to every voice. This is maturity. This is preparation. This is the kind of growth that supports long-term impact rather than short-term excitement. There were moments when obedience required silence, moments when defending yourself would have felt justified, yet restraint preserved your peace. God was teaching you that not every battle deserves your energy. Some outcomes are secured through trust rather than reaction. When you chose restraint, you were not losing ground, you were gaining authority. Silence became your strength. Stillness became your strategy. Now the same people who assumed you had reached your limit will struggle to understand the shift. They will see movement where they expected stagnation. They will notice confidence where they once expected hesitation. This change will not be loud, yet it will be undeniable. It will not rely on explanation. It will stand on evidence. God's work does not require promotion when it is rooted in truth. Take a moment to reflect. How has your perspective changed compared to who you were before the struggle? How has your faith deepened? How has your understanding matured? These are not small changes. They are indicators that you are ready for what is next. Growth is not always measured by what you gain, but by what no longer controls you. This is a good point to engage your heart and your voice. What has the waiting season taught you? What strength did you discover that surprised you? Share your reflection, not for attention, but as a testament that perseverance produces clarity. Someone else may need to hear that they are not alone in their process. God's way of restoring often exceeds expectations. He does not merely return what was lost, He brings increase that carries purpose. What is coming will not simply replace what you thought you needed, it will align you with what you were always meant to steward. That alignment is what makes this shift lasting. You are not stepping into something fragile, you are stepping into something established. Your preparation involved learning when to move and when to wait. It involved trusting guidance even when the path ahead felt unclear. It involved letting go of timelines you once held tightly. In doing so, you developed patience that strengthens faith rather than weakening it. Patience is not passive, it is active trust exercised daily. Now, God is repositioning you internally and externally. Your thoughts are aligning with hope again. Your vision feels clearer. Your desire to move with purpose is returning. This is not accidental. It is the natural result of endurance meeting divine timing. What once felt delayed now feels aligned. What once felt heavy now feels purposeful. The elevation ahead will not feel overwhelming because you have been equipped for it. The responsibility will not intimidate you because you have already carried unseen burdens with grace. The opportunities will not distract you because your priorities have been refined. God does not elevate without equipping, and He does not reveal without readiness. As this message continues, remain open. There is still more to uncover about how to walk forward wisely, how to protect what is coming, and how to remain grounded as God's work becomes visible. What lies ahead is not only about restoration, but about sustainability. You are stepping into a season that requires clarity, humility, and continued dependence on God. Stay present, stay receptive. The final part will help anchor this shift and guide your heart into what comes next. What God is releasing next will not require you to convince anyone. It will speak for itself. When divine timing meets preparation, results become undeniable. The same season that once demanded endurance will now release momentum. You will notice doors opening with less strain. Conversations will carry clarity. Decisions will come with peace rather than pressure. This is how alignment feels when God leads the way. The shift will also reveal who is meant to remain connected to you. Some people will celebrate your growth sincerely, while others may grow distant. Let that be. Elevation exposes intentions without confrontation. You do not need to announce boundaries. They will form naturally as your life moves forward with purpose. God protects what He promotes, and He also preserves your heart by filtering access. What makes this season powerful is not visibility, but stability. You are no longer building on desperation or urgency. You are building on wisdom, obedience, and trust. This foundation allows you to carry increase without losing balance. It allows you to receive blessings without fear of losing yourself. You are not returning to who you were before the challenge. You are stepping forward as someone refined. You may notice that your prayers sound different now. They are less frantic and more intentional. You are not asking God to prove Himself. You are partnering with Him in confidence. This maturity is evidence of growth. It shows that faith has moved from survival into stewardship. What you receive next will require care, humility, and continued listening. Do not rush this phase. Momentum does not mean haste. Speed does not replace discernment. Continue to pause, reflect, and seek guidance before major decisions. God's direction keeps progress clean and sustainable. When you move with Him, effort does not feel draining. It feels purposeful.
Your testimony will not only silence doubt, it will strengthen others who are still walking through uncertainty. Some will see themselves in your journey and realize that perseverance is worth it. This is why integrity matters now more than ever. How you carry success will speak as loudly as how you endured hardship. Remain grounded. Remain grateful. Remain teachable. Take time to acknowledge how far you have come. Gratitude sharpens awareness and keeps pride from taking root. When you remember where you started, you honor the process that shaped you. Gratitude also keeps your spirit open to continued growth. What God has begun is not ending here, it is expanding. If this message resonates with you, take a moment to engage. Reflect on what part of your journey required the most faith. What lesson strengthened you the most?
Sharing your insight may encourage someone who feels unseen in their own process. This community grows through shared truth and collective hope. As you move forward, continue nurturing your connection with God. Make space for quiet reflection. Protect your peace. Choose obedience even when it requires patience. What you are stepping into is not temporary, it is designed to last. Consistency will preserve what excitement cannot. You were never finished. You were never forgotten. You were never behind. You were being prepared in ways that would one day make sense. The shock will not come from noise, but from transformation. People will notice the strength in your presence, the clarity in your words, and the confidence in your decisions. This is the fruit of endurance meeting divine favor. Before we close, let this be a reminder. Your journey is still unfolding. Stay connected. Stay encouraged. If this message has strengthened your faith, support its reach by sharing it with someone who needs hope. Join this growing community by subscribing and remain part of a space where purpose, faith, and perseverance are nurtured. You are stepping forward with wisdom, not fear, with confidence, not comparison, with faith, not doubt. What God is revealing through your life will speak louder than assumptions ever could. Walk forward steadily. Your story is still unfolding, and what comes next will reflect the faith that carried you here.
Will speak for itself.
Chosen one, pause for a moment. Not later, not after this video ends. Right now. There are moments when heaven interrupts the ordinary flow of life with a word that changes direction, and this is one of those moments. You didn't arrive here by chance, and you're not listening by accident. From this moment forward, something is shifting in how you move, how you decide, and how you give your energy. God is narrowing your focus, not to restrict you, but to release you. There is a clear assignment being placed in front of you, and it is no longer optional to treat it casually. For a long time, you have been carrying too much, not because you are weak, but because you have been willing. You've tried to manage responsibilities, expectations, and pressures that were never meant to sit on your shoulders all at once. Somewhere along the way, purpose became crowded by noise. You stayed faithful, but scattered. You stayed busy, but stretched thin. You stayed hopeful, but tired. And now God is saying, enough. Not enough as a rebuke, but enough as mercy. From this point forward, there is one primary assignment that deserves your best attention, your clearest obedience, and your deepest trust. If this message already feels personal, take a second and acknowledge it. Let this be a moment of agreement. Stay with me until the end, because clarity doesn't arrive all at once. It unfolds layer by layer. If you feel this word stirring your spirit, support the message by engaging with it. Your participation helps this reach others who are standing at the same crossroads. The greatest struggle many believers face is not a lack of faith, it is divided focus. When attention is pulled in too many directions, even good intentions become heavy. You can be doing meaningful things and still miss the one thing God asked you to prioritize. This is where frustration is born. This is where exhaustion settles in, not because the assignment is too hard, but because it has been buried under everything else. Distraction rarely announces itself as harmful. It often arrives disguised as responsibility, opportunity, or urgency. It sounds reasonable. It feels necessary. It even looks productive. Yet slowly it drains clarity. It dilutes passion. It keeps progress shallow instead of deep. You start many things, but finish few. You feel movement, but lack fulfillment. And over time, confusion replaces peace. God is not the author of confusion. When clarity fades, it is not because he stopped speaking, but because too many other voices were given permission to compete. There is a difference between being available and being assigned. Not every request deserves your yes. Not every opportunity aligns with your calling. Not every door is meant to be walked through, even if it is open. When God gives a primary assignment, he expects it to be honored above all others. This does not mean neglecting responsibilities. It means recognizing priority. When priority is restored, everything else begins to fall into place with less strain.
Many people feel worn down because they are trying to excel in areas God never asked them to master. You may be gifted in many things, but you are assigned to one main work in this season. That work carries weight. It carries purpose. It carries impact. And it requires your focus. God simplifies before He strengthens. He reduces before He multiplies. He clears the path before He accelerates the pace. Ask yourself honestly, what keeps pulling your attention away from what you know matters most? What drains your energy without producing growth? What fills your schedule but leaves your spirit empty? These questions are not meant to create guilt, they are meant to restore alignment. When alignment is restored, peace follows. When peace returns, strength rises. Focus is not merely a discipline of the mind, it is an act of faith. It requires trust to believe that God can handle what you release. It takes courage to step away from what feels urgent, to commit fully to what is essential. Yet every person who fulfilled their purpose had to make that decision. They had to let go of distractions to give themselves fully to what they were called to complete. This is why this moment matters. God is not calling you to do more. He is calling you to do what He assigned with intention and consistency. You don't need a new identity. You need renewed direction. You don't need more options. You need clear obedience. When focus returns, momentum follows.
If you're still listening, that's not by accident. It means something in you recognizes the truth of this word. Take a moment and reflect. You may even want to share in the comments what has been competing for your attention lately. Naming it is often the first step toward releasing it. In the next part, we will go deeper into why clarity often attracts resistance and why guarding your focus is one of the most important spiritual decisions you can make in this season. Stay with me. What God is revealing is meant to prepare you, not pressure you. As clarity begins to rise, resistance often follows. This is not coincidence. When your direction becomes sharper, opposition pays attention. The reason focus matters so deeply is because it threatens anything that benefits from keeping you scattered. Confusion keeps people passive. Busyness keeps them distracted. Clarity makes movement unavoidable. Once you understand what you are called to do, excuses lose their power, delays lose their comfort, and compromise becomes harder to justify. This is why guarding your focus is spiritual work. It is not simply about time management or productivity. It is about authority. When attention is divided, authority weakens. When purpose is clear, strength consolidates. Many people believe spiritual opposition only shows up as obvious temptation or hardship, but more often it appears as constant interruption, endless demands, unnecessary urgency, a flood of good things competing with the one thing that matters most. You have likely experienced moments where you felt pulled in multiple directions at once. Each pull felt reasonable. Each demand seemed valid. Yet the more you tried to satisfy everything, the more drained you felt. That exhaustion was not proof of laziness or failure. It was evidence that your energy was being misdirected. The enemy does not need to stop your calling if it can delay it through distraction. Focus is dangerous to opposition because it creates consistency. Consistency builds momentum. Momentum produces fruit. That is why there is pressure to stay busy instead of effective, active instead of aligned, involved instead of intentional. When everything feels important, nothing receives excellence. God never called you to carry everything. He called you to steward what He assigned. When your purpose becomes clear, you may notice subtle shifts around you. Some people may question your boundaries. Others may misunderstand your decisions. Opportunities that once excited you may suddenly feel heavy. This does not mean you are doing something wrong. It often means you are doing something right. Alignment requires adjustment. Adjustment requires courage. There is a maturity that comes with choosing one primary assignment and honoring it fully. It requires saying no without explanation. It requires trusting God with outcomes you cannot control. It requires releasing the need to be everywhere,
needed by everyone, or validated constantly. The moment you stop trying to prove yourself, you create space to fulfill yourself. This is where identity becomes essential. If you do not know who you are, you will say yes to things that drain you just to feel valuable. If you are unsure of your calling, you will chase affirmation instead of assignment. God is not asking you to impress people. He is asking you to obey Him. Obedience may not always be visible, but it is always powerful. There is also grief involved in focus. Few people talk about this part. Letting go of secondary pursuits can feel like loss. You may mourn paths you thought you would walk. You may wrestle with the fear of missing out. You may feel discomfort as familiar patterns fade. This is normal. Growth always involves release. God does not remove things to punish you. He removes them to prepare you. When you accept that you cannot do everything, peace begins to replace pressure. When you accept that your worth is not tied to constant output, rest becomes possible. When you accept that God's approval matters more than public recognition, confidence stabilizes. Focus brings simplicity. Simplicity brings strength. You were never meant to live overwhelmed. Overwhelm is often a sign that boundaries are missing or priorities are blurred. God's direction brings clarity, not chaos. His assignments bring fulfillment, not depletion. When you align with what He is emphasizing in this season, you will notice a shift in your inner world before anything changes outwardly. Ask yourself gently, what am I holding on to that God has not asked me to carry? What am I afraid will fall apart if I stop managing it? These questions are not meant to produce fear. They are meant to expose misplaced responsibility. God does not need your exhaustion to accomplish His will. He needs your obedience.
This is also where trust deepens. Focus requires faith because it means believing that God will handle what you release. It means trusting that what is meant for you will remain, even when you stop chasing everything. It means believing that provision follows alignment, not anxiety. Many people stay distracted because distraction feels safer than surrender. Yet surrender is where clarity lives. If you feel resistance rising as you listen, pay attention. Resistance often highlights areas where growth is happening. This is not about perfection, it is about direction. Even small steps toward alignment create momentum. Even imperfect obedience carries power when the heart is willing. You may want to pause here and reflect. Is there something God has been repeatedly drawing your attention toward? A work, a calling, a responsibility that keeps returning to your heart despite distractions? That persistence is not accidental. God is patient, but He is also intentional. When He repeats something, it is because it matters. In the final part, we will move into practical activation. You will learn how to walk out your primary assignment with clarity, discipline, and confidence without burning out or losing balance. Stay with me. What comes next is meant to equip you, not overwhelm you. Now that the noise has been exposed and clarity has begun to take shape, the question becomes simple but weighty. How do you walk this out without drifting back into old patterns? A primary assignment is not sustained by inspiration alone. It is protected through intention. God reveals direction, but you steward it daily. This is where faith becomes practical, where belief moves beyond agreement and enters action. The first step is stillness. Not isolation from responsibility, but intentional quiet where your spirit can hear without interference. When life is loud, direction feels distant. When you slow down, clarity rises. You do not need hours of complexity, you need moments of honesty. Ask God plainly what He is emphasizing in this season. Not everything He has for you in your lifetime, but what He is asking of you now. Write what comes. Patterns will emerge. Confirmation will follow peace, not pressure. Once clarity is present, evaluation becomes necessary. Look at how your time, energy, and focus are currently spent. This is not about judgment, it is about alignment. Some activities may be good, but no longer necessary. Some commitments may be meaningful, but misaligned.
Releasing them does not make you irresponsible, it makes you obedient. When you say no to what is not assigned, you make room to say yes with excellence where it matters most. Discipline is not restriction, it is protection. When your primary assignment is clear, structure supports it. Set rhythms that reinforce focus rather than compete with it. Begin your days grounded rather than reactive. Guard the first moments of your attention. What you feed first often determines what grows strongest. Consistency in small habits builds stability over time. There will be days when motivation fades. This is where commitment carries you. Purpose is not sustained by emotion, it is sustained by faithfulness. Showing up repeatedly, even when results are not immediate, builds endurance. Growth often happens quietly before it becomes visible. Trust the process. God is not rushed, and He is not careless with your calling. Accountability also matters. You were not meant to walk this alone. Choose one person who is spiritually grounded and trustworthy. Share your focus with them, not for approval, but for reinforcement. Accountability is not about control, it is about clarity. When someone else knows your direction, it becomes harder to drift unnoticed. Guard your inner life as carefully as your schedule. Comparison is one of the fastest ways to lose focus. What God assigns to others is not your responsibility. Their pace is not your measure. Their outcomes are not your validation. Stay faithful to what you have been given. Alignment produces fulfillment that comparison never can. Provision follows obedience. When you prioritize what God emphasizes, support arrives in unexpected ways. Resources align, strength renews. Opportunities that match your assignment begin to surface. This does not mean the path will be effortless, it means it will be purposeful. Difficulty with direction is different from difficulty without it. One builds character, the other drains it. You may still face moments of doubt. That does not disqualify you. Doubt is often a signal that you are stepping into unfamiliar territory. Faith grows when you move forward despite uncertainty. Confidence develops through obedience, not before it. Each step taken in alignment reinforces the next. As you walk this out, remember that your assignment is not just about achievement, it is about impact. God's work through you is meant to bless others, not inflate ego. Stay humble, stay teachable, stay grateful. Gratitude keeps the heart aligned and the spirit light. It reminds you that calling is a gift, not a burden. If you are listening and feel a quiet resolve forming within you, honor it. That resolve is strength. That clarity is a gift. Do not rush past it. Let it settle. Let it guide your next decision. You do not need to explain your focus to everyone. Some assignments are protected through discretion. As we close, take a moment to acknowledge what God is asking of you in this season. You may already know it. You may still be discerning it. Either way, trust that He is faithful to guide those who are willing to listen. From this moment forward, your focus is shifting. Your priorities are aligning. Your direction is becoming clear. If this message has confirmed something in you, declare it. You can write "assignment accepted" as a sign of agreement and commitment. If this word strengthened you, support the channel by liking the video and subscribing to the Chosen Star. Share this message with someone who needs clarity and direction in their own walk. You are not late. You are not behind. You are being aligned. Walk forward with confidence, knowing that when God assigns, He also empowers. Stay focused. Stay faithful. Your obedience is opening the door to everything that comes next. Beloved Chosen One, this message is not arriving by chance. If the last 3 months left you questioning yourself, your strength, or even your direction, hear this clearly. Nothing was wasted, and nothing escaped divine awareness. What you experienced was not disorder, delay, or confusion without purpose. It was examination in plain clothing. Heaven was paying close attention even while you felt unseen. The pressure you endured was not meant to crush you, but to reveal what had already been built inside you. Many people fold when comfort is removed. You did not.
That alone speaks volumes. For a season, life placed you in situations that tested your reactions more than your resources. Finances stretched thin, relationships grew tense, answers felt slow, and doors appeared silent. To the natural eye, it felt like stagnation. To God, it was confirmation. Throughout history, those selected for greater responsibility were first observed in environments that offered no applause. Joseph was not elevated because he dreamed, he was elevated because he remained faithful while forgotten. Long before influence arrived, he was monitored in isolation, treated unfairly, and entrusted with responsibility that carried no reward. Heaven saw consistency before the world ever saw authority. What you called an ordinary season was actually sacred ground. God often hides his assessments inside everyday struggles, so pride cannot interfere. When evaluation is public, people perform. When it is private, character speaks honestly. Over these past months, your responses were weighed. How you spoke when disappointed, how you treated others when unsupported, how you handled silence without losing reverence. These were not small details, they were the very markers of readiness. History confirms this pattern repeatedly. David was anointed privately while still tending sheep, long before any crown appeared. His battles with animals in obscurity prepared him for public victories later. The battlefield was not his first test, it was his stage after passing unseen ones. In the same way, what you faced recently prepared muscles that celebration alone could never strengthen. You learned restraint when retaliation felt justified. You chose integrity when compromise looked easier. You remained prayerful when quitting would have made sense to many. Spiritual opposition often disguises itself as frustration, delay, or misunderstanding. That is why discernment grows best under pressure. The enemy attempts distraction during testing seasons because success would mean authority later. Yet you stayed grounded. You did not abandon your values, you did not harden your heart. Even when weary, you kept your inner posture aligned with trust. That is why this message reaches you now. Completion has been reached. Many people assume divine testing arrives loudly, but most of it arrives quietly. It shows up when no one is watching and when no recognition is given. It shows up when kindness is inconvenient and faith feels stretched thin. Moses endured decades in obscurity after leaving royal privilege. Those years shaped humility, patience, and leadership before he was ever trusted with deliverance. God watches how his people steward waiting. You proved that waiting did not make you careless, it refined you. The past 3 months examined stewardship as well. How you managed limited resources, how you responded to closed doors, how you maintained discipline without immediate reward. These assessments matter because promotion without maturity creates collapse. God does not rush those he intends to sustain. Passing tests is less about speed and more about stability. You demonstrated emotional control, spiritual awareness, and teachability. Those qualities cannot be manufactured quickly. What looked like opposition was permission for growth. Each challenge sharpened perception. Each delay strengthened endurance. Each uncomfortable conversation trained discernment. You were not being punished, you were being prepared. Heaven does not entrust influence to those who crumble under inconvenience. You proved that inconvenience would not break your alignment. That alone separates you. Take a moment to reflect honestly. There were opportunities to react poorly. There were moments when discouragement tried to take root. Yet you chose restraint. You chose faith over fear. You chose growth over resentment. These choices did not go unnoticed. Even when you felt unheard, every response was recorded. Heaven honors consistency more than intensity. If this message resonates deeply, it is because your spirit recognizes truth. You were not delayed, you were measured. You were not forgotten, you were observed. Preparation often feels uncomfortable because it removes false supports. When those supports disappear, what remains reveals readiness. You remained steady.
That is why elevation can be trusted to arrive without destroying you. Before moving forward, pause and acknowledge what you survived without losing your character. Consider how much stronger your inner life has become. If you sense that something recently lifted or shifted, that awareness itself confirms completion. Feel free to engage by sharing what challenged you most during this season. Your testimony may strengthen someone else who is still walking through theirs. This is only the beginning of the revelation. In the next part, you will understand exactly what you passed, why it mattered so much, and how it qualifies you for what comes next. What you passed was not a single test, it was a sequence. God often layers evaluation because destiny requires balance, not just strength in one area. Over these past months, you were tested in patience, discernment, obedience, emotional maturity, and trust. Each situation looked ordinary on the surface, yet each carried weight in the spiritual realm. You were watched most closely when no one affirmed you and when results seemed delayed. That is always where real qualification happens. One of the clearest assessments was how you handled disappointment. Disappointment reveals where hope truly rests. Many people place their confidence in timing, people, or outcomes. When those fail, frustration rises quickly. You chose a different response. You felt the weight, yes, but you did not abandon faith. That restraint matters deeply. Abraham waited many years for fulfillment of a promise that seemed impossible. During that wait, he learned to trust the one who spoke rather than the calendar. That same lesson was forming in you. Heaven values those who remain anchored when expectations are stretched. Another test involved how you treated people who misunderstood you. Growth seasons often include misjudgment because clarity has not yet arrived. Joseph experienced this repeatedly, not only from strangers, but from those closest to him. He was spoken against, overlooked, and treated unfairly, yet his spirit did not become bitter. That is the difference between those who are delayed and those who are prepared. You guarded your heart. You refused to become hardened. That response protects future influence because unresolved resentment poisons leadership. You were also tested in obedience when instructions felt inconvenient. Obedience is easy when it benefits us immediately. True obedience appears when it costs comfort. Noah followed divine direction long before anyone understood what he was doing. For years, his actions made little sense to observers, yet consistency saved generations. In your own way, you followed inner guidance even when it was uncomfortable. You chose discipline over ease. You chose alignment over approval. Those decisions may have felt unnoticed, but they were not insignificant. There was also a test of silence. Silence reveals whether faith is rooted in results or relationship. When answers do not come quickly, many assume absence. In reality, silence often deepens trust. Hannah endured long seasons of waiting, misunderstood by others, yet she remained faithful. Her perseverance gave birth to legacy. Your season demanded similar endurance. You continued praying even when progress felt slow. You continued believing even when evidence was limited. That posture demonstrated maturity. Another layer of testing involved stewardship, not just of finances, but of time, energy, and focus. How you manage small responsibilities determines readiness for greater ones. David was trusted with sheep long before he was trusted with people. That work shaped his attentiveness and courage. In your own life, responsibilities may have felt repetitive or unrewarding. Still, you remained diligent. You did not become careless. That faithfulness signals readiness for increase. There was also a subtle test of humility. Growth can easily inflate ego if not guarded. God watches how his people respond to potential. You remained teachable. You listened more than you spoke. You were willing to learn, adjust, and reflect. That posture keeps elevation safe. Pride causes collapse. Humility sustains momentum. Your willingness to stay grounded protected your future. Spiritual opposition often increases during testing seasons because advancement threatens darkness. Distractions, doubt, and discouragement attempt to derail focus, yet you stayed centered.
You recognized when to step back, when to pray, and when to move forward carefully. That discernment does not appear overnight. It develops through experience. You gained wisdom that will serve you long after this season ends. Ask yourself honestly, are you the same person you were 3 months ago? Likely not. You think differently now. You respond differently. You see patterns more clearly. That is growth. God rarely announces completion loudly. He confirms it inwardly. If peace has replaced anxiety and clarity has replaced confusion, those are signs of transition.
This part of the journey was necessary because what lies ahead requires stability. Influence magnifies both strengths and weaknesses. God protects his chosen by refining them early. What felt heavy was actually mercy. What felt slow was precision. You were not being withheld from blessing, you were being aligned for sustainability. Now is the moment to reflect and give thanks. Acknowledge how far you've come. Consider the areas where you resisted negative reactions and chose faith instead. That awareness strengthens confidence for what comes next. Feel free to engage by sharing which test challenged you the most. Someone else may need your honesty to stay encouraged. In the final part, you will discover what passing these tests unlocks, how to position yourself for what follows, and how to move forward without losing what you've gained. What you passed was not a single test, it was a sequence. God often layers evaluation because destiny requires balance, not just strength in one area. Over these past months, you were tested in patience, discernment, obedience, emotional maturity, and trust. Each situation looked ordinary on the surface, yet each carried weight in the spiritual realm. You were watched most closely when no one affirmed you and when results seemed delayed. That is always where real qualification happens. One of the clearest assessments was how you handled disappointment. Disappointment reveals where hope truly rests. Many people place their confidence in timing, people, or outcomes. When those fail, frustration rises quickly. You chose a different response. You felt the weight, yes, but you did not abandon faith. That restraint matters deeply. Abraham waited many years for fulfillment of a promise that seemed impossible. During that wait, he learned to trust the one who spoke, rather than the calendar. That same lesson was forming in you. Heaven values those who remain anchored when expectations are stretched. Another test involved how you treated people who misunderstood you. Growth seasons often include misjudgment because clarity has not yet arrived. Joseph experienced this repeatedly, not only from strangers, but from those closest to him. He was spoken against, overlooked, and treated unfairly. Yet his spirit did not become bitter. That is the difference between those who are delayed and those who are prepared. You guarded your heart. You refused to become hardened. That response protects future influence because unresolved resentment poisons leadership. You were also tested in obedience when instructions felt inconvenient. Obedience is easy when it benefits us immediately. True obedience appears when it costs comfort. Noah followed divine direction long before anyone understood what he was doing. For years, his actions made little sense to observers. Yet, consistency saved generations. In your own way, you followed inner guidance even when it was uncomfortable. You chose discipline over ease. You chose alignment over approval. Those decisions may have felt unnoticed, but they were not insignificant. There was also a test of silence. Silence reveals whether faith is rooted in results or relationship. When answers do not come quickly, many assume absence. In reality, silence often deepens trust. Hannah endured long seasons of waiting, misunderstood by others, yet she remained faithful. Her perseverance gave birth to legacy. Your season demanded similar endurance. You continued praying even when progress felt slow. You continued believing even when evidence was limited. That posture demonstrated maturity. Another layer of testing involved stewardship, not just of finances, but of time, energy, and focus.
How you manage small responsibilities determines readiness for greater ones. David was trusted with sheep long before he was trusted with people. That work shaped his attentiveness and courage. In your own life, responsibilities may have felt repetitive or unrewarding. Still, you remained diligent. You did not become careless. That faithfulness signals readiness for increase. There was also a subtle test of humility. Growth can easily inflate ego if not guarded. God watches how his people respond to potential. You remained teachable. You listened more than you spoke. You were willing to learn, adjust, and reflect. That posture keeps elevation safe. Pride causes collapse. Humility sustains momentum. Your willingness to stay grounded protected your future. Spiritual opposition often increases during testing seasons because advancement threatens darkness. Distractions, doubt, and discouragement attempt to derail focus. Yet you stayed centered. You recognized when to step back, when to pray, and when to move forward carefully. That discernment does not appear overnight. It develops through experience. You gained wisdom that will serve you long after this season ends. Ask yourself honestly, are you the same person you were 3 months ago? Likely not. You think differently now. You respond differently. You see patterns more clearly. That is growth. God rarely announces completion loudly. He confirms it inwardly. If peace has replaced anxiety and clarity has replaced confusion, those are signs of transition. This part of the journey was necessary because what lies ahead requires stability. Influence magnifies both strengths and weaknesses. God protects his chosen by refining them early. What felt heavy was actually mercy. What felt slow was precision. You were not being withheld from blessing. You were being aligned for sustainability. Now is the moment to reflect and give thanks. Acknowledge how far you've come. Consider the areas where you resisted negative reactions and chose faith instead. That awareness strengthens confidence for what comes next. Feel free to engage by sharing which test challenged you the most. Someone else may need your honesty to stay encouraged. In the final part, you will discover what passing these tests unlocks, how to position yourself for what follows, and how to move forward without losing what you've gained.
Beloved chosen one, before you go deeper into this message, take a moment to settle your heart. You didn't stumble into this word by chance. You were guided here because God is preparing you, strengthening you, and opening your eyes to spiritual realities many never perceive. As you listen, I want you to stay connected, stay focused, and stay expectant. If you haven't already, reflect on how God has carried you through every season of your life and consider subscribing so you never miss messages designed to uplift your spirit and awaken your divine identity. Today, you will discover the 7 mighty angels God assigned to support, defend, and empower his chosen ones. These are not distant beings. They are heavenly servants who respond to God's command concerning your destiny. They move with purpose, with precision, and with unwavering loyalty to the will of God. And as you journey through this message, allow your faith to rise, because the more aware you become of the spiritual support surrounding you, the more confident you become in the battles you must confront. Chosen one, many people walk through life unaware of the divine help assigned to them, but you, because God has separated you for his purpose, are stepping into revelation. God has never intended you to fight alone. Throughout Scripture, we see countless moments where angels stepped in to protect, to guide, to instruct, to heal, to strengthen, and to deliver messages from heaven. They are not to be worshipped, but they are honored servants of God whose actions shape outcomes in the natural world. They respond to God's word, they uphold God's assignments, and they assist God's people in fulfilling divine purpose. Every time you prayed for protection and help came out of nowhere, every time you should have fallen, but something unseen lifted you up, every time danger approached but never touched you, there were heavenly beings carrying out God's instructions concerning you. Angels are described as mighty,
Swift, filled with strength beyond human understanding. They carry out missions that overturn the plans of darkness and establish God's intention for your life. And today, you will understand the 7 who play powerful roles in the life of a chosen one. First is the one many believers know by name, the warrior angel who leads the armies of heaven. When Scripture describes him, he is portrayed as a defender of God's people, a protector who stands firm against evil forces. When battles rise, this angel is assigned to bring victory and to reinforce God's people with courage. He confronted forces of darkness and pushed them out of heaven with unquestionable authority. He is known for strength, for courage, and for defending what belongs to God. When you face spiritual pressure, this angel stands between you and the attack. When the enemy schemes against your mind, your progress, your peace, or your purpose, this angel rises with the shield and sword of heavenly light. His presence reminds you that you never fight alone. Many of the breakthroughs you've experienced were not random moments of fortune. They were every time you made it through a situation meant to destroy you, there was a heavenly warrior clearing the way. As a chosen one, you carry a calling that attracts spiritual opposition, but you also carry a divine covering that cannot be defeated. At this moment, reflect and comment below. What battles have you survived that you knew were bigger than you? Your testimony reveals the presence of this mighty guardian working in your favor. The second angel carries a different assignment, yet equally powerful. This is the messenger angel who brings revelation. Throughout Scripture, this angel delivered life-changing messages to people chosen for major assignments. This angel announced miraculous births, delivered divine warnings, provided prophetic clarity, and strengthened leaders who felt overwhelmed by their calling. When he appeared, he always brought truth that shifted the direction of history. For you, chosen one, this angel represents clarity in moments of confusion. When you are unsure of your next step, when life feels clouded, when you're praying for direction, this angel ministers understanding to your heart. God speaks through his Spirit, through his word, and through this heavenly messenger who helps you recognize what God is saying. Some of the sudden breakthroughs in clarity you've experienced, when everything finally made sense, were the result of this angel strengthening your understanding. When you receive insight that aligns perfectly with God's will, you are experiencing the influence of divine communication. Many chosen ones struggle not because life is difficult, but because clarity is missing. But as you grow spiritually, you become more sensitive to heavenly guidance. This angel helps you discern God's voice from the noise around you. You begin to understand assignments, seasons, and divine timing. You learn to move with purpose instead of confusion. You learn to act according to heaven's schedule, not human pressure. God has not left you wandering. He has assigned help to illuminate your path.
The third angel carries the healing touch of heaven. Some know him from biblical traditions, where he restores health, guides journeys, and brings comfort to those in distress. This angel is connected with healing that reaches deep into the heart, the mind, the emotions, and even the physical body. When someone in Scripture struggled with sickness or emotional heaviness, this angel brought restoration. When a journey seemed dangerous, he guided and protected. His presence represents renewal and recovery. Chosen one, many times in your life you have been wounded, physically, spiritually, emotionally. You've endured betrayal, disappointment, heartbreak, fear, and battles that seemed to drain the life out of you. Yet every time you could have collapsed, but somehow found strength. Every time your heart began to heal after deep pain. Every time you felt peace begin to settle in your spirit after chaos, you experienced the work of this angel carrying out God's will. God heals through his power, but he often sends his heavenly servants to minister comfort and restoration. Healing is not always instant, but it is always promised to those who trust God's plan. This angel helps you recover what life tried to steal: your joy, your hope,
your strength, your balance. As you listen to this message, let God renew the areas of your life that need healing. Let this angelic presence bring restoration to your heart, your emotions, and your energy. You are not meant to live wounded. You are meant to live whole. The fourth angel stands in the realm of wisdom. His presence brings insight, discernment, and illumination of mysteries that ordinary understanding cannot grasp. Biblical tradition teaches that this angel has revealed deep truths, helped people make righteous decisions, and provided clarity when situations appeared complicated. When you experience sudden spiritual understanding or profound insight that helps you avoid danger or make the right choice, this angel is active. For the chosen one, wisdom is not optional, it is essential. Without wisdom, your gifts can be misused, your purpose can be delayed, and your relationships can be weakened. Wisdom keeps you aligned with God's instruction. This angel helps you interpret what God is showing you. He helps you avoid traps disguised as opportunities and recognize doors God truly opened. You begin to sense when something is right or wrong even when you cannot fully explain it. You begin to understand the strategies of your assignment. You begin to see beyond surface-level appearances and perceive the truth beneath everything. This angel is a reminder that God does not simply want you blessed, He wants you wise. The fifth angel reflects peace, love, reconciliation, and divine calm. Biblical writings describe this angel as one who strengthens relationships, restores peace, and calms troubled hearts. For the chosen one, this angel is essential because your calling often brings conflict. The enemy attempts to disrupt your peace, weaken your spirit, and damage your relationships. But God assigns this angel to steady your heart. When you feel overwhelmed and God comforts you, this angel is responding to His instruction. When conflict begins to settle and clarity replaces chaos, this angel is at work. When love begins to flow where bitterness once lived, this angel's ministry is active. Love is a weapon, peace is a shield, and this angel helps you walk in both. As you grow spiritually, God wants you to become a carrier of peace, not easily shaken, not easily angered, not easily discouraged. Your presence is meant to calm storms, not participate in them. This angel helps you maintain that emotional and spiritual stability. The sixth angel carries the essence of mercy, freedom, and release from emotional burdens. Tradition describes this angel as one who helps people forgive, let go of heaviness, and embrace God's grace. Many chosen ones struggle with past wounds. They carry memories that still hurt, betrayals that still sting, and disappointment that still weighs on the heart. This angel helps you break free. He helps you release the things that limit your spiritual progress. He softens your heart so you can forgive, not to justify what happened, but to free yourself from the chain of carrying it. He helps you drop what drains you. He helps you replace bitterness with clarity. He helps you walk forward with a light spirit instead of a heavy one. Forgiveness is not weakness, it is spiritual power. When you forgive, you release your own soul from prison. This angel works closely with hearts that are ready to move forward. As you listen, reflect on anything you've been carrying too long. Healing begins with release. The seventh angel radiates beauty, joy, creativity, and uplifting energy that brightens the soul. This angel helps believers see God's goodness even in seasons of difficulty. Tradition connects this angel with positive thought, inspiration, and the ability to perceive blessings even when life feels heavy. For the chosen one, maintaining a positive spirit is vital. Your calling requires vision. This angel helps you recognize hope, possibilities, and new beginnings. He inspires creativity, helping you bring God-given ideas to life. He fills your mind with thoughts that elevate instead of thoughts that drain. When you suddenly feel encouragement after being discouraged, or when a new idea comes that feels divinely inspired, this angel is at work. God doesn't want your mind filled with fear or negativity. He wants your mind filled with light, purpose, and confidence. This angel supports that transformation. Together, these 7 angels form a divine support system around the chosen ones. They protect, guide, heal, instruct, comfort, free, and uplift. They respond not to human commands, but to God's direction concerning your life. Their presence is proof that heaven is involved in your journey. You are surrounded by help. You are covered by divine order. You are supported in ways you cannot always see, but can always feel. Your life has never been ordinary. It has always been touched by heaven. As you understand these angels, your faith grows, your awareness expands, and your spiritual confidence strengthens. To walk in alignment with this support, you must stay connected to God. The first step is prayer. Consistent conversation with God keeps your spirit open and receptive. The second step is meditating on God's truth, filling your heart with what lifts and strengthens you. The third is speaking words of faith, because angels respond to declarations rooted in God's will. The fourth is spiritual alertness, staying sensitive to God's promptings. And the fifth is obedience, aligning your actions with divine instruction. When you walk in alignment with God, you make room for His heavenly servants to move freely in your life. Chosen one, as this message reaches your spirit, may you feel a deeper awareness of the help surrounding you. May you grow in confidence knowing that heaven supports your purpose. You are not alone. You have never been alone. God has assigned strength to you. You are protected, guided, uplifted, and empowered. If this message spoke to your heart, let me know in the comments what part resonated with you the most. Don't forget to like this word so it reaches other chosen ones who need it. And if you haven't yet subscribed to the Chosen Star, join this family of faith so you never miss another message that strengthens your walk with God. Rise boldly, walk confidently, and stay encouraged. Your life is wrapped in the care of heaven, and your destiny cannot be stopped.
Chosen one, there is a force within you so sacred and powerful that it carries the very imprint of God's design for creation. This force is your sexual energy, a gift entrusted to you not merely for physical expression, but as a channel of life, creativity, and destiny. From the very beginning, when God blessed humanity and commanded us to be fruitful and multiply, He was not only speaking of children, but of a broader mandate to create, to expand, and to manifest His goodness in every sphere of life. That same command rests upon you today. Yet in a world clouded by confusion, distractions, and temptation, many have lost sight of this truth. Sexual energy is often misused, misunderstood, or wasted. But you, chosen one, are being called to reclaim it, not for indulgence, but for transformation. When this sacred energy is misdirected, it leaves people feeling drained, distracted, or trapped in cycles that keep them from reaching their highest potential. The enemy knows this, which is why the battle for your focus, purity, and discipline is so intense. But here's the truth. When your sexual energy is aligned with God's will, it no longer weakens you, it strengthens you. It becomes a stream of creative power that fuels your dreams, sharpens your vision, and propels you toward the destiny God designed for you. Think of it this way. What God placed in you was never meant to be squandered, but to be multiplied. The same energy that sustains life can also sustain purpose, wealth, and influence when dedicated back to Him. Your breakthrough lies in learning how to consecrate this force, redirect it, and let it serve your divine assignment. From the very beginning, God gave a command to be fruitful and multiply, not only in producing children, but in creating, building, and expanding in every area of life. This reveals that the energy within you is meant for more than physical intimacy. It is a channel of creativity, productivity, and prosperity. When you live with this awareness, you begin to see that nothing in your life is ordinary. Every gift, every talent, every ounce of energy carries the potential to bring forth abundance when aligned with His purpose. This means your sexual energy is not shameful,
nor is it something to suppress in fear. It is something to steward with wisdom. When you consecrate it to God, it becomes a tool to manifest ideas, inspire innovation, and attract the resources needed to fulfill your calling. This is the path of the chosen one, honoring God with every part of your being. Chosen one, this is why you cannot treat this subject casually. Too many have lost their focus, their strength, and even their destiny because they allowed this sacred power to be wasted through temptation, distraction, or lack of discipline. But you are not called to waste. You are called to multiply. When you yield this energy to God, He transforms it into momentum for your life. What once weakened you becomes the very strength that lifts you. What once caused confusion now brings clarity. So, as you listen today, I invite you to open your heart. Stay with me until the end of this message, because what we are about to uncover could unlock doors in your life that have been closed for too long. This word is not just knowledge, it is a key to wealth, to purpose, and to walking in the fullness of God's design for you. So, as we step into this conversation, remember this: your sexual energy is not an enemy to fear, but a divine treasure to honor. When you align it with God's wisdom, it becomes the fuel for manifestation, the manifestation of wealth, of vision, of purpose. This is not about worldly shortcuts or empty desires. It is about reclaiming what the Creator placed within you and using it to advance His kingdom through your life. So prepare your spirit, chosen one. This message carries truths that will challenge you, empower you, and call you higher. Stay with me, reflect deeply, and don't just listen, engage. Share your thoughts in the comments, connect with this community, and let's walk this journey together. By the end, you'll see why your surrender and discipline in this area are directly connected to your breakthrough and abundance.
Chosen one. Sexual energy is far more than physical desire. It is a divine gift from God, a force that sustains life, empowers creativity, and carries the potential to shape destiny. When God formed humanity, He breathed into us a spark that made us living beings, and part of that spark is this sacred energy. It was never designed to be something shameful or misused. It was designed to glorify God, expand His kingdom, and give us the ability to create and build. Unfortunately, the world has distorted this gift. What God gave as a sacred power has often been reduced to lust, pleasure without purpose, or even exploitation. Many people confuse raw desire with divine intention, and as a result, they live outside the fullness of what this energy was meant to produce. Lust drains, distracts, and leaves a person empty, but purpose fills, strengthens, and multiplies. This is the difference between using sexual energy according to the world's way and consecrating it according to God's way. You must see this truth clearly. Sexual energy is not evil. It is holy when directed by the Creator. Just as fire can destroy when uncontrolled, but bring warmth and power when properly contained, sexual energy can either consume you or empower you. When you submit it to God, it becomes a channel of creativity, prosperity, and divine productivity. This is the spiritual nature of what you carry. The Apostle Paul reminds us that our bodies are temples, not our own, but belonging to God. To paraphrase, he said that the Spirit of God lives in you, and therefore what you do with your body matters because it is sacred. This truth reveals the weight of responsibility you have over your sexual energy. It is not just physical, it is spiritual stewardship. Every choice you make with this energy reflects your understanding of who you are and whose you are. Chosen ones must rise above the misconceptions. You are not called to misuse what God gave you for temporary pleasure, nor are you called to bury it in shame. You are called to honor it, refine it, and redirect it.
Why? Because your identity is tied to purpose. You were set apart before the foundation of the world, marked as one who would shine in darkness and reflect God's glory. Sexual energy is part of that identity. It is a piece of your divine equipment, meant to push you toward fruitfulness in every area of life. Think of how this energy fuels creativity. Great ideas, breakthroughs in business, artistic expression, and even the courage to step into leadership often come from the same life force that fuels intimacy. This is why when people misuse it, they feel depleted and lack vision. But when it is consecrated, it gives birth to innovation, focus, and prosperity. God placed in you a well of power, and when you honor it, that well never runs dry. The world teaches indulgence without boundaries, but God teaches discipline that leads to freedom. Self-control is not about denying who you are. It is about protecting who you are becoming. When you learn to manage your sexual energy with wisdom, you are no longer a slave to impulses, you become a master of purpose. This mastery does not come through human willpower alone, but through surrender to the Spirit of God. In His presence, desires are purified, focus is sharpened, and strength is renewed. Another misconception is that sexual energy only belongs in marriage. While intimacy within covenant is indeed a blessed expression of it, this energy is also the creative fuel for every chosen one, married or single. If you are single, it does not mean your energy is wasted or dormant. On the contrary, it can be directed into building your vision, serving others, creating wealth, and preparing for the season when covenant partnership becomes part of your journey. If you are married, this energy can strengthen unity, intimacy, and shared purpose, turning your household into a powerhouse of abundance. This truth should liberate you. Your sexual energy is not something to fear or suppress. It is something to steward. It is not about avoiding temptation alone, but about embracing purpose. Every time you consecrate this energy to God, you are sowing seeds into your destiny. Every time you guard it with discipline, you are declaring that your body is His temple and that your future is too valuable to waste.
Chosen one, let this sink deep. Your sexual energy is life-giving, creative, and sacred. It is one of the greatest proofs that God entrusted you with the power to multiply beyond yourself. It is not random, and it is not worldly. It is spiritual at its core, and when aligned with God's will, it becomes unstoppable. So the call is clear. Reclaim this gift. Break free from the distortions of the world and embrace the divine intention behind it. Let it become the power that drives your creativity, your purpose, your wealth, and your influence. Remember, your body is not just flesh and blood. It is God's temple, carrying His Spirit and His power. Honor what you carry, and you will see how this sacred energy becomes the very fuel that manifests the abundance He has already prepared for you. Chosen one, if sexual energy is one of the most sacred and creative forces given by God, it should not surprise you that it is also one of the most attacked. The enemy knows that if he can corrupt or drain this energy, he can weaken your focus, derail your purpose, and keep you from walking in the abundance God has prepared for you. This is not a small battle. It is spiritual warfare at its core. Think about it. Every great calling requires strength, discipline, and clarity. But when sexual energy is misused, it leaves a person feeling empty, distracted, and powerless. Lust consumes, leaving no room for vision. Distraction steals time and focus, preventing progress toward destiny. Misuse creates cycles of lack where passion is wasted and creativity is stifled. That is exactly what the enemy wants, to keep you stuck, drained, and unable to manifest the greatness planted within you. But here's the good news. The battle can be won. When you recognize that your struggle is not just about physical urges, but about protecting your divine energy, you begin to fight differently. You stop trying to win in your own strength and instead learn to fight with spiritual weapons. Prayer, purity, and discipline are not old-fashioned concepts, they are your lifelines. They reclaim what the enemy tried to steal and restore you to strength. Prayer is where the battle begins. Every time you pray over your body, your mind, and your purpose, you are reinforcing a wall of protection. Prayer redirects your energy away from temptation and back toward God's plan. It sharpens your discernment so that you recognize traps before you step into them. Prayer also renews your strength because it is not your willpower that wins this battle. It is God's Spirit working within you. Purity is your shield. To live in purity is not to deny your humanity. It is to protect your divinity. Purity means choosing to use your energy for purpose rather than wasting it. It means honoring your body as a sacred vessel, knowing that it carries the Spirit of God. When Paul taught that we should put on the full armor of God, he was reminding us that every day we must equip ourselves with truth, righteousness, and faith to resist the schemes of the enemy. In the same way, purity clothes you in spiritual armor, making you unshakable in the face of temptation. Discipline is your strategy. Without discipline, energy leaks in every direction. With discipline, it becomes power focused toward destiny. Discipline means creating boundaries for your eyes, your thoughts, and your actions. It means saying no when temptation knocks, not because you are weak, but because you are strong enough to protect what matters most. Discipline trains your body and mind to align with your spirit so that you live as a whole, not divided.
Chosen one, you must understand this. Your sexual energy is not just about physical urges. It is the well of passion that fuels your creativity, your ambition, and your ability to manifest wealth and purpose. The enemy knows that if he cannot stop your calling directly, he can weaken you by causing you to misuse this gift. That is why he bombards the world with temptation, distractions, and distortions so that you lose sight of who you are. But you are not just anyone. You are chosen, and you are equipped to fight differently. When you commit your sexual energy back to God, you reclaim territory that the enemy tried to steal. You shift from living in cycles of emptiness to living in cycles of multiplication. Your mind becomes sharper, your creativity flows, and your purpose accelerates. You begin to stand taller because you know you are no longer a slave to impulses. You are a steward of divine energy. So arm yourself daily, cover your mind with prayer, protect your body with purity, and sharpen your will through discipline. Remember, you are not fighting flesh alone. You are resisting spiritual forces that want to keep you from destiny. But the armor of God makes you unshakable, and His Spirit within you makes you victorious. Chosen one, never forget this. The battle for your sexual energy is not just about avoiding weakness, it is about preserving strength. The enemy fights it so fiercely because he knows its potential. But when you align it with God, it becomes unstoppable. Your creative energy, once threatened, now becomes a weapon of victory. Walking in mastery requires intentional steps. This energy is too powerful to be left unmanaged. When directed with wisdom, it fuels creativity, sharpens vision, and opens doors to prosperity. But when neglected or misused, it can drain you, leaving you wandering without clarity. The key is learning how to harness it in a way that honors God and positions you to manifest His blessings. The first step is self-control and discipline. Self-control is not about denying who you are. It is about mastering what you carry. Scripture teaches that one of the fruits of living by the Spirit is the ability to govern your desires and impulses. This means you are not a slave to urges. You are a steward of divine energy. Discipline creates focus. It teaches you to direct passion toward building instead of wasting, toward creating instead of consuming. Think of it as spiritual training. Each time you practice restraint, you strengthen your capacity to use that same energy for higher purposes, like building wealth, developing skills, or pursuing divine assignments. The second step is to channel sexual energy through prayer and fasting. Prayer is not just communication with God, it is a redirection of energy. When you feel tension rising within you, that very energy can be poured into prayer, turning restlessness into worship, distraction into intercession, and desire into creative power. Fasting adds an even deeper dimension. By humbling the body, you sharpen the spirit. Fasting trains your flesh to submit to God while your spirit grows stronger in clarity, sensitivity, and authority. Many breakthroughs in purpose and provision happen when sexual energy is disciplined through fasting, because the sacrifice creates space for God's power to flow unhindered. The third step is faith-aligned visualization. This is where sexual energy becomes fuel for creative manifestation. Every great achievement begins as a vision in the mind before it becomes reality. When your thoughts are aligned with God's promises, visualization becomes a holy practice. It is not about wishful thinking. It is about anchoring your faith to what God has already declared over your life. See yourself building that business that uplifts others, writing that book that changes lives, or stepping into a ministry that impacts nations. Direct your energy toward holding that vision with focus, consistency, and belief. Over time, what you hold in faith begins to manifest in reality, because your energy fuels it with divine intention. The fourth step is to create with excellence. Sexual energy is creative by nature. It was designed to bring life. But creation is not limited to physical offspring. It extends to every expression of your gifts and talents. When you harness this energy, you can pour it into art, music, business, service, or ministry. Excellence is the standard, because God Himself is excellent. Do not settle for mediocrity in what you build. Whether it's a small business, a ministry outreach, or an act of service, let the energy within you fuel excellence. This not only honors God, but also attracts prosperity and opportunities, because excellence carries influence. Another essential practice is to guard your environment. The people, content, and atmospheres you surround yourself with either fuel discipline or weaken it. If you consistently expose yourself to distractions, it will be harder to harness energy for higher purposes. But if you choose environments that nurture prayer, creativity, and focus, your energy naturally flows toward manifestation. Surround yourself with mentors, communities, and content that align with your purpose and keep your spirit sharp. One of the most overlooked steps is to rest strategically. Harnessing sexual energy is not about constant tension, it's about balance. Rest allows your body and mind to reset. Sleep, reflection, and stillness are spiritual tools that preserve energy so that it can be directed toward purpose. Even God rested after creating, teaching us that rest is not weakness, but wisdom. When you allow yourself moments of restoration, your energy multiplies and your focus deepens.
Chosen one, remember that these steps are not quick fixes, they are daily practices. Mastery is built over time. Self-control becomes easier with repetition. Prayer becomes more powerful with consistency. Visualization becomes sharper the more you align it with God's Word. Excellence grows stronger the more you commit to giving your best. Each practice compounds, multiplying your energy and accelerating your manifestation of wealth and purpose. The beauty of this journey is that God does not leave you to do it alone. His Spirit empowers you with strength beyond your own. Where you feel weak, He provides grace. Where you lack clarity, He provides wisdom. As you take these practical steps, you are not only managing energy, you are inviting God to partner with you in manifesting abundance. Your sexual energy is not random or meaningless. It is a holy force entrusted to you. Through discipline, prayer, fasting, visualization, excellence, and rest, you can redirect it into building the life God designed for you. This is how wealth is created. Not just financial wealth, but wealth in purpose, influence, creativity, and legacy.
So today, take ownership of this gift. Refuse to let the enemy misuse it. Refuse to waste it on distractions. Instead, dedicate it to God and allow Him to magnify its power in your life. When you live this way, you will not only manifest abundance, you will become a living testimony that God equips His chosen ones with everything they need to rise, prosper, and fulfill destiny. Chosen one. Sexual energy was never meant to exist without direction. Left unchecked, it becomes scattered, but when consecrated, it becomes one of the most powerful forces in your life. This energy is the raw fire of creation. It is passion, focus, and vitality. When redirected toward God-given purpose, it transforms ordinary efforts into extraordinary impact. The question is not whether you carry this energy, but how you will use it to glorify God and manifest the abundance He intends for you. For singles, this energy must be channeled into creativity, service, and growth. You are in a season where focus is critical. Every ounce of passion you carry can be invested into developing your gifts, building your vision, and expanding your capacity. Instead of being drained by distractions, you can let this energy fuel your creativity, writing, designing, building, serving, leading. Many great callings were birthed in seasons of consecrated singleness, when men and women chose to pour their energy into purpose instead of wasting it on fleeting moments of gratification. Your body is not just physical, it is the very temple where God's Spirit dwells. That means your desires, when brought under His guidance, can be turned into divine productivity. Singles also have the unique opportunity to channel energy into service. Service is not weakness, it is power. When you volunteer, mentor, or step into ministry, you release stored energy into actions that bless others. Every act of service plants a seed of abundance. The more you give of yourself, the more God multiplies back into your life. Growth also becomes a form of redirection. Investing time into learning, building new skills, or developing discipline turns energy into preparation. This preparation sets the stage for greater manifestations of wealth and influence when God opens the next door. For married couples, sexual energy carries a different but equally profound purpose. Within marriage, intimacy is not just physical, it is spiritual alignment. When husband and wife come together with reverence, their union becomes a force that multiplies blessings. Scripture teaches that two are stronger together than one alone, and that when one falls, the other is there to lift them up. Sexual intimacy, when consecrated, strengthens that bond. It becomes more than pleasure. It becomes agreement, unity, and divine partnership. When couples align their intimacy with prayer, purpose, and shared vision, their energy multiplies not just in their personal lives, but in their finances, family, and ministry. Think of it this way. When a couple honors their intimacy as holy, their home becomes an altar of strength. Energy released in love, covenant, and respect flows outward into creativity, prosperity, and impact. Their prayers carry greater authority because they are in unity. Their dreams take shape faster because they are pulling in the same direction. Their wealth increases because they are building together. A marriage that consecrates sexual energy becomes unstoppable, not because of human strength, but because God Himself breathes upon their unity. Testimonies often reveal this truth. Singles who consecrated their energy into purpose went on to create businesses, ministries, or legacies far greater than they could have imagined. Married couples who treated intimacy as sacred found their homes filled with peace, creativity, and provision. In both cases, what was once seen as raw passion became the very fuel for breakthroughs. When energy is consecrated, it does not diminish, it multiplies. It expands influence, amplifies creativity, and accelerates manifestation. Redirecting sexual energy into purpose also requires intentionality. It does not happen by accident. It demands discipline, prayer, and vision. For singles, this might mean setting aside time every day to pour passion into a project, skill, or ministry. For couples, it means guarding intimacy with reverence, ensuring that it strengthens the covenant and advances shared goals. Both paths require awareness, a deep understanding that this energy is not random, but divine. The truth is, whether single or married, your energy carries a sacred assignment. God placed within you a force that can either build or break, create or consume. The choice is yours. If you allow the world to dictate its use, you will end up drained, distracted, and far from your destiny. But if you consecrate it, offering it back to God, you will walk in clarity, focus, and abundance.
Chosen one, this is your call to redirection. To the singles, do not waste your season. Use your energy to grow, to serve, to create. To the married, honor your covenant and use intimacy as a tool for unity, strength, and manifestation. In both cases, the outcome is the same: energy multiplied, purpose fulfilled, destiny accelerated. When you live this way, you step into the fullness of why God entrusted you with this gift. Your energy is not for waste, it is for worship. It is not for distraction, it is for destiny. Redirect it with wisdom, consecrate it with prayer, and watch as it transforms your life, your family, and your future. Chosen one, when we hear the word wealth, most people instantly think of money, property, or material possessions. But in God's kingdom, wealth is so much deeper. True wealth is wisdom that guides decisions, peace that no circumstance can shake, influence that impacts lives for the better, and yes, material provision that allows you to live with dignity and advance God's work. Wealth is holistic. It touches your spirit, soul, and body. It is not just about having things, it is about becoming who God created you to be. One of the greatest misconceptions is reducing wealth to money alone. Money has its place, but it is only one dimension of abundance. You can have millions and still feel empty, anxious, or purposeless. But when you walk in kingdom wealth, you carry wisdom that gives direction, peace that keeps you steady, and influence that multiplies opportunities. That is wealth no one can take away. Material blessings come as an addition, but the foundation of abundance is spiritual strength. Now, how does sexual energy connect to this? Sexual energy is not just physical passion, it is raw creative force. When consecrated and directed into God-given purpose, it fuels productivity, focus, and innovation. It gives you the energy to build, to create, to serve, to lead. This is why so many people who misuse it find themselves drained, distracted, or lacking direction. But when you align it with God's wisdom, it becomes a source of holistic wealth. You feel alive in your purpose, energized in your work, peaceful in your relationships, and fruitful in your finances. Think about it this way. Wisdom is wealth because it prevents loss and opens doors. Peace is wealth because it protects your mind from fear and stress. Influence is wealth because it allows you to inspire and uplift others. Material provision is wealth because it enables you to meet needs, both yours and others. Sexual energy, when properly channeled, becomes the power that strengthens all these forms of wealth. It keeps your creativity sharp, your focus steady, and your drive consistent. But with great power comes great responsibility. Wealth, whether financial, spiritual, or relational, must be stewarded. God does not release abundance into careless hands. He blesses those who understand that wealth is not just for personal comfort, but for kingdom advancement. When your wealth flows into feeding the hungry, supporting ministry, uplifting the poor, or spreading the message of hope, it multiplies. It carries eternal value. Misused, it fades. Stewarded, it grows. Scripture teaches that the blessing of God enriches a person's life and does not bring sorrow with it. This means that true wealth is not stressful or destructive. It comes with peace. If what you call wealth robs your joy, keeps you up at night with anxiety, or separates you from God, it is not kingdom wealth. God's kind of wealth sustains you, uplifts you, and carries harmony with it. Sexual energy plays a role here because it fuels the discipline required to steward wealth well. Self-control, which is one of the fruits God develops in us, ensures that energy is not wasted on temporary gratification, but redirected into lasting impact. Whether you are building a business, serving in ministry, creating art, or raising a family, this disciplined energy helps you produce excellence. And excellence, in turn, attracts favor, influence, and provision. Chosen one, wealth is not an end in itself. It is a tool. God gives wealth to expand His kingdom, to bless others, and to position His children as lights in the world. When your perspective shifts from "what can I gain" to "how can I serve," you step into true abundance. The more you give, the more God pours into you, because He can trust you as a channel of blessing. So, do not limit your understanding of wealth to money in the bank. See it as wisdom to make the right choices, peace to stand strong in storms, influence to change lives, and provision to advance God's work. Let your sexual energy fuel this holistic vision, turning passion into productivity, focus into influence, and creativity into prosperity. When consecrated and stewarded, it will unlock abundance that is rich in every sense, not only for you, but for everyone connected to your purpose. Chosen one, your call is to rise into this kingdom definition of wealth. Walk in wisdom, guard your peace, expand your influence, steward your provision. Redirect your energy into what glorifies God, and you will find yourself living in a flow of abundance that is not only sustainable, but eternal.
Chosen one, it is not enough to recognize the power of your sexual energy, or even to redirect it toward purpose. If you want this energy to remain fruitful and aligned with God's will, you must anchor it in your relationship with Him. Without God at the center, energy fades into distraction or is misused. But when you stay rooted in Him, your creative energy is continually renewed, strengthened, and sustained. The first anchor is prayer. Prayer is not just about asking for blessings. It is about aligning your spirit with God's heart. When you pray, you open your energy to divine direction. You surrender control and allow God's wisdom to guide how you use your strength, passion, and creativity. Prayer keeps your desires pure and your focus steady. It transforms sexual energy from something the world tries to exploit into something sacred and powerful for kingdom impact. Worship is another anchor. Worship lifts your heart above earthly distractions and sets your eyes on God's greatness. When you worship, your energy shifts from being self-focused to God-centered. It is in worship that you experience renewal, peace, and clarity. Worship is not limited to music. It is a posture of the heart, a lifestyle that acknowledges God in all you do. When worship becomes part of your daily life, your energy flows in harmony with heaven's rhythm, bringing joy and strength into your purpose. Scripture is your compass. The Word of God provides the framework for sustaining energy without misdirection. Just as food nourishes the body, Scripture feeds the spirit. In it, you are reminded that your body is the dwelling place of God's Spirit, and that your energy must honor Him. Reading and meditating on the Word helps you guard against temptations that drain energy, such as lust, fear, or distractions. Scripture also builds faith, reminding you that staying aligned with God always brings fruit in due season. Stillness and meditation are equally vital. In a noisy world filled with endless distractions, stillness allows you to channel focus and hear God's whisper. Meditation is not emptying the mind, but filling it with God's truths. When you take time to sit quietly in His presence, you recharge your spirit. You learn to direct your thoughts, discipline your desires, and release unnecessary burdens. Stillness creates space for your creative energy to settle and flow with clarity, rather than being scattered in many directions. Guarding purity is another key to sustaining your energy. Every drain on your purity is a drain on your power.
Whether it is through uncontrolled desires, unhealthy relationships, or negative influences, the misuse of energy always leads to weakness. But when you guard your purity, you preserve strength. Purity is not just about saying no to the wrong things. It is about saying yes to God's design for your life. By keeping your heart and body aligned with His purpose, you create an environment where energy multiplies instead of leaks away. Jesus taught that apart from Him, you cannot bear lasting fruit. But when you stay connected to Him, your life becomes abundant. This means your energy, creativity, and purpose are only sustained when you remain rooted in God's presence. Abiding in Him is not occasional, it is daily. It is choosing prayer when you feel weak, worship when you feel heavy, scripture when you feel confused, stillness when you feel overwhelmed, and purity when you feel tempted. When you live this way, your creative energy is not wasted. It is replenished. You find that the more you pour into your purpose, the more God pours back into you. Your life becomes a cycle of renewal, giving, creating, serving, and receiving fresh strength from God. The world may drain itself with distraction, but you will thrive because your source is eternal. Chosen one, if you desire to sustain your energy for the long journey ahead, stay connected to the one who gave it. Prayer will keep you grounded, worship will keep you lifted, scripture will keep you guided, stillness will keep you centered, and purity will keep you powerful. In this posture of abiding, your energy will not fade. It will grow, multiply, and bear fruit for generations.
Chosen one, we have journeyed through deep truths, and now it is time to seal them in your spirit. The message is simple yet profound. Your sexual energy is sacred. It is not a burden, nor is it meant for reckless use. It is a divine gift, creative, powerful, and designed by God to birth life, vision, and abundance. When you honor this energy, you step into alignment with heaven's design for your destiny. Throughout this message, you have seen that this energy carries more than desire. It carries purpose. The world may try to distort it into lust, distraction, or misuse, but you now know better. You know it is the fuel that empowers you to create, to build, to serve, and to manifest the glory of God in your generation. Your body is not a vessel for waste, but a temple where God Himself dwells, and your energy is part of that holy stewardship. Let this truth strengthen your resolve. Life will test you. Temptations will come, distractions will rise, but you must stand firm with faith and resilience. The same God who created you with this power also equipped you with discipline, self-control, and wisdom. The fruit of the Spirit includes self-mastery, and with that fruit active in your life, no temptation can overpower you. Every time you choose purity over compromise, you multiply your strength. Every time you redirect energy toward purpose, you step deeper into abundance. Do not treat this lightly. Treat it as sacred. Treat it as holy. Treat it as fuel that must be invested into the right places. Your calling, your creativity, your relationships, your service to others, your pursuit of God. By doing so, you will see doors open, ideas flourish, and opportunities multiply. Now is the moment to make a declaration. Speak this aloud and let it echo in your spirit. My sexual energy is consecrated for God's purpose, and it will manifest abundance. I will not waste it, I will not misuse it, and I will not allow the enemy to drain it. It is holy, it is powerful, and it is aligned with heaven's design for my destiny. Hold this declaration close, for it is not just words, it is a covenant between you and God.
It is your commitment to honor the gift He has entrusted to you. It is your proclamation that you will rise above the world's distortions and walk in divine alignment. Chosen one, you are not ordinary. You are set apart. You are marked by God for greatness. Let your energy reflect that truth. Let your choices reveal your faith. Let your discipline show your strength. And let your consecration bring forth abundance, peace, and impact that will outlive you. If this message has stirred something within you, I want you to act right now. Do not keep this revelation to yourself. Share it. Someone else needs to hear these words. Someone else is battling silently. Someone else is waiting for light to break through their struggle. Be the vessel God uses to carry this truth forward. So here is your invitation. Like this message, share it with others, and leave a testimony in the comments. Your story can strengthen another chosen one on their journey. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the Chosen Star so you never miss the deep truths that will continue to guide you into abundance. This is not just the end of a message, it is the beginning of transformation. Walk in it, declare it daily, live it boldly. Your sexual energy is sacred, and when aligned with God, it will not only sustain your life, it will manifest blessings far beyond what you have ever thought possible.
Beloved chosen one, there is a profound reality about life that few dare to speak of, but God reveals it to those He has called and chosen. Life is not merely a series of random events or an endless struggle. It is a spiritual arena where your faith, resilience, and intimacy with God are tested and strengthened. The world may try to present life as a pursuit of comfort or fleeting success, but the hidden truth is far deeper. Every trial, every delay, every moment of opposition is strategically designed to shape your destiny and fortify your character. This truth is not widely proclaimed because it requires a willingness to surrender, to trust beyond what is visible, and to embrace God's hand in every circumstance. For you, the chosen one, understanding this reality opens doors to spiritual insight, empowerment, and breakthrough that transcends ordinary comprehension. The first thing to recognize is that life is a battlefield, not against people, but against spiritual forces seeking to hinder your divine calling. Every challenge you face, whether it is betrayal, loss, frustration, or inexplicable delays, carries a spiritual dimension. These trials are not punishments, nor are they meaningless obstacles. They are opportunities for God to cultivate strength, patience, and wisdom within you. The unseen realm is active, and the enemy is aware that you hold authority in God's kingdom. Your victories in prayer, your perseverance in hardship, and your obedience to divine instruction are what disrupt darkness and establish God's glory on earth. It is vital to understand that the exhaustion, the setbacks, and the moments of discouragement are all tools in God's hand to prepare you for a life of supernatural impact. The marks of the truly chosen are evident not in wealth, accolades, or worldly recognition, but in how your life responds to pressure. Your ability to remain steadfast when all around you seems unstable, your fruitfulness amid chaos, and your unwavering commitment to God's truth over personal comfort are clear indicators of divine election. These marks are not always visible to others, but they are unmistakable to the Spirit. They reveal the depth of your faith, your resilience, and your alignment with eternal purposes. Life will challenge you to reveal your dependence on God in ways that the casual believer cannot comprehend. Isolation may come, not as a punishment, but as a period of refinement, giving you clarity, focus, and spiritual insight that prepares you for your calling. Opposition and adversity are signs that your influence threatens darkness, proving that you are walking in divine favor. Embracing this truth transforms how you perceive everyday struggles.
When disappointments come, you begin to see them not as failures, but as divine assignments to build strength and character. When plans are delayed, you understand that God is preparing the ground for a greater manifestation of His promises. When you encounter resistance, it becomes a signal that your life carries significance in the heavenly realm. Each trial is a promotion in disguise, each challenge a preparation for supernatural acceleration. This perspective transforms your mind from worry and fear to hope, faith, and expectation. You begin to live with a deep confidence that every situation, no matter how discouraging it appears, is orchestrated by God to work toward your ultimate victory. Spiritual warfare is an ever-present reality for every chosen one. The enemy seeks to attack your mind, your body, and your spirit, aiming to distract you from your destiny. These battles are not casual, they are targeted and persistent because of the authority you carry. To prevail, you must consistently armor yourself spiritually. Prayer becomes your shield, worship your sword, and your understanding of God's word your guiding light. Standing firm in faith is not passive, it requires deliberate action. You must declare your victory, proclaim God's promises over your life, and actively resist every lie or fear that seeks to infiltrate your mind. Spiritual readiness is as much about your mindset as it is about your prayer life. Understanding that every opposition is temporary and that God's power is absolute allows you to rise above discouragement and maintain focus on your divine assignment.
Part of the hidden truth is that God uses moments of weariness to deepen your trust. When you feel drained, He invites you to lean fully on His strength. Exhaustion becomes a sacred teacher, reminding you that your power is not in human effort alone, but in reliance on the Spirit. The world may reward self-sufficiency, but God rewards dependence, obedience, and faithfulness under pressure. Every experience that tests you is also an opportunity to experience God's provision, His restoration, and His supernatural strength. You are being trained to operate in realms of influence and authority that the ordinary cannot perceive or achieve. Your perseverance becomes a testimony, not only for your own life, but for those who witness your journey and are inspired to trust in God's ways. The hidden battlefield also illuminates the importance of discernment. The chosen one must be able to recognize influences, both visible and invisible, that shape decisions, relationships, and spiritual direction. This discernment is not merely intuition, it is a spiritual gift that allows you to perceive the truth in moments of ambiguity. It protects your spirit, guides your actions, and ensures that your focus remains aligned with God's purposes. As challenges arise, discernment helps you avoid pitfalls and embrace opportunities that bring growth and divine favor. It also equips you to navigate the complexities of life with wisdom, avoiding distractions that can slow or deter your progress. By sharpening this spiritual insight, you increase your capacity to operate in your calling with precision, confidence, and clarity. Another dimension of this hidden truth is the value of patience in God's timing. Many are tempted to rush into decisions, chase worldly success, or compromise principles in pursuit of quick results. The chosen one understands that God's timing is perfect and that every delay carries a purpose. Patience allows your faith to mature, your character to solidify, and your vision to be refined. While waiting, you are not idle. You are being equipped for influence, tested for resilience, and positioned for maximum impact. Each pause, each season of apparent stillness is an invitation to deepen intimacy with God, strengthen your spiritual muscles, and prepare for the breakthroughs that await. To rise and manifest your God-given dreams, practical steps must accompany spiritual understanding. Begin by daily equipping yourself through prayer, meditation on the Word, and intentional reflection. Declare God's promises aloud over your circumstances. Let your worship and gratitude shift atmospheres, creating alignment with divine favor. Build meaningful relationships with other believers who can support, encourage, and pray with you. Accountability and fellowship are critical for sustaining faith and staying spiritually vigilant.
Take bold action on God's guidance, trusting that provision will follow, you cannot yet see will open at the appointed time. Faith without action is incomplete. Your obedience activates the supernatural forces surrounding your life. A vital lesson embedded in this hidden truth is the recognition of God's purpose in suffering. The pains, disappointments, and setbacks are all formative instruments. They strip away reliance on the temporal, reveal latent strength, and cultivate virtues necessary for enduring influence. Every moment that tests your patience or challenges your faith is a rehearsal for leadership, impact, and spiritual authority. By embracing the difficulty and choosing to respond with faith, gratitude, and perseverance, you turn every obstacle into a platform for growth. What appears as adversity in the moment becomes a foundation for future triumphs. Your life story transforms into a living testimony, encouraging others and magnifying God's glory. Understanding that life is a spiritual battlefield also changes how you approach relationships and opportunities. Interactions with others are not merely social engagements, but occasions to exercise discernment, grace, and influence. Challenges in relationships are opportunities to extend forgiveness, demonstrate patience, and cultivate leadership rooted in love. Opportunities that present themselves are tests of alignment with your calling, discernment, and faith. By embracing this perspective, every facet of your life becomes intentional, measured, and purpose-driven. You are no longer a passive participant, but an active co-laborer with God in establishing His kingdom on earth.
The ultimate encouragement for the chosen one is that no trial is wasted and no challenge is beyond God's transforming power. The hidden truth about life is that every difficulty is temporary, every setback is instructional, and every victory is guaranteed when rooted in obedience, faith, and reliance on divine guidance. Your life, with its scars, its triumphs, and its breakthroughs, is a testimony of God's faithfulness. Greater is He who is in you than any challenge you face. Your faith becomes a beacon, your perseverance an inspiration, and your obedience a conduit for divine manifestation in ways that ripple across generations. Rise now with unwavering confidence. Recognize that the hidden truth of life is a revelation of your destiny, an invitation to courage, and a call to embrace your divine authority. Stand firm against discouragement, step boldly into opportunities aligned with your purpose, and allow every challenge to refine rather than defeat you. Your breakthrough is not just a possibility, it is your inheritance as the chosen one. Walk in the awareness that God is orchestrating every detail. Unseen battles are being won, and your testimony will shine brightly for His glory. The hidden realities you now understand equip you to live with clarity, purpose, and supernatural confidence. Your story is unique, and your journey is sacred. The trials, opposition, and quiet moments of testing are all shaping a life that reflects God's power and grace. You are called not merely to survive, but to thrive, not simply to endure, but to lead, not only to believe, but to act with faith that moves the unseen forces in your favor. Each day is an opportunity to engage fully with the spiritual truths surrounding you, to align your actions with divine strategy, and to release your God-given potential into the world. This hidden truth transforms your understanding of life. It is a realm of preparation, revelation, and empowerment designed specifically for those who will embrace it with courage and faith. Chosen one, rise and recognize your victory. Allow the hidden truths to illuminate your path, to strengthen your resolve, and to deepen your intimacy with God. Every test you have endured, every moment of waiting, and every challenge overcome has been laying the groundwork for a life of influence, impact, and testimony. This season is your appointed time to walk boldly, speak confidently, and act decisively in alignment with God's eternal plan. Your divine potential is unfolding now, and your obedience will release manifestations of favor, breakthrough, and glory. Your life is a living proclamation that God's wisdom, strength, and power are real and active, guiding the steps of those He has chosen to walk in destiny. As you go forward, maintain vigilance and gratitude. Stand firm in faith, embrace challenges as tools for growth, and act decisively on God's guidance. Know that the spiritual realities surrounding you are aligned with your purpose, and that you are never alone. Angels, divine influence, and the power of God's Spirit move on your behalf, empowering you to rise above every difficulty and claim every blessing. Your story will inspire, your victories will testify, and your life will honor God as a chosen vessel, fully equipped for His eternal purpose. Let every step you take reflect awareness of the hidden truth. Life is a divine journey of preparation, empowerment, and manifestation for those who trust fully in God. Stand now in the fullness of understanding. You are the chosen one, prepared, empowered, and appointed. Walk boldly, act faithfully, and live courageously, knowing that every challenge you face is a stepping stone to your destiny. Your faith is a weapon, your obedience is a key, and your trust in God is the foundation of your triumph. Rise, claim your victory, and let the hidden truth of life reveal the extraordinary power and purpose within you. Your season of divine empowerment, breakthrough, and fulfillment is not ahead, it is now, and it belongs fully to you.
Beloved chosen one, there are moments when heaven leans close and gives an instruction that feels simple, yet carries great weight. This is one of those moments. If you have felt the pressure to explain yourself, to respond to accusations, to clarify misunderstandings, or to defend your intentions, know that this pressure is not accidental. It is a signal that something significant is happening within and around you. In this season, the instruction is firm and clear. Hold your tongue. Not because your voice lacks value, but because your silence now carries greater power than your words ever could. Many who are walking this path feel misunderstood. You may sense that people have formed opinions without knowing your heart. You may feel tempted to correct narratives, justify decisions, or speak your truth loudly so it cannot be ignored. Yet God, in His wisdom, is asking you to resist that urge. Silence in this moment is not retreat. It is alignment. It is the posture of someone who trusts that divine justice does not need human assistance. When you refrain from reacting, you step out of emotional warfare and into spiritual authority. This message is for those who are growing, those who are being refined, and those who sense that their lives are shifting into a higher calling. The reason silence feels difficult is because it goes against the instincts of the natural mind. The natural mind wants resolution now. It wants to be heard now. It wants validation now. But the Spirit leads differently. The Spirit understands timing. The Spirit sees outcomes before they unfold. What feels like restraint is actually protection, guarding you from speaking words that could delay what God is preparing to release. There are seasons when speaking opens doors, and there are seasons when speaking closes them. Wisdom is knowing the difference. Right now, silence is not punishment. It is preparation. When God instructs you to hold your tongue, He is teaching you to rely on Him rather than your ability to explain or persuade. He is showing you that your destiny does not depend on convincing people, but on obeying Him. Those who are meant to understand will understand without explanation. Those who are not will never be convinced by words anyway. If this message resonates, take a moment to acknowledge it. This is not by chance. You were led here because your spirit recognizes truth.
As you continue listening, allow your heart to be open. This is a moment of alignment, not entertainment. Stay present, stay receptive, and if this message speaks to you, engage with it. Let your agreement be an act of faith. Silence becomes especially powerful during moments of spiritual opposition. Many battles are lost not because of lack of prayer, but because of careless speech. When emotions are stirred, words can become doors. Words spoken in frustration, fear, or pride can give access to forces that thrive on reaction. By choosing silence, you close those doors. You deny the enemy leverage. You refuse to be baited into distractions that drain your energy and shift your focus away from your assignment. There is a reason seasoned believers learn to pause before speaking. They understand that not every challenge requires a response, and not every accusation deserves an answer. Some conflicts are designed to pull you out of position. Some conversations are designed to exhaust you. Silence keeps you centered. It preserves your peace. It keeps your spirit sharp and your discernment clear. When you stop reacting, you regain control, not by force, but by faith. Consider how often peace is lost through unnecessary words. One sentence spoken too quickly can undo days of prayer. One emotional reaction can create consequences that linger far longer than the moment that triggered it. God, who sees the end from the beginning, knows what silence is saving you from. He knows which outcomes are being protected by your restraint. When you trust Him enough to be quiet, you allow Him to work without interference. There is also a deeper lesson unfolding here. Silence teaches humility. It breaks the habit of self-justification. It trains your heart to wait on God rather than rushing to self-defense. This does not mean you are wrong or weak. It means you are secure. Secure people do not need to prove themselves. Secure people trust that what is hidden will be revealed at the right time, and what is false will fall away without their effort.
Many chosen ones struggle in this phase because growth often isolates. When you mature spiritually, your reactions change. You no longer engage in every discussion. You no longer explain every decision. You become selective, intentional, and grounded. Others may misinterpret this as distance or pride, but in reality, it is wisdom taking root. You are learning that not everyone deserves access to your thoughts, your plans, or your process. If you find yourself wanting to speak just to release tension, pause. Ask yourself whether the release you seek is emotional relief or spiritual alignment. Emotional relief is temporary. Spiritual alignment produces lasting peace. God is inviting you to choose the latter. Each time you resist the urge to speak, you strengthen your inner discipline. Each time you choose silence, you affirm your trust in divine timing. Midway through this journey, it is important to reflect. Have there been moments when silence saved you from regret? Have there been times when speaking too quickly created unnecessary complications? These reflections are not meant to condemn you, but to sharpen your awareness. Growth comes from recognition. If this message is stirring something within you, share your thoughts in the comments. You are not alone in this experience, and your insight may encourage someone else who is struggling to remain quiet. God often does His deepest work when there is less noise. In quiet seasons, character is shaped, motives are purified, and faith is strengthened. This is where endurance is built. This is where trust moves from theory to practice. When you remain silent, you give space for God to move in ways you could never achieve through words. You allow Him to speak on your behalf, to defend your name, and to settle matters beyond your reach. As you continue listening, remember this: silence does not mean inactivity. It means you are active in prayer, active in obedience, and active in trust. You are choosing discipline over impulse. You are choosing faith over fear. You are choosing alignment over reaction. This is the posture of someone who is being prepared for greater responsibility. Stay with this message. Let it sink deeply. What comes next will challenge your habits, but it will also empower your spirit.
Your quiet obedience now is shaping a future that will speak louder than any explanation ever could. There is a deeper reason this instruction feels urgent. Silence in this season is not only about avoiding conflict, it is about guarding revelation. God does not reveal everything at once, and He does not reveal everything to everyone. When you speak too early, you expose what is still forming. Some things need to mature in the hidden place before they can stand in the open without being damaged. Silence becomes the covering that allows divine purpose to grow strong roots before visible fruit appears. Many chosen ones have unknowingly delayed progress by talking too much about what God is doing. Not everyone who listens is meant to understand, and not everyone who understands is meant to support. Some people hear only to compare. Others listen only to criticize. A few listen only to compete. God knows this, which is why He often instructs silence before elevation. What is precious must be protected. What is forming must not be exposed to unnecessary scrutiny. This is especially important during times of spiritual resistance. Opposition does not always appear as obvious attack. Sometimes it comes through subtle conversations, repeated questions, or pressure to explain yourself. The goal is not clarity, the goal is access. Every detail you reveal becomes information that can be misused. Silence keeps your inner world secure. It limits interference. It preserves momentum. You may notice that when you stop explaining yourself, some people become uncomfortable. They were used to having access. They were used to you justifying your decisions. When that access is removed, reactions surface. Do not mistake their discomfort for your failure. Often, silence exposes motives more clearly than words ever could. When you stop speaking, truth begins to speak for itself. This season also teaches emotional mastery. Holding your tongue requires strength. It demands that you confront the need to be understood and release it. It asks you to let go of the desire to control perception. That is not easy, but it is necessary. As long as you are driven by how others see you, you remain tied to their opinions. Silence breaks that tie. It shifts your focus from external validation to internal alignment. There is also healing happening beneath the surface. Silence creates space for reflection. It allows you to process experiences without turning them into public discussions. Some wounds do not need an audience, they need attention and care. When you speak too quickly about pain, you sometimes reopen what God is trying to mend. Quiet reflection allows healing to take place without pressure. Pay attention to how your spirit feels when you choose not to respond. At first, it may feel uncomfortable. There may be tension, restlessness, or the urge to speak just to relieve that feeling. But if you stay with it, peace begins to settle. Clarity follows. You realize that you did not lose anything by staying quiet. In fact, you gained stability. You conserved energy. You kept your authority intact. This is where discernment sharpens. Silence trains you to listen more closely. When you are not busy talking, you become aware of subtle promptings, gentle warnings, and quiet confirmations. You start to notice patterns. You recognize which conversations drain you and which ones strengthen you. You learn when to engage and when to withdraw. This awareness is essential for anyone called to lead, influence, or serve at a higher level. If you are finding this challenging, you are not failing. Resistance often confirms that the instruction is necessary. Growth rarely feels comfortable at first. But each moment of restraint builds spiritual muscle. Each time you choose not to react, you reinforce discipline. Over time, what felt difficult becomes natural. Silence becomes your default response rather than your last resort. This is a good moment to pause and reflect. Ask yourself honestly, where have I been speaking from emotion rather than wisdom? Where have I been trying to defend myself instead of trusting God? These questions are not meant to accuse you, they are meant to realign you. Awareness precedes change. If you are willing, share your reflections in the comments. Your honesty may encourage someone who feels alone in this struggle.
Another truth you must embrace is that God does not need your help to reveal truth. What belongs to you cannot be taken by misunderstanding. What is meant for you will find you without explanation. Silence places the responsibility where it belongs, not on your ability to manage narratives, but on God's ability to handle outcomes. When you release control, you experience relief. When you trust timing, you experience peace. Silence also reshapes your relationships. You become more selective, not out of fear, but out of wisdom. You stop oversharing. You stop explaining decisions to those who have not earned access. This does not make you distant, it makes you discerning. Healthy boundaries protect your calling. They prevent burnout. They preserve joy. As you walk this path, remember that silence is temporary, but its results are lasting. There will be a time to speak. There will be a moment when your voice is required, but that moment will come with clarity, authority, and impact because you honored restraint first. Words spoken at the right time carry weight. Words spoken too early lose power. If this message is strengthening you, take a moment to support the channel. Like, share, and stay connected. This community exists to remind you that growth is possible, faith is practical, and obedience produces results. You are not walking this journey alone. What you are learning now will serve you later. The discipline you build in silence will shape how you handle influence, responsibility, and success. Those who cannot control their speech often struggle to steward increase. God is training you for longevity, not just visibility. He is preparing you for impact that lasts. Stay grounded, stay observant, stay obedient. The quiet work happening now is laying the foundation for what is coming next. As this season unfolds, understand that silence is not only a response, it is a posture. It reflects inner alignment with God rather than outward pressure from people. When you choose restraint, you are declaring trust without making a speech. You are saying, without saying anything at all, that you believe God sees what others do not, understands what others misinterpret, and defends what others attempt to question. That posture carries authority. There will be moments when you feel misunderstood. People may form conclusions without asking questions. Some may even speak on your behalf inaccurately. This is where discipline is refined. You are not required to correct every narrative. Some misunderstandings dissolve on their own when truth rises naturally. Others lose relevance as your life moves forward. Silence keeps you from being trapped in cycles that do not serve your growth.
This instruction is also about timing. God works in seasons, and each season has its own requirements. In some seasons, words build. In this one, restraint protects. When you speak at the wrong time, even truth can become noise. When you wait, truth gains clarity. What God is preparing for you does not need defending, it needs patience. You may notice that as you practice this discipline, your reactions slow down. You pause before responding. You weigh words instead of releasing them impulsively. This is evidence of maturity. You are no longer driven by urgency to prove yourself. You are anchored in purpose. This calm confidence is not weakness, it is evidence of inner strength. Another shift will happen internally. Your prayer life deepens. When you stop explaining yourself to people, you begin expressing more honestly to God. Silence redirects your energy upward instead of outward. Instead of replaying conversations, you reflect. Instead of rehearsing responses, you seek guidance. This shift brings clarity, peace, and renewed focus. Some chosen ones struggle here because they equate silence with loss of voice. In truth, silence sharpens your voice. When the time comes to speak, your words will carry weight because they are not wasted. They will be intentional, measured, and impactful. People listen differently to those who do not speak unnecessarily. Their words are trusted because they are rare. This is also preparation for influence.
Visibility without discipline often leads to burnout. Influence without restraint leads to regret. God trains his chosen ones in private before positioning them publicly. Silence is part of that training. It teaches you to value wisdom over reaction, obedience over impulse, and purpose over pride. If you feel tempted to break this silence, ask yourself what you hope to gain. Is it relief, validation, or control? None of these bring lasting peace. What brings peace is alignment. What brings confidence is obedience. What brings clarity is patience. The reward for silence is not immediate approval, but long-term stability. This message may not feel comfortable, but it is timely. Many who are watching are closer to breakthrough than they realize. Resistance often increases just before transition. Pressure intensifies when change is near. Silence keeps you steady when everything else feels noisy. It grounds you while God completes what he started. Take a moment to evaluate your current conversations. Are they producing peace or tension? Are they moving you forward or pulling you backward? Not every conversation deserves your energy. Not every question deserves an answer. Discernment means knowing when to engage and when to withdraw without guilt. If this message resonates with your current season, engage with it. Share your thoughts in the comments. Your experience may help someone else recognize what they are walking through. Support the channel by liking and sharing this message so others who need this clarity can find it. Join the community by subscribing so you continue receiving encouragement that strengthens faith and purpose. As you move forward, remember that obedience often looks quiet before it looks powerful. Do not rush what God is refining. Do not interrupt what he is aligning. Stay focused, stay faithful, stay grounded. Your silence today is shaping your authority tomorrow. There will be a moment when God releases your voice again. When that time comes, you will speak with wisdom, clarity, and confidence. Until then, trust the process, trust the timing, trust the instruction. Hold your tongue, guard your heart, keep your spirit aligned. This is not the time to talk. This is the time to grow. You are not delayed, you are being prepared. Stay encouraged, stay obedient. Your next season will speak for itself.
Beloved chosen one, there is a profound reality about life that few dare to speak of, but God reveals it to those he has called and chosen. Life is not merely a series of random events or an endless struggle. It is a spiritual arena where your faith, resilience, and intimacy with God are tested and strengthened. The world may try to present life as a pursuit of comfort or fleeting success, but the hidden truth is far deeper. Every trial, every delay, every moment of opposition is strategically designed to shape your destiny and fortify your character. This truth is not widely proclaimed because it requires a willingness to surrender, to trust beyond what is visible, and to embrace God's hand in every circumstance. For you, the chosen one, understanding this reality opens doors to spiritual insight, empowerment, and breakthrough that transcends ordinary comprehension. The first thing to recognize is that life is a battlefield, not against people, but against spiritual forces seeking to hinder your divine calling. Every challenge you face, whether it is betrayal, loss, frustration, or inexplicable delays, carries a spiritual dimension. These trials are not punishments, nor are they meaningless obstacles. They are opportunities for God to cultivate strength, patience, and wisdom within you. The unseen realm is active, and the enemy is aware that you hold authority in God's kingdom. Your victories in prayer, your perseverance in hardship, and your obedience to divine instruction are what disrupt darkness and establish God's glory on earth. It is vital to understand that the exhaustion, the setbacks, and the moments of discouragement are all tools in God's hand to prepare you for a life of supernatural impact. The marks of the truly chosen are evident not in wealth, accolades, or worldly recognition,
but in how your life responds to pressure. Your ability to remain steadfast when all around you seems unstable, your fruitfulness amid chaos, and your unwavering commitment to God's truth over personal comfort are clear indicators of divine election. These marks are not always visible to others, but they are unmistakable to the Spirit. They reveal the depth of your faith, your resilience, and your alignment with eternal purposes. Life will challenge you to reveal your dependence on God in ways that the casual believer cannot comprehend. Isolation may come, not as a punishment, but as a period of refinement, giving you clarity, focus, and spiritual insight that prepares you for your calling. Opposition and adversity are signs that your influence threatens darkness, proving that you are walking in divine favor. Embracing this truth transforms how you perceive everyday struggles. When disappointments come, you begin to see them not as failures, but as divine assignments to build strength and character. When plans are delayed, you understand that God is preparing the ground for a greater manifestation of His promises. When you encounter resistance, it becomes a signal that your life carries significance in the heavenly realm. Each trial is a promotion in disguise, each challenge a preparation for supernatural acceleration. This perspective transforms your mind from worry and fear to hope, faith, and expectation. You begin to live with a deep confidence that every situation, no matter how discouraging it appears, is orchestrated by God to work toward your ultimate victory. Spiritual warfare is an ever-present reality for every chosen one. The enemy seeks to attack your mind, your body, and your spirit, aiming to distract you from your destiny. These battles are not casual, they are targeted and persistent because of the authority you carry. To prevail, you must consistently armor yourself spiritually. Prayer becomes your shield, worship your sword, and your understanding of God's word your guiding light. Standing firm in faith is not passive, it requires deliberate action. You must declare your victory, proclaim God's promises over your life, and actively resist every lie or fear that seeks to infiltrate your mind. Spiritual readiness is as much about your mindset as it is about your prayer life. Understanding that every opposition is temporary and that God's power is absolute allows you to rise above discouragement and maintain focus on your divine assignment.
Part of the hidden truth is that God uses moments of weariness to deepen your trust. When you feel drained, He invites you to lean fully on His strength. Exhaustion becomes a sacred teacher, reminding you that your power is not in human effort alone, but in reliance on the Spirit. The world may reward self-sufficiency, but God rewards dependence, obedience, and faithfulness under pressure. Every experience that tests you is also an opportunity to experience God's provision, His restoration, and His supernatural strength. You are being trained to operate in realms of influence and authority that the ordinary cannot perceive or achieve. Your perseverance becomes a testimony, not only for your own life, but for those who witness your journey and are inspired to trust in God's ways. The hidden battlefield also illuminates the importance of discernment. The chosen one must be able to recognize influences, both visible and invisible, that shape decisions, relationships, and spiritual direction. This discernment is not merely intuition, it is a spiritual gift that allows you to perceive the truth in moments of ambiguity. It protects your spirit, guides your actions, and ensures that your focus remains aligned with God's purposes. As challenges arise, discernment helps you avoid pitfalls and embrace opportunities that bring growth and divine favor. It also equips you to navigate the complexities of life with wisdom, avoiding distractions that can slow or deter your progress. By sharpening this spiritual insight, you increase your capacity to operate in your calling with precision, confidence, and clarity. Another dimension of this hidden truth is the value of patience in God's timing. Many are tempted to rush into decisions, chase worldly success, or compromise principles in pursuit of quick results. The chosen one understands that God's timing is perfect and that every delay carries a purpose. Patience allows your faith to mature, your character to solidify, and your vision to be refined. While waiting, you are not idle. You are being equipped for influence, tested for resilience, and positioned for maximum impact. Each pause, each season of apparent stillness is an invitation to deepen intimacy with God, strengthen your spiritual muscles, and prepare for the breakthroughs that await. To rise and manifest your God-given dreams, practical steps must accompany spiritual understanding. Begin by daily equipping yourself through prayer, meditation on the Word, and intentional reflection. Declare God's promises aloud over your circumstances. Let your worship and gratitude shift atmospheres, creating alignment with divine favor. Build meaningful relationships with other believers who can support, encourage, and pray with you. Accountability and fellowship are critical for sustaining faith and staying spiritually vigilant. Take bold action on God's guidance, trusting that provision will follow and that doors you cannot yet see will open at the appointed time. Faith without action is incomplete. Your obedience activates the supernatural forces surrounding your life. A vital lesson embedded in this hidden truth is the recognition of God's purpose in suffering. The pains, disappointments, and setbacks are all formative instruments. They strip away reliance on the temporal, reveal latent strength, and cultivate virtues necessary for enduring influence. Every moment that tests your patience or challenges your faith is a rehearsal for leadership, impact, and spiritual authority. By embracing the difficulty and choosing to respond with faith, gratitude, and perseverance, you turn every obstacle into a platform for growth. What appears as adversity in the moment becomes a foundation for future triumphs. Your life story transforms into a living testimony, encouraging others and magnifying God's glory. Understanding that life is a spiritual battlefield also changes how you approach relationships and opportunities. Interactions with others are not merely social engagements, but occasions to exercise discernment, grace, and influence. Challenges in relationships are opportunities to extend forgiveness, demonstrate patience, and cultivate leadership rooted in love. Opportunities that present themselves are tests of alignment with your calling, discernment, and faith. By embracing this perspective, every facet of your life becomes intentional, measured, and purpose-driven. You are no longer a passive participant, but an active co-laborer with God in establishing His kingdom on earth. The ultimate encouragement for the chosen one is that no trial is wasted and no challenge is beyond God's transforming power. The hidden truth about life is that every difficulty is temporary, every setback is instructional, and every victory is guaranteed when rooted in obedience, faith, and reliance on divine guidance. Your life, with its scars, its triumphs, and its breakthroughs, is a testimony of God's faithfulness. Greater is He who is in you than any challenge you face. Your faith becomes a beacon, your perseverance an inspiration, and your obedience a conduit for divine manifestation in ways that ripple across generations. Unwavering confidence. Recognize that the hidden truth of life is a revelation of your destiny, an invitation to courage, and a call to embrace your divine authority. Stand firm against discouragement, step boldly into opportunities aligned with your purpose, and allow every challenge to refine rather than defeat you. Your breakthrough is not just a possibility, it is your inheritance as the chosen one. Walk in the awareness that God is orchestrating every detail. Unseen battles are being won, and your testimony will shine brightly for His glory. The hidden realities you now understand equip you to live with clarity, purpose, and supernatural confidence. Your story is unique, and your journey is sacred. The trials, opposition, and quiet moments of testing are all shaping a life that reflects God's power and grace. You are called not merely to survive, but to thrive, not simply to endure, but to lead, not only to believe, but to act with faith that moves the unseen forces in your favor.
Each day is an opportunity to engage fully with the spiritual truths surrounding you, to align your actions with divine strategy, and to release your God-given potential into the world. This hidden truth transforms your understanding of life. It is a realm of preparation, revelation, and empowerment designed specifically for those who will embrace it with courage and faith. Chosen one, rise and recognize your victory. Allow the hidden truths to illuminate your path, to strengthen your resolve, and to deepen your intimacy with God. Every test you have endured, every moment of waiting, and every challenge overcome has been laying the groundwork for a life of influence, impact, and testimony. This season is your appointed time to walk boldly, speak confidently, and act decisively in alignment with God's eternal plan. Your divine potential is unfolding now, and your obedience will release manifestations of favor, breakthrough, and glory. Your life is a living proclamation that God's wisdom, strength, and power are real and active, guiding the steps of those He has chosen to walk in destiny. As you go forward, maintain vigilance and gratitude. Stand firm in faith, embrace challenges as tools for growth, and act decisively on God's guidance. Know that the spiritual realities surrounding you are aligned with your purpose, and that you are never alone. Angels, divine influence, and the power of God's Spirit move on your behalf, empowering you to rise above every difficulty and claim every blessing. Your story will inspire, your victories will testify, and your life will honor God as a chosen vessel, fully equipped for His eternal purpose. Let every step you take reflect awareness of the hidden truth. Life is a divine journey of preparation, empowerment, and manifestation for those who trust fully in God. Stand now in the fullness of understanding. You are the chosen one, prepared, empowered, and appointed. Walk boldly, act faithfully, and live courageously, knowing that every challenge you face is a stepping stone to your destiny. Your faith is a weapon, your obedience is a key, and your trust in God is the foundation of your triumph. Rise, claim your victory, and let the hidden truth of life reveal the extraordinary power and purpose within you. Your season of divine empowerment, breakthrough, and fulfillment is not ahead, it is now, and it belongs fully to you.
Chosen one, before you take another step into this new month, pause for a moment and breathe, because what you are stepping into is not an ordinary page on the calendar, and this shift in time is not something casual or routine. You are entering a season that heaven has carefully prepared for you. This is the beginning of your appointed time, your spiritually marked moment where what you have prayed for, cried out for, waited on, and fought through begins to align with God's purpose for your life. As you listen, open your heart completely. Release your expectations, release your worries, and let your spirit receive this message. If you're ready to walk with God in a deeper way, take a moment to subscribe to the Chosen Star and stay connected, because this journey of faith is one you are not meant to walk alone. For so long, you might have felt like you were standing on the threshold of change, but nothing seemed to shift. You may have experienced moments where you wondered if you misheard God or misread the signs. You may have endured seasons where everything inside you whispered, "It's close," yet your surroundings seemed unchanged. But what you did not see was that God was preparing you for a time that required spiritual maturity, steady strength, and a heart that could hold what He intends to release. God's timing is never random. His word tells us that every vision, every promise, every divine plan reaches completion at a time He has set. And even when it feels slow, it is never delayed. It arrives exactly when it is meant to. You have reached that moment.
This month is different because heaven has made it so. This is not a repeat of old cycles or a continuation of former seasons. You have crossed into something new. God has set this period apart for you to see the first signs of breakthroughs that once felt distant. He has watched you endure pressures that shaped you, refining seasons that humbled you, and silent moments that forced you to lean on His presence alone. What felt like waiting was actually preparation. What felt like delay was divine setup. What felt like uncertainty was the strengthening of your faith. God has been aligning circumstances, adjusting your perspective, correcting your steps, molding your character, and clearing what no longer fits your future. Now that the work within you has reached the right depth, the time around you begins to shift accordingly. Many people overlook the importance of God's appointed moments. They focus on human calendars and earthly timelines, but heaven's schedule does not follow our expectations. There are seasons God hides you, seasons He develops you, seasons He teaches you to wait, seasons He stretches your endurance, seasons He deepens your roots, and seasons He releases what you've been faithfully preparing for. This month marks the beginning of that release. You may not see everything unfold at once, but the shift is real. Something has changed. God has opened the door, and what He sets in motion cannot be hindered by any obstacle, any distraction, or any spiritual resistance. Chosen one, you have stepped into a time where God said becomes reality. This month carries the first waves of fulfillment. The unseen realm has moved, and you are about to witness the evidence in your life. This is why you've been feeling an internal pull, a stirring of expectation, a deep knowing that something is different. Your spirit recognizes what your eyes have not yet seen. You are sensing heaven's movement. You are sensing God's timing. You are sensing the beginning of manifestation. The truth is that appointed times require preparation, and the preparation you endured was not easy. Some of your trials felt like they pressed you beyond your limits. Some relationships were removed so you could see clearly. Some disappointments redirected your path so you would not settle for less than what God intended. Certain battles intensified, not because you were losing, but because you were close to rising higher. When God is getting ready to shift you, the enemy often tries to cloud your mind, pull you backward, or weaken your confidence. But despite the pressure, here you are, still standing, still believing, still reaching for God, still hungry for purpose. That alone is proof that you are marked for this moment.
This appointed time is tied to your obedience. God watched how you responded when life grew tough. He saw your tears, but He also saw your worship. He saw your pain, but He also saw your persistence. He saw the loneliness, but He also saw your refusal to disconnect from Him. When others gave up, you pressed forward. When others compromised, you held on to your integrity. When others sought shortcuts, you chose God's path. When others doubted, you whispered prayers of trust. This month is not a reward, it is a response from heaven. God responds to faith. He responds to endurance. He responds to consistency. He responds to those who cling to Him even when circumstances feel heavy. You have touched His heart, and now His timing touches your life. There are moments in Scripture where divine timing changed everything for the chosen ones God called. When the time was right, a shepherd became king. When the time was right, a prisoner became a leader who saved nations. When the time was right, a young woman was positioned in a palace to save her people. Heaven moves precisely. God never acts prematurely, and He never acts late. You stand in that same principle. You stand in your right time. You stand in your God-appointed moment. You may have felt hidden in previous months, but that hiddenness was protection. God kept you covered until your strength matched your calling. He kept you out of certain situations to shield you from setbacks. He kept some opportunities out of reach because they were beneath your destiny. He withheld some connections because not everyone can walk with you into your appointed time. Now that the foundation is strong, He begins to release what has been waiting for the right moment. This is the month where clarity begins to settle. Decisions that once felt cloudy begin to make sense. Confusion lifts. You begin to hear God's direction more clearly because He is unveiling the next steps. You begin to receive instructions because this is the time to build. This is the time to step into assignments. This is the time to be bold. This is the time to act on visions you held in silence. God is pushing you forward gently but firmly because what He deposited in your spirit must now come to life. Chosen one, take a moment and reflect. What have you been waiting on God for? What dreams have you carried in prayer? What desires have you placed before Him? Share that in the comment because your voice matters and your testimony is forming even now. Let this community join you in prayer and agreement. You are not alone on this path. Understanding appointed time also means recognizing the spiritual responsibilities that come with it. You cannot step into a season like this casually. Heaven has opened something for you, and now you must walk with intention. This means daily surrender, laying your plans before God each morning and asking for His direction. As the word says, a person may make plans, but real progress comes from God guiding each step. This is the month to let Him lead fully. Your strength alone cannot carry what He is releasing, but His guidance will give you wisdom for every move. Speak life over your destiny this month. Speak what God has spoken over you. Use your voice with authority. Declare purpose over your days. Declare peace over your mind. Declare open doors over your assignments. When God speaks, His words never return empty. Align your words with His promises. This is not the time to speak from fear. This is the time to speak from faith. Heaven responds to agreement. Protect your spirit through prayer and fasting. In seasons of appointed timing, distractions often arise. Not every voice deserves your attention. Not every invitation deserves your energy. Not every emotion deserves your response. Stay centered. Stay anchored. Keep your heart guarded. The forces that tried to discourage you before will attempt to distract you now because they know what is coming. Equip yourself. Spend time in the presence of God. Learn to silence your surroundings so you can hear His direction clearly.
Take steps of faith, even if they feel small. Sometimes God moves only when you move. You may be waiting for Him to act while He is waiting for you to step forward. Sign that application. Start that project. Begin that study. Reach out where He has placed opportunity. Build what He has placed inside your spirit. Heaven releases provision in motion. This month requires movement, not hesitation. Worship with a grateful heart. Praise activates breakthrough. It lifts your spirit and aligns you with heaven's rhythm. When you worship, you shift the atmosphere around you. You open the door for God to work in your situation. Worship this month with expectation, not doubt. Worship with confidence, not fear. Worship knowing that your appointed time is unfolding daily. Your challenges will not disappear overnight, but they will no longer have the same power over you. You have crossed into a season where God strengthens you from within, where the burdens that once weighed you down begin to feel lighter, where the thoughts that once troubled you lose their influence, where the fears that once held you back begin to fade. You rise differently in an appointed time. You walk differently. You think differently. Your faith carries a stronger foundation because now you are walking in alignment with God's timing. You may still face resistance, but it will no longer defeat you. You may still confront obstacles, but they will no longer overwhelm you. God has increased your capacity, and what once felt heavy becomes manageable. You are rising with new strength. You are rising with new wisdom. You are rising with new clarity. You are rising with new spiritual authority. You are rising because heaven has called you forward. Chosen one, hear this deeply. This month carries breakthrough. This month carries restoration. This month carries opportunities that were once out of reach. This month carries healing for your heart and mind. This month carries divine connections. This month carries clarity on your purpose. This month carries movement in areas that once felt stagnant. You have stepped into the beginning of your appointed time, and nothing can reverse what God has set in motion. Your faithfulness has brought you here. Your obedience has aligned you with heaven. Your endurance has qualified you for this next phase. God sees you. God knows you. God has chosen you specifically for what He is releasing. You were not forgotten. You were not overlooked. Every second of preparation mattered. Now step boldly into what God has placed before you. Lift your head. Straighten your shoulders. Carry yourself with the confidence of someone who walks under divine appointment. Move forward with courage. Your dreams are not distant anymore. What felt locked is opening. What felt delayed is arriving. What felt heavy is lifting. What felt unclear is becoming focused. What felt impossible is being transformed. This is your time, your moment, your season. Step into it with expectation. Step into it with faith. Step into it with strength. Step into it with the assurance that heaven is working on your behalf. If this message has spoken to your spirit, share it with someone who needs encouragement. Comment below and share what God is preparing you for, and subscribe to the Chosen Star so you can continue walking this journey of purpose and destiny with us. May God bless you, strengthen you, and guide you through every step of this new month. Your appointed time has begun, and your story is shifting in your favor. Chosen one, there are moments when you wake up in the morning, and even before the day begins, you already feel heavy. It's as though your strength has been quietly leaking away, and your soul aches for rest you can't quite find. You've prayed, you've pushed, and you've kept your faith alive, yet deep within, you still feel drained. This message comes to remind you that what you're feeling is not a sign of weakness, it's a sign of depth. You are not just tired because of what you do, you're weary because of what you carry. There is purpose in your fatigue, and understanding that purpose will unlock the strength you've been longing for. You see, the exhaustion that clings to you isn't always physical. It's spiritual, emotional, and deeply tied to your divine identity. The weight you feel pressing on your heart isn't random. It's the result of standing on sacred ground that others can't always see. You've been fighting battles that don't always have names, interceding without words, and carrying assignments that heaven itself entrusted to you. Sometimes that kind of spiritual responsibility leaves even the strongest souls feeling empty. But God is not blind to your weariness. He's inviting you to see it not as defeat, but as an invitation to draw closer to His strength. Chosen one, the fatigue that lingers over your days often begins in the unseen realm. You've been in spiritual battles far longer than most people realize. You might not see the invisible struggle, but you feel it, the mental fog, the emotional heaviness, the sudden discouragement that seems to come from nowhere. These are not coincidences. They're signs that your spirit has been engaging in warfare. When you carry divine light, darkness notices. When you step into obedience, resistance rises. But even when your body feels weak and your soul weary, remember that your spirit remains connected to a power greater than anything that opposes you. The opposition you face is proof of your calling. You are not attacked because you are failing.
You are targeted because you are effective. The adversary doesn't waste energy on those who are idle. He goes after those who build, who speak life, who carry purpose. Your tiredness, chosen one, is often the echo of unseen clashes between light and darkness. But the same power that raised the Son of God from the grave lives within you, and that power has not diminished because you feel weary. You may be tired, but you are still victorious. You may feel drained, but heaven still recognizes your authority. Now, pause for a moment and breathe. Let these words sink into your heart. You're not weak for feeling tired. You're human, and your divine assignment comes with a weight that can sometimes feel overwhelming. Even the strongest warriors need rest. Even the greatest leaders in Scripture reached moments where they renewal. God designed rest not as a luxury, but as a strategy for survival. He never intended for you to fight on empty. He wants to fill you, refresh you, and teach you that surrender is not quitting, it's recharging in His presence. Maybe lately you've been questioning why it feels like your prayers take so much energy, why even your quiet time feels like labor, and why every step of obedience feels heavier than before. That's because the season you're in demands more spiritual endurance than the last. Growth always requires greater strength, and strength always begins with stretching. You are being strengthened even in the fatigue. You're learning to depend more on divine power and less on your own. You're being reshaped for a higher assignment that demands a stronger version of you.
But here's what you must understand. Spiritual battles don't just affect your emotions, they affect your body too. The mind grows tired when constantly alert, the spirit grows weary when constantly interceding, and the body follows suit. That's why rest isn't just a physical act, it's a spiritual command. When you take time to breathe, to be still, and to sit quietly in the presence of God, you're not wasting time, you're being rebuilt. Your spirit drinks strength from stillness, and your heart refines peace in silence. There's another reason you've been feeling tired, and it's connected to the weight of your calling. Chosen one, you're carrying something significant, something that costs energy, patience, and faith to nurture. The calling on your life is heavy because it's meant to impact many lives. Purpose always comes with a price, and those chosen for divine tasks often feel that price in their bodies and souls. You push yourself to give, to serve, to stay obedient, even when no one applauds. You carry burdens others don't see. And because you refuse to give up, your heart often carries more than it should. But remember this, you were never meant to carry the full weight of your purpose alone. God didn't call you to exhaustion. He called you to partnership. When you feel tired from serving, remember that rest is also service. You serve God when you pause to receive His peace. You honor Him when you acknowledge that you need His strength more than your own effort. There is divine beauty in slowing down long enough for heaven to refill you. You don't have to prove your strength by running until you break. Sometimes the most powerful act of faith is to rest in the knowledge that God can handle what you cannot. Chosen one, this fatigue has also been emotional. You've carried pain quietly, fought battles in silence, and smiled through moments when your heart was breaking. You've been strong for everyone else, while silently wishing someone could see how tired you are. But God sees. He sees the nights you lie awake, thinking, praying, wondering when peace will finally return. He hears the silent prayers you can't even speak out loud. You've been stretched emotionally because the heart of a chosen one is large. It loves deeply, feels deeply, and hurts deeply.
Yet in that very depth lies your greatest power. The same heart that feels pain so intensely is also capable of receiving joy, love, and divine revelation at deeper levels than most. You might not realize it, but every tear you've shed has been watering seeds of purpose. Every sigh has been a prayer in disguise. Every moment of fatigue has been forming spiritual endurance. You are being strengthened in ways that your natural eyes cannot yet see. The weariness you feel is not the end of your story. It's the preparation for your next chapter. Let this message settle within you, chosen one. You are not failing, you are evolving. Fatigue doesn't mean defeat, it means transformation is taking place. You are being remolded for a greater capacity, not punished for being tired. The reason your spirit feels stretched is because you are growing into a new level of spiritual maturity. The same way a butterfly struggles in the cocoon before it takes flight, you are struggling because you are close to becoming who you are meant to be. So as you listen to this message, open your heart. Don't rush to fix everything or to push past the fatigue. Let God minister to your soul in this moment. Allow His Spirit to breathe life back into your weary places. When you hear these words, don't just hear motivation, hear restoration. You've given much, endured much, and believed through storms. Now it's time for you to be refilled. Chosen one, as you reflect on your journey, remember that every battle you've survived was shaping. The exhaustion you feel isn't permanent. There's a divine exchange taking place. You're trading human effort for supernatural energy, anxiety for peace, restlessness for divine stillness. Heaven is not asking you to push harder. It's inviting you to lean deeper.
Chosen one, when your heart begins to whisper that it cannot keep going, remember that your Creator never expected you to carry every burden alone. He invites you to lay the weight down. The weariness you feel is not meant to drown you. It is meant to draw you closer to the one who restores. Every time you pause to breathe and turn your thoughts toward heaven, you are exchanging your weakness for His strength. There is no shame in admitting that you need rest. Even the most devoted servants pause to drink from the well that never runs dry. There are seasons when God deliberately slows your pace, not because you have failed, but because He wants to protect what He is building in you. When your energy feels drained, He may be whispering that it is time to recover your balance. You cannot pour from an empty vessel. To fulfill your assignment, you must learn the rhythm of rest and renewal. The same hand that calls you to build also calls you to be still. In stillness, you hear His direction again, and confusion begins to fade. You might notice that lately, simple tasks seem to take greater effort. Even conversations drain you. This isn't just physical fatigue. It's a sign that your soul has been carrying too many voices and too much pressure. God is inviting you to release the noise. Pull away from distractions, even for a few minutes each day, and let quietness be your prayer. When you withdraw into His presence, you will feel a peace that words cannot describe. That peace is the evidence that heaven has not forgotten you. Born from striving to meet expectations that God never placed on you. You may be working hard to please people, to keep up appearances, or to hold everything together by sheer will. But God never asked you to earn His favor through performance. He loves you because you are His, not because of what you achieve. Resting in that truth lifts a great weight from your heart. When you live from a place of acceptance instead of proving yourself, your strength begins to return. Chosen one, there are also emotional wounds that quietly drain your energy. Words that were spoken against you, betrayals that left invisible scars, disappointments that piled up one after another. These things do not vanish overnight. They linger, silently demanding energy to hold them down. Yet healing is possible when you bring those hurts into the light of prayer. You cannot heal what you hide. Speak honestly with God about how tired you feel and what has hurt you. In His presence, honesty is the first step toward restoration. When you let the tears fall, they cleanse the soul. You may think crying shows weakness, but in truth it is a sacred release. The same Spirit that strengthens warriors also comforts the brokenhearted. Your tears are not wasted. They are prayers that rise before heaven as proof that you still believe enough to feel. Each one is noticed. Each one carries a promise that you will be comforted. As you heal emotionally, remember that your body is a sacred vessel. When you neglect it, your spiritual life suffers. Fatigue often deepens when you ignore the physical signs calling for rest, nourishment, and care. Treat your body as a gift, not an enemy. Eat what gives life, sleep when you need to, and move in ways that bring joy rather than guilt. In caring for yourself, you honor the Creator who shaped you with intention. When you begin to balance spirit, soul, and body, clarity returns. You will notice that the heaviness starts to lift, not at all at once, but gradually, like morning light breaking through the clouds. You'll wake one day and realize you are no longer carrying the same load. That's the miracle of divine renewal. It works quietly, but completely. There are practical steps you can take to guard your strength. Start each day with stillness before diving into responsibilities. Whisper gratitude for another breath, another sunrise, another chance to grow. Gratitude is a powerful defense against exhaustion because it shifts your focus from what drains you to what sustains you. End each day by releasing every worry back to God. The day's burdens are too heavy to take into the next day. Protect your energy by learning to say no when necessary. It is not unkind to set boundaries. It is wise stewardship. When you stretch yourself too thin, even good work can become harmful. Trust that God can accomplish His will without you doing everything alone. Delegating, resting, or stepping back for a time does not cancel your calling. It keeps you healthy enough to continue it.
Surround yourself with people who lift your spirit rather than drain it. Fellowship is medicine for a weary soul. Isolation magnifies fatigue, but godly community restores courage. Choose conversations that remind you of who you are in God, not who you used to be in fear. Encourage others, even when you feel low. Encouragement has a way of circling back and refreshing your own heart. Speak life over yourself daily. Replace thoughts of defeat with affirmations rooted in faith. Tell your soul that strength is returning, that peace is flowing again, that new energy is rising. Words carry creative power. When you speak from belief rather than exhaustion, you set your atmosphere in alignment with heaven's will. Chosen one, remember that your current weariness is temporary. Breakthroughs are often preceded by seasons of fatigue because growth demands energy. The soil of your life is being turned so new fruit can grow. The stretching you feel now is making room for more grace, more wisdom, more authority. Soon, you'll look back and realize that what once drained you has now trained you. So don't despise this tired season. Use it as a moment to lean into trust. God is not distant from your fatigue. He is sitting beside you in it. When you are too tired to pray, rest in the knowledge that He understands the prayers you can't articulate. When you are too tired to stand, know that His strength holds you up. You're not falling apart, you're being reassembled. Every moment of weakness is a space where His power can show itself strong. The tiredness is not your enemy. It is the signal that you are transitioning from one level of grace to another. Stay faithful in the small things, rest when you must, and watch how quietly strength returns. Chosen one, take a deep breath right now.
Feel how even the smallest pause begins to calm the storm within. That's what God wants for you, peace that surpasses every fear. You have walked through long nights, but dawn always follows. The same Spirit that sustained prophets, apostles, and dreamers through their lowest moments is breathing in you now. You will rise again, stronger and wiser, not because the struggle disappeared, but because you learned to rest in divine power. Your tiredness will give birth to testimony. The days you thought were wasted will become the evidence of endurance. The moments you nearly quit will one day inspire others not to give up. This is how purpose works. It transforms pain into power, exhaustion into empathy, weakness into wisdom. Hold on, chosen one. A renewal is coming that will make sense of every weary night. Heaven has recorded every effort you made in faith. None of it was in vain. Keep your heart open and your expectations high. Even now, strength is returning. And as this message draws to its close, let it become your personal declaration. I am not finished. I am being refilled. I will walk again with strength. I will rest in divine peace. I will fulfill my purpose without burning out. I will thrive in balance and grace. May this truth settle deep within you. You are loved, you are seen, and you are being restored. Rise, chosen one, shake off the dust of exhaustion, stand tall in the assurance that new strength is yours. Rest when needed, but never surrender your hope. The hand of heaven rests upon you, guiding, healing, and renewing you. Every breath you take from this moment forward is evidence that purpose still flows through you. Father, thank you for the one reading these words. You see their fatigue and you care. Breathe your life into every weary place. Replace confusion with clarity, heaviness with peace, weakness with renewed strength. Teach them the rhythm of rest and dependence on you. Let fresh joy rise within their spirit and remind them that they are never alone. Amen.
Chosen one, before you take another step into this new month, pause for a moment and breathe. Because what you are stepping into is not an ordinary page on the calendar. And this shift in time is not something casual or routine. You are entering a season that heaven has carefully prepared for you. This is the beginning of your appointed time, your spiritually marked moment where what you have prayed for, cried out for, waited on, and fought through begins to align with God's purpose for your life. As you listen, open your heart completely. Release your expectations, release your worries, and let your spirit receive this message. If you're ready to walk with God in a deeper way, take a moment to subscribe to the Chosen Star and stay connected, because this journey of faith is one you are not meant to walk alone. For so long, you might have felt like you were standing on the threshold of change, but nothing seemed to shift. You may have experienced moments where you wondered if you misheard God or misread the signs. You may have endured seasons where everything inside you whispered, "It's close," yet your surroundings seemed unchanged. But what you did not see was that God was preparing you for a time that required spiritual maturity, steady strength, and a heart that could hold what He intends to release. God's timing is never random. His word tells us that every vision, every promise, every divine plan reaches completion at a time He has set. And even when it feels slow, it is never delayed. It arrives exactly when it is meant to. You have reached that moment. This month is different because heaven has made it so. This is not a repeat of old cycles or a continuation of former seasons. You have crossed into something new. God has set this period apart for you to see the first signs of breakthroughs that once felt distant. He has watched you endure pressures that shaped you, refining seasons that humbled you, and silent moments that forced you to lean on His presence alone. What felt like waiting was actually preparation. What felt like delay was divine setup. What felt like uncertainty was the strengthening of your faith. God has been aligning circumstances, adjusting your perspective, correcting your steps, molding your character, and clearing what no longer fits your future. Now that the work within you has reached the right depth, the time around you begins to shift accordingly. Many people overlook the importance of God's appointed moments. They focus on human calendars and earthly timelines, but heaven's schedule does not follow our expectations. There are seasons God hides you, seasons He develops you, seasons He teaches you to wait, seasons He stretches your endurance, seasons He deepens your roots, and seasons He releases what you've been faithfully preparing for. This month marks the beginning of that release. You may not see everything unfold at once, but the shift is real. Something has changed. God has opened the door, and what He sets in motion cannot be hindered by any obstacle, any distraction, or any spiritual resistance. Chosen one, you have stepped into a time where God said becomes reality. This month carries the first waves of fulfillment. The unseen realm has moved, and you are about to witness the evidence in your life. This is why you've been feeling an internal pull, a stirring of expectation, a deep knowing that something is different. Your spirit recognizes what your eyes have not yet seen. You are sensing heaven's movement. You are sensing God's timing. You are sensing the beginning of manifestation. The truth is that appointed times require preparation, and the preparation you endured was not easy. Some of your trials felt like they pressed you beyond your limits. Some relationships were removed so you could see clearly. Some disappointments redirected your path so you would not settle for less than what God intended. Certain battles intensified, not because you were losing, but because you were close to rising higher. When God is getting ready to shift you, the enemy often tries to cloud your mind, pull you backward, or weaken your confidence. But despite the pressure, here you are, still standing, still believing, still reaching for God, still hungry for purpose. That alone is proof that you are marked for this moment.
This appointed time is tied to your obedience. God watched how you responded when life grew tough. He saw your tears, but He also saw your worship. He saw your pain, but He also saw your persistence. He saw the loneliness, but He also saw your refusal to disconnect from Him. When others gave up, you pressed forward. When others compromised, you held on to your integrity. When others sought shortcuts, you chose God's path. When others doubted, you whispered prayers of trust. This month is not a reward, it is a response from heaven. God responds to faith. He responds to endurance. He responds to consistency. He responds to those who cling to Him even when circumstances feel heavy. You have touched His heart, and now His timing touches your life. There are moments in Scripture where divine timing changed everything for the chosen ones God called. When the time was right, a shepherd became king. When the time was right, a prisoner became a leader who saved nations. When the time was right, a young woman was positioned in a palace to save her people. Heaven moves precisely. God never acts prematurely, and He never acts late. You stand in that same principle. You stand in your right time. You stand in your God-appointed moment. You may have felt hidden in previous months, but that hiddenness was protection. God kept you covered until your strength matched your calling. He kept you out of certain situations to shield you from setbacks. He kept some opportunities out of reach because they were beneath your destiny. He withheld some connections because not everyone can walk with you into your appointed time. Now that the foundation is strong,
he begins to release what has been waiting for the right moment. This is the month where clarity begins to settle. Decisions that once felt cloudy begin to make sense. Confusion lifts. You begin to hear God's direction more clearly because He is unveiling the next steps. You begin to receive instructions because this is the time to build. This is the time to step into assignments. This is the time to be bold. This is the time to act on visions you held in silence. God is pushing you forward gently but firmly because what He deposited in your spirit must now come to life. Chosen one, take a moment and reflect. What have you been waiting on God for? What dreams have you carried in prayer? What desires have you placed before Him? Share that in the comment because your voice matters and your testimony is forming even now. Let this community join you in prayer and agreement. You are not alone on this path. Understanding appointed time also means recognizing the spiritual responsibilities that come with it. You cannot step into a season like this casually. Heaven has opened something for you, and now you must walk with intention. This means daily surrender, laying your plans before God each morning and asking for His direction. As the word says, a person may make plans, but real progress comes from God guiding each step. This is the month to let Him lead fully. Your strength alone cannot carry what He is releasing, but His guidance will give you wisdom for every move. Speak life over your destiny this month. Speak what God has spoken over you. Use your voice with authority. Declare purpose over your days. Declare peace over your mind. Declare open doors over your assignments. When God speaks, His words never return empty. Align your words with His promises. This is not the time to speak from fear. This is the time to speak from faith. Heaven responds to agreement. Protect your spirit through prayer and fasting. In seasons of appointed timing, distractions often arise. Not every voice deserves your attention. Not every invitation deserves your energy. Not every emotion deserves your response. Stay centered. Stay anchored. Keep your heart guarded. The forces that tried to discourage you before will attempt to distract you now because they know what is coming. Equip yourself. Spend time in the presence of God. Learn to silence your surroundings so you can hear His direction clearly.
Take steps of faith, even if they feel small. Sometimes God moves only when you move. You may be waiting for Him to act while He is waiting for you to step forward. Sign that application. Start that project. Begin that study. Reach out where He has placed opportunity. Build what He has placed inside your spirit. Heaven releases provision in motion. This month requires movement, not hesitation. Worship with a grateful heart. Praise activates breakthrough. It lifts your spirit and aligns you with heaven's rhythm. When you worship, you shift the atmosphere around you. You open the door for God to work in your situation. Worship this month with expectation, not doubt. Worship with confidence, not fear. Worship knowing that your appointed time is unfolding daily. Your challenges will not disappear overnight, but they will no longer have the same power over you. You have crossed into a season where God strengthens you from within, where the burdens that once weighed you down begin to feel lighter, where the thoughts that once troubled you lose their influence, where the fears that once held you back begin to fade. You rise differently in an appointed time. You walk differently. You think differently. Your faith carries a stronger foundation because now you are walking in alignment with God's timing. You may still face resistance, but it will no longer defeat you. You may still confront obstacles, but they will no longer overwhelm you. God has increased your capacity, and what once felt heavy becomes manageable. You are rising with new strength. You are rising with new wisdom. You are rising with new clarity. You are rising with new spiritual authority. You are rising because heaven has called you forward. Chosen one,
Hear this deeply. This month carries breakthrough. This month carries restoration. This month carries opportunities that were once out of reach. This month carries healing for your heart and mind. This month carries divine connections. This month carries clarity on your purpose. This month carries movement in areas that once felt stagnant. You have stepped into the beginning of your appointed time, and nothing can reverse what God has set in motion. Your faithfulness has brought you here. Your obedience has aligned you with heaven. Your endurance has qualified you for this next phase. God sees you. God knows you. God has chosen you specifically for what He is releasing. You were not forgotten. You were not overlooked. Every second of preparation mattered. Now step boldly into what God has placed before you. Lift your head. Straighten your shoulders. Carry yourself with the confidence of someone who walks under divine appointment. Move forward with courage. Your dreams are not distant anymore. What felt locked is opening. What felt delayed is arriving. What felt heavy is lifting. What felt unclear is becoming focused. What felt impossible is being transformed. This is your time, your moment, your season. Step into it with expectation. Step into it with faith. Step into it with strength. Step into it with the assurance that heaven is working on your behalf. If this message has spoken to your spirit, share it with someone who needs encouragement. Comment below and share what God is preparing you for, and subscribe to The Chosen Star so you can continue walking this journey of purpose and destiny with us. May God bless you, strengthen you, and guide you through every step of this new month. Your appointed time has begun, and your story is shifting in your favor.
Chosen one, you cannot surrender because your destiny depends on it. The very breath in your body is evidence that God has not finished with you yet. Every struggle, every setback, every unanswered question in your heart is not a sign to give up, but a call to rise higher. You are still here because heaven has already declared that your story is not over. I know life has pressed you hard. At times, it feels as if the weight of responsibility and the silence of waiting seasons are too much to bear. Doubts whisper that maybe it would be easier to walk away, to settle for less, or to abandon the vision God placed in your spirit. Yet in those very moments, surrender to discouragement is not an option, because you were designed to carry greatness that only complete trust in God can unlock. Chosen one, I know you face days when prayers felt unanswered and nights when tears became your only language. You've carried questions in your heart. Why is this happening to me? Why does the path feel so heavy? At times, it seems as if everyone else is moving forward while you remain stuck in battles that drain your strength. These are the silent wars that few around you understand, the weight of being chosen, the burden of carrying a vision bigger than yourself. But hear this, those trials are not signs of defeat. They are the proving ground for your destiny. Every challenge you face is shaping resilience, training your faith, and preparing you for the doors that only surrender to God can unlock. Your perseverance under pressure is proof that greater blessings are waiting on the other side of your endurance. Chosen one, surrender is not weakness. It is not waving a white flag or giving up on your dreams. True surrender is strength. It is the decision to place your life, your battles, and your uncertainties into the hands of the one who knows the end from the beginning. When you lean on your own strength, discouragement can feel overwhelming. But when you release control and allow God to guide your steps, you step into a flow of wisdom, peace, and power that no challenge can overturn. Think of it this way. Perseverance is rewarded not because the journey is easy, but because choosing to stand firm in faith invites heaven's strength into your weakness. The crown of victory is reserved for those who endure, not for those who surrender to fear. That is why your surrender to God is your pathway to unshakable strength. Chosen one, the Word of God reminds us that those who remain steadfast under trials are honored with the crown of life. That means your perseverance is not wasted, your faithfulness is not forgotten, and your endurance will never go unrewarded. Every challenge you overcome with trust in God positions you closer to the destiny He has prepared for you. This is why you cannot surrender. The very trials that make you feel weary are also the ones shaping you for greatness. Your steadfast spirit is proof that heaven is investing in you. So as you listen today, I invite you to do more than hear these words. Let them stir something deep within. Prepare your heart. Reflect on where you've been and where God is calling you to go. Stay engaged with this message because what we're about to unfold will strengthen your walk and renew your faith. Chosen one, you are not watching this by chance. You were led here because God wants to remind you that surrender to Him is the turning point of your destiny. The enemy would love for you to believe that giving up is the easiest way out, but heaven has written a greater story over your life. You were created to rise above, to overcome, and to shine as a testimony of God's power working through a surrendered heart. As we move forward, open your spirit to receive this truth. Surrender is not an option, it is your lifeline. It is the very posture that unlocks the strength, wisdom, and breakthroughs you've been waiting for. Stay with me on this journey because what lies ahead will not only encourage you, but also equip you with spiritual insight and practical steps to walk boldly in the purpose God has designed for you.
Chosen one, if we are to rise in faith and walk in the fullness of God's plan, we must first grasp what true surrender really means. Many people hear the word surrender and think of defeat, resignation, or weakness. But in the kingdom of God, surrender carries a completely different meaning. It is not losing the battle. It is winning it by choosing to let the Creator lead the way. Surrender is the conscious act of saying, God, I trust you more than I trust my own strength, my own plans, or my own understanding. Think of how we often try to manage life. We set goals, we fight battles, we carry burdens. And when life does not unfold the way we expect, frustration and fear creep in. Yet the call to surrender is not about abandoning responsibility. It is about shifting the weight from your shoulders to God's. It is acknowledging that His perspective reaches far beyond what your eyes can see. True surrender is an exchange. You release control, and God releases His peace, His wisdom, and His power into your situation. This is why surrender is not optional for a chosen one. It is the only way forward. Without surrender, you will find yourself battling in your own strength, constantly drained by disappointments, doubts, and delays. But with surrender, you tap into divine resources that strengthen you to face challenges head-on. Think about Abraham, who was asked to let go of what was most precious to him, trusting that God had a greater plan. Or Mary, who accepted the angel's word with complete submission, even though it meant stepping into the unknown. Their surrender was not weakness, it was the key that unlocked destiny. When you surrender, you are not saying, I quit. You are saying, God, I choose your will above my own, even when I don't understand it. This posture of heart creates space for God to move. Without surrender, we often get in the way of the very blessings we are praying for, because we try to force outcomes in our own timing. But surrender shifts the burden, reminding us that God's timing is never late, His ways are always higher, and His wisdom far surpasses ours. You may ask, but how do I live this out every day? The answer is found in trust. Each time you choose to let go of anxiety, each time you decide not to lean on your limited perspective, but instead rely on God's promises, you are practicing surrender. It can be as simple as starting your morning with, Lord, I give this day to you. Guide me, and I will follow. It can be choosing to forgive when it's easier to hold on to hurt. It can be deciding to rest in God's assurance instead of losing sleep over situations you cannot change. Surrender also strengthens you for spiritual warfare. The battles of life are not fought with physical weapons, but with spiritual ones: prayer,
faith, worship, and the Word of God. When you surrender to Him, you are essentially clothing yourself in His armor, making it impossible for fear, doubt, and despair to defeat you. The enemy thrives on keeping you restless, worried, and distracted, but surrender silences his schemes because it places God's authority at the center of your life. This is why surrender is not about passivity, it is about alignment. God does not ask you to stop dreaming or stop acting. He asks you to align your dreams and actions with His will. When you move in step with Him, even obstacles become stepping stones. The closed doors you encounter are not rejections, but redirections, guiding you towards something better than what you planned. What feels like delay is often preparation. What feels like loss is often God's way of making room for greater. Chosen one, understand this truth. Surrender is not a one-time decision. It is a daily practice. It is choosing, moment by moment, to lean on God's guidance instead of your own impulses. It is training your spirit to trust even when you cannot trace His hand. And the more you practice it, the lighter your burdens feel because you are no longer carrying them alone. So today, let surrender shift from being a word you avoid to becoming the posture of your heart. Recognize that surrender is not weakness, it is your greatest strength. It is the bridge between your limitations and God's limitless power. And when you walk in true surrender, you position yourself to see His promises fulfilled in ways that exceed your imagination.
Chosen one, one of the greatest revelations you will ever carry is the understanding of who you truly are in God. Before you can walk in surrender, before you can withstand the battles of life, you must be grounded in the truth of your divine identity. Many people live their lives defined by labels given by others, labels of failure, weakness, or insufficiency. But your identity does not come from your past, your mistakes, or the opinions of people. Your identity flows from God Himself, who set you apart before the foundations of the world. This means you are not ordinary. You are not an afterthought. You are called, chosen, and destined with purpose before your first breath. Every detail about you, your strengths, your story, your struggles, was woven together to align with a divine plan that no one else can fulfill. To recognize yourself as a chosen one is to embrace the truth that you carry a unique assignment on this earth that cannot be duplicated. Yet the challenge is this: the moment you recognize your identity, the battle intensifies. The enemy knows that if you fully walk in who God says you are, nothing can stop you from fulfilling your destiny. This is why doubt often attacks your mind, why fear tries to paralyze your heart, and why distractions pull you away from your purpose. But hear me clearly, resistance does not mean rejection. The pressure you feel is confirmation of the calling you carry. Diamonds are not formed in comfort, but under extreme pressure. In the same way, your trials are shaping the strength required to shine in your assignment. Chosen one, it is time to stop defining yourself by what you lack and start declaring who you are in God. Speak it daily. I am equipped. I am protected. I am victorious. I am loved beyond measure. I am chosen for such a time as this. These are not just affirmations, they are spiritual declarations that align your mind with heaven's reality. When you wake up and face uncertainty, let your first words be filled with truth. When you encounter opposition, remind yourself that you were never created to be defeated. You were created to overcome. Consider this. Many of the greatest figures in Scripture struggled with identity before stepping into destiny. Moses doubted his ability to lead. Gideon saw himself as the least among his people. Jeremiah believed he was too young to be used by God. Yet in every case, God redirected their perspective from their limitations to His calling. He said, "I am with you," reminding them that identity is not rooted in personal strength, but in divine partnership. In the same way, your identity is not limited by what you see in the mirror, it is magnified by the truth that God walks with you. So how can you nurture and protect this identity?
Start by renewing your mind daily. Replace lies with truth. Whenever thoughts of inadequacy rise up, respond with declarations of faith. When the enemy whispers that you are unworthy, remind him that God has already declared you righteous and beloved. This is spiritual warfare at its core, protecting the truth of your identity with the shield of God's promises. Another way is through intentional practice. Journaling your declarations, writing down the victories you've experienced, and reflecting on moments where God's hand carried you will strengthen your awareness of being chosen. Over time, these reminders build resilience. When storms hit, you will have a record of God's faithfulness to anchor you. But don't stop there. Protect your identity by surrounding yourself with voices that affirm your calling. Community matters. Isolation is one of the enemy's tactics. He seeks to separate you from encouragement so he can amplify discouragement. Seek out mentors, faith-filled friends, or spiritual communities that remind you who you are when life tries to make you forget. Chosen one, you are more powerful than you realize, not because of human strength, but because of divine selection. Your existence is evidence that the world needs what you carry. Every gift, every talent, every word of encouragement, every act of obedience, it all contributes to a ripple effect of impact that reaches far beyond what you see. So today, take ownership of your identity. Walk boldly, not apologetically. Live as though heaven is backing you up, because it is. Understand that when you step into rooms, you do not walk alone. The favor of God goes before you. His presence surrounds you, and His power works within you. This is why surrender is not an option. It is the way to continually align your identity with the God who chose you.
Chosen one, rise up and declare with confidence, I know who I am. I am chosen. I am appointed, and I will not shrink back from my destiny. When you walk in this truth, no storm can drown your faith, no setback can erase your purpose, and no enemy can destroy your calling. Your identity is secure in the one who called you, and in that truth you will find the courage to press forward with strength and victory. Chosen one of the greatest realities you must embrace is that your journey is not without opposition. To be chosen is to be targeted. The battles you face are not random, they are spiritual. Life's struggles may appear natural, but behind every obstacle, there are forces trying to derail your progress, weaken your faith, and silence your voice. This is why understanding spiritual warfare is essential, and why surrender to God becomes your greatest armor. Spiritual warfare is not about fighting with physical weapons or human strategies. It is about standing firm in God's strength while recognizing that unseen forces seek to discourage, distract, and defeat you. The doubts in your mind, the sudden discouragements, the cycles of fear or delay, these are not mere coincidences. They are attempts to wear you down so you lose sight of your purpose. But when you choose surrender, you place yourself under God's covering, and His power shields you from attacks that would otherwise overwhelm you. Think about it. Surrender is what clothes you with protection. When you submit your life, your plans, and your struggles to God, you are no longer fighting battles alone. You are stepping into His strength, His wisdom, and His authority. This is what it means to put on the armor of God. It is not about outward defense. It is about inner surrender that empowers you to stand strong when storms rage. Chosen one, you have been equipped with spiritual weapons: prayer, fasting, worship, and the Word of God. These are not just rituals, they are lifelines. Prayer opens the heavens and strengthens your spirit. Worship shifts your focus from problems to the greatness of God. Fasting quiets distractions and sharpens your discernment. And the Word of God is the sword that cuts through every lie, reminding you of the truth of your identity and destiny. But here is the key. These weapons only carry power when wielded in surrender. Prayer without surrender becomes empty words. Worship without surrender becomes performance. Reading the Word without surrender becomes information without transformation. It is when you fully yield to God's authority that these weapons release their true power. That is why surrender is not just a choice, it is your strategy for victory. Let's be real. The enemy thrives on weariness. He wants you so exhausted by life's struggles that you question whether God even hears you. He tries seeds of fear and whisper that your dreams are too big, your prayers are too late, or your calling is too heavy. But here's the truth. The moment you surrender those lies to God and cling to His promises, you disarm the enemy. He cannot defeat a surrendered heart, because such a heart is anchored in God's power, not in human effort. Consider this daily practice. Wake up each morning and declare, "Lord, I put on your armor today. I surrender my thoughts, my steps, my decisions, and my battles to you. Fight for me, guide me, and strengthen me." As you do this consistently, you will notice a shift. Anxiety will begin to lose its grip. Fear will no longer dictate your actions. Instead, you will walk with confidence, knowing that you are covered. Another vital aspect of surrender in warfare is perspective. Often the greatest battles are fought in the mind. Thoughts of defeat, shame, or hopelessness can drain your energy. But when your mind is surrendered to God, you see trials differently. Instead of obstacles, you see opportunities for God's power to manifest. Instead of setbacks, you recognize setups for growth. Even the enemy's attacks become platforms for testimony, because what was meant to break you becomes the very evidence of God's faithfulness.
Chosen one, never forget that your battle is not yours alone. The God who called you has already declared victory over your life. The fight you face has already been settled by His authority. Your role is not to outmatch the enemy with human effort, but to stay surrendered so God's power flows through you. This is why Scripture speaks of standing firm, not striving endlessly. Victory comes not from your might, but from your position of surrender. So today, clothe yourself in surrender. Cover your heart with trust. Guard your mind with faith, and carry the sword of God's promises on your lips. Refuse to let fear dictate your steps. Refuse to let doubt silence your prayers. Refuse to let weariness pull you away from your calling. You are not fighting for victory, you are fighting from victory, because God has already gone ahead of you. Chosen one, understand this truth deeply. Surrender is not retreat, it is reinforcement. It is the act of stepping aside so that the King of Glory can step in. And when He fights for you, no weapon formed against you can prosper, no scheme can prevail, and no trial can destroy your destiny. With the armor of surrender, you are untouchable, unshakable, and unstoppable. Chosen one, surrender is not an idea you hold in your mind. It is a lifestyle you practice each day. Too often, people hear the call to surrender and assume it means sitting still, waiting passively, or doing nothing. But true surrender is not about inactivity, it is about alignment. It means taking deliberate, faith-filled steps that match what God has spoken over your life, while trusting His timing and direction above your own. To walk out surrender, you must first set your heart on God's will. Begin every day by acknowledging that His plans are higher than your own. A surrendered life starts in the secret place, through prayer, reflection, and willingness to release control. Before you reach for your phone, before you are pulled into the demands of the day, whisper, "God, I give this day to you.
guide my steps, and help me walk in your purpose. That simple posture opens the door for divine wisdom to guide your decisions. Next, surrender requires action rooted in faith. God does not ask you to abandon your goals. He calls you to align them with His will. Write down the dreams in your heart and place them before Him. Ask, Lord, are these in line with your purpose for me? As you move forward, take steps of diligence, study, work, serve, create, but do so with an open hand, ready for God to redirect you if necessary. This balance of action and openness is the heartbeat of surrender. Chosen one, understand this truth. Surrender never means settling for less. Instead, it positions you for more. Consider Joseph's story. Though he faced betrayal, slavery, and prison, he continued to serve faithfully wherever he was placed. His surrender to God's plan transformed each setback into preparation for leadership. He did not quit when life seemed unfair. He trusted that God's hand was still guiding his journey. In the same way, your surrender ensures that even when doors close or delays come, they are not signs of failure, but divine redirections leading you closer to destiny. One practical step in surrender is learning to release anxiety. Worry is often a sign that we are clinging too tightly to control. When thoughts of what if consume your mind, practice replacing them with declarations of trust. Speak, I may not know how, but I trust God will provide. I may not see the way, but I believe God is guiding my steps. Each time you do this, you loosen the grip of fear and strengthen your reliance on God's faithfulness. Another step is obedience and the small things. Sometimes we wait for a big breakthrough while ignoring the daily instructions God gives. Surrender means listening closely and responding quickly, even when the instruction seems simple. Maybe it's reaching out to encourage someone, being faithful with your finances, or forgiving someone who hurt you. These acts may seem small, but they prepare your heart for greater assignments. A surrendered life grows one obedient step at a time.
Chosen one, also practice patience in surrender. God's timing is often different from ours, and waiting seasons can test our endurance. Yet delay does not mean denial. When you face seasons of waiting, see them as opportunities for growth. Instead of asking, "Why is this taking so long?" shift your prayer to, "Lord, what are you teaching me in this season?" This posture turns waiting into preparation, molding your character and strengthening your faith. Community is another vital element of walking out surrender. Surround yourself with voices that remind you of God's promises. Share your journey with trusted people who can encourage you and hold you accountable. When you feel weary, their words will lift you. When you feel tempted to quit, their prayers will sustain you. Remember, surrender is personal, but it is not solitary. God often uses others to strengthen the surrendered heart. Finally, persevere with hope. Walking in surrender does not mean you will never feel tired, frustrated, or discouraged. It means you choose not to quit when those feelings arise. Perseverance is the daily decision to keep moving forward in faith, even when the outcome is not yet visible. It is reminding yourself that every act of surrender is building toward a future full of promise. Chosen one, these practical steps, seeking God first, aligning your goals, releasing anxiety, walking in obedience, embracing patience, staying connected to community, and persevering in hope, are how you live out surrender. They transform surrender from an abstract idea into a concrete lifestyle. So today, commit yourself not only to the word surrender, but to the walk of surrender. Take each step with faith. Move with expectancy. Trust that God is orchestrating details you cannot see, preparing blessings you cannot yet imagine, and guiding you into a destiny that far surpasses your own plans. Your surrender is your strategy. Your surrender is your strength, and your surrender
is the pathway to the abundant life God has prepared for you. Chosen one, surrender is sustained by relationship. You cannot fully yield to a God you barely know. You cannot trust His timing if you doubt His heart. This is why the foundation of your journey must be intimacy with Him. A deep relationship with God is not about religious performance. It is about consistent connection. It is about knowing His voice, resting in His presence, and allowing His word to shape your daily life. Think of it like any other meaningful relationship. Intimacy grows through time spent together, through honest conversation, through shared moments. In the same way, your walk with God flourishes as you prioritize Him daily. Surrender is easier when you know the one you are surrendering to. You can release control when you are certain His intentions toward you are good. You can endure delays when you are convinced He never withholds what is truly for your benefit. So how do you deepen this relationship? It begins with the Word of God. Scripture is not just a book, it is the living voice of your Creator speaking into your spirit. When you read, reflect, and meditate on it, you are feeding your soul truth that pushes back lies and strengthens faith. Even if it's only a few verses each day, consistency is more powerful than quantity. Over time, you will find that the Word becomes a compass, shaping your decisions and giving clarity in moments of confusion. Prayer is another vital key. Prayer is not about perfect words or rituals. It is about honest communion with God. Talk to Him about your fears, your dreams, your mistakes, your desires. He is not distant. He longs to hear your heart. But prayer is not only speaking, it is also listening. Take moments of stillness after you pray to hear the gentle nudges, the quiet instructions, or even the peace that confirms His presence. Prayer deepens your awareness of God's nearness, making surrender more natural.
Chosen one, do not underestimate the power of worship. Worship shifts your atmosphere. It takes your eyes off the weight of problems and places them on the greatness of God. When you lift your voice in gratitude, when you choose to honor Him even in pain, you create space for His presence to fill your heart. Worship is an act of surrender, a declaration that He is greater than your circumstances. It reminds you that you are not defined by what you are going through, but by who you belong to. Another practice that deepens relationship is stillness. In a world filled with noise, distraction, and endless demands, learning to be still before God is a powerful discipline. Silence is not emptiness. It is space for Him to speak. Take intentional moments throughout your day to pause, breathe, and center your heart on Him. In those quiet spaces, you will often receive the clearest direction and the deepest reassurance. Obedience also plays a central role. The more you walk in obedience to God's instructions, the stronger your relationship becomes. Think of it this way. Trust is built through follow-through. Each time you obey, even when it is difficult, you prove that your love for God is not just words, but action. And in return, He entrusts you with greater responsibility and deeper revelation. Obedience is not always glamorous, but it is always fruitful. Chosen one, building this daily relationship requires intentionality. You must decide to make God your priority, not your afterthought. Practical steps can help. Set aside a specific time for prayer and reading, even if it starts with 10 minutes. Create a space in your home that reminds you of His presence, whether it's a quiet chair, a journal, or a playlist of worship. Use reminders on your phone to pause and acknowledge Him throughout the day. These simple habits cultivate awareness of God's presence until it becomes second nature. But remember this, deepening your relationship with God is not about perfection. There will be days when you feel distracted, tired, or even distant. That does not mean you have failed. God values consistency over perfection.
He meets you where you are and draws you closer, step by step. Even on your weakest days, your desire to seek Him is precious to Him. Consider the example of Daniel. Despite living in a foreign land filled with distractions and opposition, he prayed consistently 3 times a day. His devotion was so unwavering that it became his strength when faced with lions. That same consistency is available to you. It may not always feel dramatic, but over time, those daily moments of connection build a fortress of faith that no trial can destroy. Chosen one, as you deepen your relationship with God, you will discover that surrender is no longer a struggle, but a joy. You will begin to crave His presence more than control. You will find peace in knowing that He is guiding you, even when you cannot see the full path. The intimacy you cultivate will give you confidence to trust Him in every season. So today, commit yourself to building this relationship. Feed on His Word, speak to Him in prayer, lift your voice in worship, practice stillness, and walk in obedience. Do not rush the process. Relationships grow over time. Each day is an opportunity to know Him more deeply. Chosen one, the more you abide in Him, the stronger you will stand. The storms will come, but they will not shake you. Disappointments may appear, but they will not define you. Temptations will rise, but they will not conquer you. Why? Because your roots will be deep in the One who holds your future. And when your relationship with God is strong, surrender becomes not only possible, but inevitable. It becomes your joy, your strength, and your lifeline.
Chosen one of the greatest battles you will face on your journey is the temptation to quit. The pressure to walk away from your assignment, to silence your voice, or to abandon your faith can be overwhelming at times. Quitting often appeals easier than persevering, yet the truth is this: quitting is costly. It robs you of the victory that comes to those who endure, and it denies the world the testimony God intends to release through your life. The enemy thrives on discouragement. He whispers lies that your efforts are meaningless, that your prayers are unheard, that your sacrifices do not matter. He wants you to believe that the road ahead is too difficult, that surrendering to God's will is pointless. But let us be clear, those are lies designed to derail your destiny. Your breakthrough often comes right after your greatest resistance. How then can you overcome the temptation to quit? First, remind yourself of your why. You are not just living for yourself. You are a chosen vessel carrying purpose. Your obedience impacts not only your life, but also those connected to your destiny. When you feel like giving up, reflect on the calling that burns within you, the dreams God planted in your heart, and the people whose lives will be touched by your perseverance. Second, lean on the promises of God. Though we paraphrase, Scripture reminds us that those who remain steadfast under trial will be rewarded with life itself. Every test you endure is shaping you, preparing you, and building strength within you. Do not measure your journey by the weight of today's struggles, but by the eternal impact of tomorrow's reward. Third, shift your perspective. Trials are not signs of abandonment, but of preparation. The very obstacles that make you want to quit are often the stepping stones toward your growth. Instead of asking, "Why me?" ask, "What is God teaching me through this?" This simple shift can transform frustration into faith, turning pain into power. Finally, surround yourself with encouragement. Isolation fuels despair, but community brings strength. Seek out voices that speak life into you, mentors, friends, or faith-filled messages that remind you of who you are. Sometimes the words of another can reignite the fire within when your own flame feels dim. Chosen one, remember this: quitting is not an option. You were created to finish, not to falter. You carry resilience within you because the Spirit of God empowers you to endure. The trials may be heavy, but so is the crown awaiting you. Hold on. Press forward. Refuse to surrender to defeat.
Because the moment you choose not to quit, you declare victory, not just for today, but for eternity. Chosen one, as we come to the close of this message, let me remind you of a truth that must never leave your heart. Surrender is not an option. It is your divine pathway. Everything God has prepared for your life flows from this posture of yieldedness. The dreams you carry, the purpose you seek, the strength you long for, they are all unlocked when you lay your will in His hands. To surrender does not mean you are defeated. Quite the opposite. It means you are aligning with the greatest power in existence, the one who knows your beginning and your end. It means you are no longer walking in your own limited strength, but in the strength of the Almighty who fights for you. Your surrender is the bridge between where you are and the destiny He has designed for you. Chosen one, I know the road has not been easy. There are moments when the weight of waiting feels unbearable, when doubts try to convince you that nothing will change, and when challenges appear stronger than your faith. Yet in those very moments, surrender becomes your shield. When you yield to God, you are declaring, I trust your plan even when I cannot trace it. That trust invites divine strength into your weakness and heavenly wisdom into your confusion. Think of surrender as the key that opens doors no human hand can unlock. It is the posture that transforms trials into testimonies. Even when your situation seems unchanged, something shifts within you. Your heart becomes anchored, your faith becomes steady, and your spirit begins to see beyond the temporary into the eternal. This is why your surrender cannot be treated as optional. It is essential.
Chosen one, I urge you to hold firmly to this. God's hand is upon you. You may not always feel it, but His guidance surrounds you in every season. Every tear you've shed, every trial you've endured, every battle you fought has not been wasted. They have been shaping you, preparing you, and positioning you for breakthrough. Surrender keeps you resilient. It empowers you to keep moving when others would have stopped. It whispers hope when the world shouts despair. It reminds you that your story is not finished until God says it is finished. The challenges before you are not signals to give up. They are confirmations that you are closer to your destiny than you realize. Keep pressing forward. The God who began this good work in you will surely complete it. Your breakthrough is not a distant dream. It is a promise waiting for your faith. Chosen one, here is the final truth I want you to carry in your spirit. Your surrender is the key to your destiny. It is the master key that unlocks peace in the storm, clarity in confusion, and victory in the battles of life. Without surrender, you remain limited to your own strength. But with surrender, you gain access to divine resources that never run dry. This is not the season to hesitate. This is the season to lay everything in God's hands, your future, your fears, your dreams, and your doubts. As you yield, you will rise with renewed courage. As you let go, you will discover a strength you did not know you had. As you surrender, you will see doors open, chains break, and hope restored. Your destiny has been waiting for this moment of surrender, and heaven is ready to respond. Chosen one, as we end this message, I invite you to take a step of faith right now. Do not keep this word to yourself. Let it shine through you. If this message has stirred your heart, pause and share your testimony in the comments. Your story may be the very encouragement someone else needs to keep holding on. Make this a moment of connection. Like this video to show agreement with the message. Share it with someone who needs hope. And subscribe to The Chosen Star so you never miss another word of empowerment. Together, we are building a community of faith where chosen ones strengthen one another to walk boldly in purpose. Remember this declaration: my surrender is not optional, it is the key to my destiny. Speak it, believe it, live it. Your breakthrough is closer than you think, and your surrender is the doorway through which it will arrive. Heavenly Father, I come before you today with an open heart. I lay down my fears, my doubts, and my plans, choosing to surrender fully into your hands.
I acknowledge that my life is not my own, but belongs to you, the one who created me with purpose. Strengthen me to trust your timing, guide me with your wisdom, and empower me to remain faithful even in the face of challenges. Let my surrender be an act of worship that honors you. May your will be done in my life, and may my destiny bring glory to your name. Chosen one, take a few minutes each day to sit in stillness before God. Begin by thanking Him for His presence in your life. Then release any worries or burdens into His care. Breathe deeply, and with each breath, affirm your trust in His plan. Let His peace settle over your heart as you quietly acknowledge His goodness. After this moment of reflection, speak words of surrender out loud. Lord, I trust you. I yield to your direction. This daily rhythm will train your spirit to remain steady no matter the storms that arise. Each day, declare these words of truth over your life. I trust in the Lord with all my heart, and He directs my path. I will remain steadfast under trial, for God has promised a crown of life to those who endure. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusts in Him, and He helps me. Speak these affirmations in the morning to set your spirit in alignment with God's will, and repeat them at night to anchor your heart in peace. As you do this daily, your faith will strengthen, and your surrender will deepen.
Chosen one, you passed. The season of trials and testing that felt overwhelming at times has now proven the strength of your spirit. You did not give up when life pressed against you, and you did not walk away when the path grew heavy. Every challenge you endured became a stepping stone that strengthened your inner character and shaped your faith. What seemed like obstacles were actually tools sharpening your endurance. You have walked through the fire and come out refined, no longer the same as before. Your journey up to this moment has not been wasted. It has prepared you for a greater revelation, a higher calling, and a deeper understanding of God's purpose for your life. Chosen one, your perseverance has not gone unnoticed. What you carried in silence, the prayers, the tears, the nights you questioned your strength, were all seen by God. Through those moments, patience was born in you, and patience gave birth to character, and character has positioned you to live with unshakable hope. You are no longer standing in the same place where you started. You have grown taller in spirit, stronger in conviction, and deeper in trust. This transformation is proof that God never abandons His own, even in seasons where the answers seem delayed. Every delay was preparation, every waiting season was refining, and every trial was laying the foundation for the destiny you are now ready to walk in. Chosen one, understand this. The resistance you faced was not just about the challenges themselves, but about what those challenges were preparing you to carry. The struggles were shaping your vision, teaching you discernment, and anchoring you in unwavering faith. At times, it may have felt like the weight was too much to bear, yet you endured, and that endurance has become your strength. You are now stepping into a season where what once threatened to break you will instead testify of your resilience. Where the enemy hoped you would surrender, you stood firm. Where doubts whispered to give up, you pressed forward. The trials became your training ground, and the battles became evidence that you are chosen for a greater assignment. Chosen one, now comes the revealing of what has been prepared for you all along. The season you are entering is not one of confusion, but of clarity. You have passed the tests that were meant to strengthen your faith, and now you are positioned to walk with greater wisdom and authority. This is your moment of unveiling, where hidden truths about your purpose will become clear, and doors once shut will begin to open. You are stepping into alignment with God's design for your life. Take this moment seriously, for it marks the beginning of a new chapter where your faith will not only sustain you, but will also inspire and uplift others. Your story is now a testimony, your journey a message of hope. Before we continue, I want you to take a moment and open your heart to this message. Let this not just be another word you hear, but a seed you plant in your spirit. If this message is already stirring something within you, stay with me and don't forget to share it with someone who may also need this encouragement. Together, let's grow in faith and strength. Spiritual growth is not measured by how comfortable our journey feels, but by how much stronger our faith becomes in the middle of difficulty. Growth takes place when challenges force us to depend more deeply on God, when trials shape our perspective, and when endurance refines our character. Many people view hardship as a setback, but in God's design, hardship often becomes the very classroom where transformation takes place.
True spiritual maturity is revealed when a person chooses to trust God even when the answers are delayed, when prayers seem to linger in silence, and when circumstances press heavily against them. The lessons learned in those moments cannot be gained through comfort. They are birthed through perseverance. Each struggle becomes a refining fire, shaping believers into vessels of strength, humility, and unwavering trust. This is why growth is not accidental. It is intentional, cultivated in the soil of endurance, watered by faith, and sustained by hope. What once felt like resistance was actually preparing you for resilience. What once seemed like endless waiting were strengthening your foundation for the greater purpose God is calling you into. Think about the lives of those who have walked the path of faith before us. Their stories remind us that trials are not signs of weakness, but proof that God is molding something greater within. Consider a person who endured years of setbacks, doors closing, opportunities fading, friends turning away. To the natural eye, it looked like loss, but in truth, it was training ground. Through those moments of pain, they discovered the strength to persevere, the patience to wait on God's timing, and the courage to keep moving forward even when nothing made sense. There are countless testimonies of believers who grew stronger through their wilderness seasons. Some were healed of bitterness after betrayal. Others developed compassion after seasons of rejection. Some learned unshakable faith after being stripped of resources and finding that God alone could sustain them. These were not wasted experiences. They were the chisels in the hand of the master sculptor, shaping character and revealing purpose. Every difficulty you faced has added weight to your faith. What once would have broken you no longer has the same power, because you have grown stronger, wiser, and more anchored in God's promises. Perseverance is more than just enduring hard times. It is the steady choice to keep trusting God when everything in you wants to quit. Each time you chose to pray when worry pressed on your mind, each time you kept moving when disappointment tried to paralyze you, you were being strengthened. Growth did not come through comfort, but through the stretching of your faith. With each challenge, your character was being refined. Patience grew where once there was frustration. Hope blossomed where fear once ruled. Faith became rooted more deeply, not in circumstances, but in the unshakable nature of God's promises. These invisible transformations are what prepare you for visible victories. Your story is not simply one of survival, but of becoming. The trials you endured were not in vain. They became the soil where endurance, character, and hope took root. Today you stand as living proof that nothing endured in faith is ever wasted. What once tested you has now built a strength within you that no storm can easily shake. Now, chosen one, pause and reflect on your own path. Growth is not just what happens to you, but what God teaches you through those experiences. In the quiet seasons where prayer seemed unanswered, what hidden lesson was planted in your heart? In the times of waiting, what virtues were quietly being developed?
Every wilderness season carries a lesson. It may be the strength to trust God beyond what you can see, the patience to wait on His timing, or the courage to walk forward even when the way ahead seems unclear. The same experiences that felt like setbacks, or in fact building blocks, shaping you into the person God designed you to become. So here is the question for you today. What lesson has God taught you in your wilderness season? Take a moment to reflect and even share your answer. Your testimony may be the encouragement someone else desperately needs. By voicing what God has revealed in your journey, you not only honor Him, but also strengthen others who are still walking through their own trials. Chosen one, every step of your journey has carried resistance. The opposition you faced was not simply life's challenges, but a spiritual battle pressing against your destiny. You may have felt moments of weariness, as though everything was designed to break your spirit. Yet, here you stand, not broken, but stronger, not defeated, but victorious. God equips His children with protection and strength for these battles. Just as a soldier prepares before stepping into the field, you have been clothed with what is necessary to stand unshaken. Truth became your anchor when lies tried to distort your path. Righteousness became your covering when condemnation tried to weigh you down. Peace guarded your heart when chaos tried to overwhelm you. Faith shielded you when doubts came rushing like arrows. And God's word, sharp and alive, became the weapon that cut through confusion and despair. Your survival in the storm is not accidental. It is evidence that heaven has backed you. Every time the enemy tried to stop you, God's strength lifted you. That is why you are still standing, not because you never fell, but because His power always raised you again. The attacks you faced were meant to silence your faith, but they only deepened your dependence on God. Every setback, every disappointment, every unseen battle was not the end of your story. It was training ground for your spirit. What was designed to discourage you became the very thing that built resilience within you. Think of it. Had the road been smooth, you would not have discovered the depth of your endurance. Had the nights not been long, you would not have known the comfort of God's presence. Each confrontation with fear, doubt, or temptation became a stepping stone that taught you how to stand taller. You did not just survive, you gained strength, wisdom, and authority in the process. Victory in spiritual warfare is not always about avoiding battles. It is about standing firm in them. When the storm rises, your foundation is revealed. You now carry proof that God's power is greater than anything that comes against you. And with every victory, your confidence in Him grows stronger. So when opposition comes again, you won't shrink back. You will stand, knowing you've already overcome before, and you will overcome again. When you stood in the heat of the battle, you were not left uncovered. God clothed you with what you needed to withstand every attack. Truth guarded your mind from deception. Righteousness kept your heart steady. Peace gave you calmness when chaos surrounded you, and faith shielded you from arrows of doubt and fear. Salvation reminded you of your eternal victory, and His word became your unshakable weapon. This is why you're still standing today, not because the opposition wasn't strong, but because your covering was stronger. The same way a soldier enters a battlefield fully equipped, you stepped into your trials fully armed, whether you realized it or not. Every prayer you whispered, every scripture you held on to, every time you chose to believe rather than surrender, it was armor at work.
Now, you were not only a survivor of attacks, but a witness of God's keeping power. You have proven that His strength does not fail, and His promises do not break. That is why nothing ahead can intimidate you. Your victory is not in question. It has already been secured. Every battle you faced was not simply about what you went through, but about who you were becoming. Each attempt of the enemy to break you only strengthened the muscles of your faith. Trials that once shook you are now the very reason you stand firm with unshakable confidence. You learned that victory is not just about escaping hardship, but about gaining the inner strength to withstand it. You now walk with the assurance that no attack can truly overpower you.
The opposition may come in different forms: fear, discouragement, betrayal, or delay, but your foundation is firm. You know how to silence doubt with truth, how to replace fear with courage, and how to stand tall even when the weight feels heavy. This is not ordinary strength. This is divine strength at work in you. It is the evidence that you are more than a conqueror, one who doesn't just endure battles, but overcomes them with purpose. And because of this, your story is not one of defeat, but of victory that inspires others to trust God's power in their own struggles. Standing firm in victory also means recognizing that your battles have equipped you to lead others into strength. Every scar you carry is now a testimony, not of loss, but of survival and triumph. What once tried to silence you has instead given you a louder voice. You have become a living reminder that the enemy's schemes do not have the final say. God does. The same way a soldier grows stronger with each training, your spirit has been trained by trials. You now know how to discern when discouragement is trying to creep in. You know how to use the truth you've learned to block the lies that seek to weaken your faith. These battles have sharpened your spiritual awareness, teaching you that the real fight is not against people or circumstances, but against forces that try to hinder your progress. And yet, you remain unshaken. Why? Because you wear your victory daily. It shows in the way you hold your peace, the way you encourage others, and the way you step forward without fear. You are not just protected, you are empowered, and that makes you unstoppable in your purpose. One of the greatest lessons of standing firm is learning to fight from a place of victory, not for it. The struggle has already been won through God's power, and you walk in that assurance. This means you don't approach challenges with fear, but with confidence that the outcome is already secured. You simply need to hold your ground and refuse to surrender what God has already given you. When discouragement knocks, you respond with truth. When doubt whispers, you silence it with faith. When obstacles rise, you meet them with courage, knowing that you are not fighting alone. Your strength does not come from your own ability. It flows from the one who strengthens you beyond measure. Each time you resisted despair, you proved that your hope is not fragile. Each time you pushed forward, even when exhausted, you revealed that perseverance has become part of your nature. The enemy tried to wear you down, but instead you have become resilient, fortified, and unwavering. This is why you are more than a survivor. You are a victor. You wear your triumph as a crown and move forward with the certainty that no attack can ever erase God's purpose for you.
Victory is not just about what you overcame in the past. It is about the confidence you now carry into the future. Every battle refined you. Every challenge trained you. And every test revealed that your foundation is unshakable. You now walk with the assurance that nothing can separate you from God's power at work in your life. The armor you wear is not just symbolic. It is your daily covering. Truth guards your mind. Righteousness secures your heart. Peace guides your steps. Faith shields you from doubt. And the Word of God becomes your sharpest weapon. With these, you are never defenseless. You stand equipped, empowered, and prepared for whatever lies ahead. Do not forget this. Your victory is not meant for you alone. It becomes a testimony that strengthens others. When people see your endurance, they see God's faithfulness. When they hear your story, they are reminded that triumph is possible through faith. Chosen one, hold your head high and keep moving forward. The enemy's attempts failed, and your perseverance proved stronger. This is your season to walk boldly, not as one barely holding on, but as one who already stands victorious in God's power. At the core of your journey is the assurance that God's plan for your life is filled with peace, hope, and a future worth waiting for.
He has not abandoned you to random events or meaningless struggles. Rather, He has a design that moves you toward fulfillment, even when the pathway feels uncertain. Every season of waiting, every test of patience, and every seeming delay is part of a larger story that is already known to Him. While we may wrestle with questions of timing and direction, God is never confused about where He is leading us. His plan has always been to guide you toward purpose, to shape your life into one that testifies of His faithfulness, and to give you a future that shines brighter than your present. Your unique gifts were not given to you by chance. The abilities you carry, the experiences you've walked through, and even the challenges you've endured are all threads of preparation. What may have felt like delays or detours were in fact seasons where God was shaping you, teaching you endurance, and deepening your trust in Him. The waiting periods were never wasted. They refined your character, sharpened your perspective, and strengthened your faith. In moments where doors seemed closed, God was opening new capacities within you. In times where you felt overlooked, He was aligning circumstances in ways you could not see. Each season, whether joyful or difficult, has been part of a divine training ground, preparing you for the purpose He already set before you. Throughout history, God has shown how preparation is never wasted. Joseph's years of hardship, being sold, imprisoned, and forgotten, were shaping him for the day he would save nations from famine. David's long season tending sheep, away from the recognition of men, was training his heart and hands for the throne he would one day occupy. Esther's hidden life in exile was setting the stage for her to stand courageously and protect her people at the appointed time. Each of these lives reminds us that the waiting, the struggles, and the unseen places are not signs of abandonment, but stages of refinement. God was working in them before He worked through them. In the same way, your preparation is not wasted. It is making you ready for the assignments ahead. When you recognize that your life is part of God's unfolding plan, you begin to see yourself differently. You are not just enduring trials. You are being equipped to shine in places that need hope. Just as a lamp brightens a dark room, your journey and testimony can bring clarity and encouragement to those who are searching for direction. Your story, both the victories and the struggles, becomes a living testimony that God is faithful. The very challenges you thought would break you can become the very evidence that strengthens someone else's faith. By walking boldly in your purpose, you serve as a reminder that God still raises leaders, still redeems broken seasons, and still brings beauty from places of waiting. God's plan for you is not only about your personal growth, it is also about the lives He will touch through you. The wisdom, resilience, and hope you carry are meant to be shared. There are people around you who need to be reminded that their story is not over, that God is still at work even in the quiet and uncertain seasons. Let your journey become a light that others can follow. Share your testimony. Encourage someone who feels forgotten and extend hope to those who are weary. This is not just about you discovering God's plan. It is about being part of His plan to reach others. Share this message with someone who needs to know that God still has a plan for their life. Prayer is the foundation of walking in God's promises. It is more than asking for things. It is conversation with your Creator, where your heart aligns with His will. Scripture shows that when people prayed earnestly, they received strength, direction, and breakthroughs. Prayer creates clarity. When challenges arise, prayer reminds you that you are not alone and that God is attentive to your voice. A person wrestling with uncertainty about their next step in life can pray sincerely
and in that quiet space, find peace that settles their anxiety and guidance that redirects their choices. Spiritually, prayer builds intimacy with God. Practically, it equips you to handle decisions with wisdom because your heart has been steadied by divine assurance. In this way, prayer becomes both a lifeline and a compass, keeping you anchored in faith while moving forward with confidence. What you say about yourself and your future matters. Scripture teaches that words carry power, shaping outcomes and influencing faith. Declarations are not empty affirmations. They are spoken reminders that align your mind and spirit with God's promises. When you declare, "I am strong in God's strength," or "My steps are ordered by Him," you shift your focus from fear to faith. Think of someone facing financial struggles. Instead of repeating words of defeat, they begin each day declaring, "Provision is mine because God is my source." Over time, this changes how they act, helping them pursue opportunities with courage instead of despair. Spiritually, declaration strengthens belief. Practically, it changes perspective, making you approach challenges with a winning mindset. By consistently declaring what God says about you, you train your heart and mind to expect His promises to manifest. Growth and breakthrough often come when we choose obedience, even when it feels inconvenient or difficult. Obedience is more than just following rules. It is a response of trust. When God gives an instruction, it is always tied to a greater purpose, even if we do not see the outcome immediately. Think of someone prompted to forgive a person who wronged them. At first, it may feel unjust, but through obedience, they experience freedom from bitterness and open the door for restoration. Or consider an entrepreneur who feels led to conduct business with integrity rather than cutting corners. While it may seem costly in the short term, obedience eventually positions them for favor and credibility. Spiritually, obedience molds character. Practically, it sets the foundation for sustainable growth. Each act of obedience builds a track record of faithfulness, positioning you to receive greater responsibilities and blessings. No one fulfills God's promises in isolation. The people you surround yourself with can either strengthen your faith or drain it. Scripture reminds us that walking with wise people helps us grow in wisdom, but keeping company with those who constantly pull us away from God's values leads to harm.
Think of someone striving to live out their purpose while constantly surrounded by voices of doubt and negativity. Their journey becomes heavier than it should be. Contrast that with the believer connected to friends who encourage, pray, and hold them accountable. Suddenly, their strength multiplies, and they stay aligned with God's direction. On a practical level, uplifting relationships look like choosing mentors who challenge you to grow, friends who celebrate your victories without envy, and partners who remind you of God's promises when your faith wavers. Relationships like these don't just make the journey easier, they accelerate progress. A powerful way to step into God's promises is by serving others. Jesus taught that true greatness is found in serving, not in seeking position or recognition. Serving allows you to shift the focus from your own needs to meeting the needs of others, and in doing so, you align yourself with God's heart. Think of Joseph in Egypt. Though wronged and forgotten, he still served faithfully in Potiphar's house and later in prison. His consistent service prepared him for leadership in the palace. When you serve with humility, whether in your workplace, church, or community, you position yourself for greater assignments. On a practical level, this could mean volunteering your time, offering your skills without expecting anything in return, or simply being available to encourage someone in need. Each act of service becomes a seed, and in due season, God brings the harvest. Discipline is the bridge between desire and fulfillment.
Many people have dreams, but only those who practice consistency in small daily habits see lasting results. God is not only interested in our prayers, but also in the way we manage our time, our bodies, and our commitments. Paul often compared spiritual life to that of an athlete, training, staying focused, and avoiding distractions to win the prize. In the same way, discipline requires saying no to what drains you and yes to what strengthens you. Practically, discipline might look like waking up early to spend time with God, sticking to a study plan for your growth, or managing your finances wisely. Each disciplined choice is a step of obedience that sharpens your character and prepares you for greater responsibilities. Preparation is an act of faith. When you believe God has promised you something, you get ready for it even before it arrives. Just like Noah built the ark before the rain came, preparation demonstrates trust in God's word. God often uses waiting seasons to prepare his children for greater assignments. David learned leadership while tending sheep before becoming king. Esther went through a season of preparation before stepping into her destiny as queen. Preparation doesn't delay the promise, it equips you to handle it. Practically, preparation may mean acquiring new skills, strengthening your spiritual maturity, or surrounding yourself with wise counsel. When opportunity meets preparation, you step confidently into God's plan. Each of these 7 steps is a pathway that draws you closer to God's promises. Prayer deepens your connection. Declarations align your words with His truth. Obedience positions you for blessing. Uplifting relationships keep you strengthened. Serving shapes humility. Discipline anchors consistency. And preparation readies you for your appointed time. Now the question comes, which of these steps do you sense God is calling you to begin practicing today? Share it in the comments, not just as a response, but as a declaration of faith that you are moving forward into all that He has prepared for you. Life's trials are not meaningless detours, they are proving grounds. Each test you endure with faith brings you closer to the reward God has promised. Scripture reminds us that those who remain steadfast through hardship will one day receive a crown of life, a symbol of eternal honor and victory. This is not a crown that fades with time, but one secured by endurance and trust in God.
Challenges are not meant to break you. They are designed to reveal what has been built within you. Every time you hold on, you show heaven and earth that your faith is more valuable than gold. The crown is not just for someday, it is the assurance that your struggle has purpose, and your perseverance is noticed by God Himself. Walking with God does not mean the road will suddenly be free of obstacles. Trials will still rise, storms may still blow, and mountains may still stand in your way. But the difference now is that you are no longer the same person who first stepped onto this path. The struggles you've endured have built resilience within you, and the strength of God now carries you where your own strength once failed. Every new challenge is met with wisdom shaped by past battles. Where fear once tried to silence you, faith now speaks louder. Where weakness once held you back, courage now presses you forward. This renewed strength is not just survival, it is victory in motion, a quiet confidence that reminds you what once overwhelmed you no longer defines you. Your endurance is not just for you. The way you keep standing, even after setbacks, becomes a living message to those silently watching your life. Without saying a word, your perseverance tells others that storms can be weathered and battles can be won. Hope grows stronger when shared, and your testimony of rising above hardship may be the very light someone else needs to take their next step. Confidence is contagious. When you carry it, others find the courage to rise too. Do not underestimate how powerful your story is. Every scar you carry is proof that challenges can be overcome, and every victory is a sign that God's promises remain true.
When you walk with faith, you are not only claiming your crown, you are guiding others toward theirs. Now, chosen one, it's your turn to extend hope. Your journey of faith and endurance can uplift others who are still in the midst of trials. God's work in your life is a testament that perseverance leads to reward, and your words have the power to remind someone else that they are not alone. Take a moment to encourage another chosen one in the comments with these words, "Keep going, your crown awaits." By doing so, you participate in spreading strength, hope, and confidence, reminding others that challenges are temporary and victory is assured. Never forget, every step you've taken, every hardship you've endured, and every victory you claim serves a greater purpose. Your story matters. It inspires, uplifts, and points others to the faithful God who rewards perseverance. Chosen one, the time is now. No longer wait in hesitation or doubt. Every season you have endured, every lesson you have learned has prepared you for this moment. You have been tested, strengthened, and refined for a purpose far greater than what you can see. Walk boldly into the life God has designed for you. The hesitation of yesterday, the fears of past trials, they no longer hold authority over your steps. Today is the day to step forward with confidence, knowing that your path is guided, your journey is ordained, and your destiny is secured in God's hands. You are not walking this path alone. The Spirit within you equips you with strength, discernment, and courage. You are armored in truth, protected from doubts and distractions that seek to derail your progress. Every promise God has spoken over your life is reinforced by His Spirit working in and through you. You are anointed for purpose. The gifts, experiences, and lessons you have received are not for idle possession. They are tools to accomplish what God has set before you. Step forward knowing that nothing can nullify what He has placed in your hands, and every step you take is guided by divine wisdom. Your life is meant to reflect God's glory. You are called to shine brightly in every place you enter, to be a source of hope, encouragement, and transformation. Just as light cannot be hidden, your faith, resilience, and victories are designed to impact those around you. Being a chosen vessel means carrying God's truth into the world, demonstrating His love through action, and inspiring others to trust in His promises. Your presence, your testimony, and your obedience are powerful tools that illuminate paths for others still finding their way. Step boldly, knowing that your life is meant to make a difference. If this message has stirred your heart and strengthened your faith, take action today. Like this video to affirm your journey, share it with someone who needs hope and encouragement, and subscribe to join us on our Chosen One's Journey community. By doing so, you become part of a movement of believers who uplift one another, spread God's truth, and walk boldly in their God-given destinies. Every share, every subscription, and every comment extends the light you carry, reminding others that they too are chosen, empowered, and destined for greatness. Step forward, shine brightly, and continue walking confidently in the path God has prepared for you.
Chosen one, before you even begin to take in this message, pause for a moment and recognize that you didn't stumble across these words by chance. Your spirit was guided here. Something within you has been questioning your path, your decisions, and the weight you've been carrying. You've been wondering why certain doors seem locked, why certain opportunities slip away, and why, no matter how hard you push yourself into certain spaces, they don't bring the fulfillment you expected. What you are about to hear is God's personal direction for your life. If you're ready to hear what He's been trying to tell you, type "I'm listening, Lord" in the comments. This message is specifically for those God has set apart.
those he has marked with a unique purpose that refuses to be silenced by routine or overshadowed by ordinary expectations. Chosen one, God is saying, don't chase after jobs anymore. There's something greater I've called you to do. This is not a message telling you to be careless or irresponsible. This is a message about clarity, alignment, and destiny. It is about stepping into the life you were created for, not the one society pressures you to settle for. Many people take jobs because it is what everyone does. They follow patterns handed down by culture, tradition, or necessity. They choose safety over calling, comfort over purpose, and familiarity over divine direction. But you are different. You were never created to fit into molds shaped by other people's limitations. Every time you try to force yourself into a path that does not fit your spirit, your peace becomes disturbed, your joy fades, and you feel disconnected from who you truly are. This is why God has been whispering into your heart, urging you to pay attention. He is reminding you that jobs are not the end point. They may serve as a temporary platform, but they are not your destiny. A job can sustain you for a while, but your calling will sustain you for a lifetime. A job can provide income, but your purpose provides impact. A job may put you in a position, but your assignment places you in alignment with heaven's direction. God's word teaches us to seek Him first, trusting that when our focus is on His kingdom and His righteousness, everything else will flow to us in due time. When you shift your trust from human systems to divine instruction, your path becomes clearer. Many chosen ones feel unfulfilled in jobs, not because the job is wrong, but because their spirit is too vast, too gifted, too purposeful to be confined within roles that restrict creativity and divine influence. You may have noticed that when you try to force yourself into certain work environments, your peace becomes disturbed. That is God showing you that your potential is too large for what you're trying to settle for. The discomfort is not failure, it is direction. He is pulling you toward the place where your gifts can breathe, where your voice can be heard, where your purpose can flourish. There is a difference between a job and a calling. A job may pay you, but a calling transforms you. A job gives you tasks, but a calling gives you purpose. A job ends at a certain hour, but a calling follows you everywhere because it is woven into your identity. When God calls someone, He equips them with abilities, passion, and vision that stand out. Your calling awakens you in ways a job cannot. It challenges you, stretches you, and activates your spiritual gifts. It forces you to grow, to depend on God, and to trust His leading even when the path is unclear. Some of you have been experiencing restlessness at work. You feel empty despite being good at what you do. You get through the day, but nothing within you feels alive. You finish tasks, but your soul feels untouched. This is because you're trying to satisfy a spiritual assignment with physical routines. God never designed you to be confined in places where your gifts remain buried. There is something within you that desires more, something that longs to create, lead, serve, build, counsel, teach, encourage, or heal. These desires are not random, they are evidence of divine purpose.
You may not fully understand your calling yet, but your spirit recognizes that it exists. God has given you certain gifts, insight, creativity, empathy, wisdom, vision, spiritual depth that are not meant to be silenced. These gifts are not just talents. They are divine tools for kingdom impact. God does not give gifts without purpose. Every ability in you, whether natural or supernatural, was planted to serve a higher assignment. When you operate in your calling, you align with heaven. When you settle for roles that do not match your purpose, you feel spiritually drained. God equips His chosen with gifts, not job titles. Your gifts are what distinguish you. Your talents are what position you. Your calling is what elevates you. In the kingdom, people are known by their impact, not their employment. God uses your gifts to bring you before the right people, to open the right doors, and to influence the world in ways only you can. Chosen one, let me ask you something.
Do you feel God pulling you towards something bigger? Do you feel something awakening inside you, pushing you toward a path you're afraid to pursue? If you feel that tug, say so in the comments. Many people settle for jobs because they fear stepping out in faith. They fear the unknown. They fear failure. They fear disappointing others. But faith is not faith if it is not tested. Faith requires movement, obedience, trust, and boldness. God does not call you to things you can do in your strength. He calls you to things that require His strength. This is why there is spiritual warfare around your destiny. The enemy understands the magnitude of your calling even before you do. He knows that when you step into your purpose, you become a threat. Your voice becomes powerful. Your influence expands. Your gifts begin to break chains, and your presence begins to shift atmospheres. The enemy fears people who walk in alignment with God's assignment, so he tries to distract you with fear, self-doubt, delays, confusion, and unnecessary responsibilities. Every time you feel discouraged, every time your plans fall apart, every time the enemy whispers that your dreams are too big, too unrealistic, or too risky, he is attacking your deployment into purpose. He knows that once you start using your God-given abilities boldly, you will touch lives, change environments, uplift others, and draw souls to God through your light. This is why Scripture encourages believers to stay spiritually prepared, to guard their heart, to pray without ceasing, to renew their mind, and to resist anything that opposes their growth. But let this encourage you. The fact that you face resistance is proof that you carry something powerful. If you were insignificant, there would be no battle. The pressure you feel is confirmation of your calling. God strengthens you in battles because He is preparing you to lead, not to follow. He is preparing you to create, not merely to comply. He is preparing you to be an example of faith, resilience, and purpose. So what does God want you to do instead of chasing jobs? First, seek His guidance daily. Begin your day in communication with Him. Ask Him to clarify your assignment. Ask Him to sharpen your gifts. Ask Him to show you where your influence is needed. When you seek Him earnestly, direction becomes clearer. Your spirit becomes aligned with His will, and you begin to sense His leading in everything you do. Second, develop your gifts. God does not bless laziness. He blesses preparation. If He has given you the ability to teach, practice teaching. If He has given you creativity, refine your skills. If He has given you the ability to counsel or encourage others, strengthen your communication. Purpose grows through discipline. The more you pour into your calling, the stronger it becomes. Third, take faith-filled action. Start small if you must, but start. Many chosen ones delay their calling because they are waiting for perfect conditions. Yet, growth begins with movement. When God sees your willingness, He multiplies your efforts. Every step you take shifts something spiritually. Your consistency becomes a seed that produces a great harvest.
Fourth, surround yourself with the right people. You cannot grow in an environment that resists your calling. Connect with believers, mentors, and individuals who understand purpose. Connect with people who speak life, not fear. People who see your potential, not your limitations. Iron sharpens iron. Your circle influences your growth. Fifth, reject the world's definition of success. Success in the kingdom is not measured by titles, salaries, or positions. It is measured by obedience. It is measured by impact. It is measured by how well you walk in your assignment. When you follow God's plan, opportunities come to you. You don't chase them, they find you. Divine timing ensures that what belongs to you will reach you when your spirit is prepared to handle it. Chosen one, when you walk in your calling, something shifts. Doors open without forcing them. Ideas come that you could never have planned. People begin to seek your wisdom. Provision comes unexpectedly. You become more confident, more fulfilled, and more spiritually grounded. Your walk with God deepens because you depend on Him, not on systems. Your life becomes a testimony that inspires others to trust God as well. You begin to see the divine fingerprints over every stage of your journey. Your purpose will take you further than any job ever could. Your calling will impact lives. It will strengthen families, transform communities, break chains, and uplift the weary. God has a unique assignment for you, and once you step into it fully, you will understand why nothing else ever made sense to your spirit. You were not called to blend in. You were called to lead, influence, and create according to God's blueprint. Chosen one, your destiny is not behind you. It is ahead of you. Your future is not shaped by the noise around you. It is shaped by the voice of God within you. Do not ignore what He is stirring in your heart. Do not silence the calling He has placed within you. Do not allow fear, doubt, or the expectations of others to make you shrink. God is waiting for your yes. Heaven is waiting for your obedience. Your future is waiting for your boldness. If this message is stirring something in you, if you feel God speaking to your spirit right now, tell me in the comments what you believe He is calling you to pursue. Your breakthrough begins with acknowledgement. Your growth begins with surrender. Your journey begins with faith. Chosen one, walk boldly into your calling. Refuse to settle. Let God shape you, guide you, empower you, and elevate you. Your assignment is your true work. Your purpose is your true profession. Your calling is your true job. Let this message be your confirmation, your reminder, and your release into the life God designed for you. Before you leave, if this message blessed your spirit, make sure to subscribe, share this with someone who needs it, and type, "Lord, I accept my calling," as a declaration of faith. Welcome to the Chosen Star family, where purpose is awakened, spirit is strengthened, and destiny is confirmed.
There comes a time in the journey of every chosen one when heaven begins to whisper something that feels almost too extraordinary to believe. It's the quiet revelation that turns ordinary faith into divine awareness. The understanding that you, beloved, are not just walking through this world as a fragile being. You are carrying the very essence of the Almighty within you. What God placed inside you carries more spiritual weight than the strength of celestial hosts. The same power that raised Christ from death flows through your spirit, commanding authority beyond the reach of angels. You may not always feel powerful. Life has tested you, drained you, and at times made you question your worth. But here's the divine truth. God never designed you to live beneath your spiritual identity. The challenges that tried to break you were not punishments, they were initiations. Every battle you fought in silence, every moment you chose faith over fear, shaped your spirit to handle authority that even angels marvel at. My child, God whispers, you have carried pain that angels could not endure. You have fought battles that heaven watched with awe. You stood when others fell, not because you were stronger, but because my spirit held you. When angels look upon a true chosen one, they see not weakness, but divine commission. They are messengers, but you are an heir. They serve, but you rule through grace. God calls you not a servant, but a child. And in that identity lies a rank the heavens honor. You were made in His image, carrying His breath, His authority, His spirit. Angels may operate in obedience, but you operate in relationship. That means your prayers move dimensions, your words, aligned with faith, shift realities. You may wonder how this is possible. How can a human carry power beyond angelic beings who stand in God's presence? The secret lies in union. You are not separate from the divine presence. When the Spirit of God takes residence in you, heaven no longer functions around you, it functions through you. You are the living temple, and where you stand, light conquers darkness. You were never meant to live in fear of evil or intimidation of darkness. Angels war on command, but you speak from authority. You declare with the mouth of faith and creation responds. That is why the enemy fears the awakened chosen one more than legions of angels. Angels follow divine orders. You carry divine partnership. Think back on all the seasons that felt unbearable. You prayed for rescue, but instead God trained your hands for war. You asked for comfort, but he gave you discernment. You cried for peace, but he built endurance. What felt like unanswered prayers were actually divine strategies. God was crafting within you the strength of a warrior and the wisdom of a leader. He was preparing a vessel capable of walking with spiritual weight. You once begged me to remove the storm, God says softly, but I allowed it so you could learn to command it. Angels watch the waves. My children speak to them. The more you grow in awareness of this truth, the more authority you begin to carry. The enemy's greatest tactic has always been deception, to make you forget who you are. Because once a chosen one remembers their identity, the enemy's schemes collapse. You don't need to raise a sword in the spirit. Your obedience is a weapon. Your peace terrifies darkness because peace is proof of dominion. Every time you remain calm under pressure, heaven celebrates because you are operating from your rightful position. Now, pause and reflect. Have you truly been walking in the awareness of your spiritual authority? Or have you allowed fear, doubt, or unworthiness to limit what God can express through you? Remember this, power is not a feeling, it's a position. You may not feel powerful, but the spirit inside you never weakens. The authority you carry does not depend on emotion, it rests on covenant. In the quiet hours of the night, when you pray and feel unseen, heaven leans closer. The prayers of a chosen one shake foundations. Angels are dispatched by your words, not because you command them directly, but because heaven honors divine alignment. When you speak according to God's will, the unseen realm responds with urgency. Every whispered prayer, every tearful declaration activates movement beyond sight. Speak, my child, says the voice of God. Do not underestimate your tongue. I created your words to carry creative power. When you declare in faith, you are not repeating empty sentences, you are building realities. That is why you must guard your speech. A chosen one's words are not casual, they are instruments of creation. Every declaration aligned with faith builds your destiny. Every confession rooted in doubt builds a barrier. Life and death truly flow through the same channel, your mouth. Heaven listens, hell trembles. This is why spiritual warfare is not always loud. It often begins in silence, when you choose faith over fear, forgiveness over vengeance, worship over worry. Angels battle in the air, but you battle in choice. You destroy darkness when you refuse to hate. You conquer confusion when you choose peace. You crush curses when you bless those who curse you. Your power is not always visible, but it is unstoppable. The chosen one carries a crown unseen by men, but recognized by heaven. You have been entrusted with mysteries angels long to understand. The mystery of redemption, the mystery of grace, the mystery of divine partnership. You were redeemed not merely to survive, but to reign in righteousness, to walk this earth as God's living representation of authority. There is a difference between those who are simply called and those who are chosen. The called hear the message, the chosen embody it. The called seek miracles, the chosen become conduits of miracles. The called hope for revival, the chosen carry revival in their spirit. When you walk into a room, light enters with you. When you speak, atmospheres shift. It's not arrogance, it's awareness. Heaven backs your movement because you move with divine alignment. The angels assigned to you recognize your authority because they recognize the spirit that dwells within you, the same spirit that commands them. Many of you have faced opposition not because you are weak, but because you are powerful. The more you step into divine authority, the more the adversary tries to intimidate you. But intimidation only works on those who forget their standing. A lion doesn't fear the noise of insects, neither should a chosen one be shaken by minor warfare. I have clothed you with my strength, says the Lord. You walk under my covering. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, because I have already secured your victory. The key to walking in this reality is
humility. The more powerful you become, the more surrendered you must remain. True authority is never loud, it's anchored. Jesus himself carried ultimate power, yet walked in meekness. The Chosen One mirrors that same balance, fierce in the spirit, gentle in heart. You are not called to boast about power, but to serve with it. When you pray for others, chains break. When you speak encouragement, destinies awaken. When you forgive, curses are lifted. Every act of obedience, no matter how small, echoes across eternity. Angels respond not just to your commands, but to your alignment with divine order. The more surrendered you are, the more effective your authority becomes. You are not a victim of spiritual battles, you are a vessel of spiritual victory. The trials you endured were proof of your capacity. The pain that once made you question God was the very tool He used to refine you. You have been trained, quietly, not for ordinary influence, but for supernatural impact. You carry God's DNA of creation. Where others see limitation, you see opportunity. When you declare healing, it manifests. When you decree breakthrough, it begins. When you bless your future, heaven sets it in motion. Angels may execute orders, but you, Chosen One, release divine will. Your life is a message. Every victory you gain speaks to someone watching from the shadows of their own struggle. That's why your perseverance matters. You are not just fighting for yourself, you are proving that light wins. Do not forget, says the Lord, that I chose you because you carry my image. You are my reflection in the earth. Angels carry my command, but you carry my heart. They serve, you represent.
Chosen One, when heaven tests you, it is never to see if you will collapse. It is to reveal the strength God already placed inside you. Heaven does not test to expose weakness, heaven tests to reveal capacity, spiritual rank, the weight of glory, the measure of dominion that is already coded within your identity. This is where many chosen ones misunderstand what they are currently walking through. The pressure you feel is not punishment, it is not rejection, it is not abandonment, it is spiritual measurement. God measures what He invested in you not to take power away, but to authorize you to walk in levels angels cannot enter into because they do not carry the same covenant identity you do. You need to understand this deeply. Spiritual beings marvel at the level of spiritual authority God allowed humanity to have. Angels do not get to co-rule. Angels do not get to inherit throne life. Angels do not birth destiny through obedience and endurance the same way humans assigned by God do. Angels carry assignment, but humans, especially those divinely separated for purpose, carry inheritance. This is why attacks increase when a chosen one begins to understand who they truly are. The moment you begin to walk in awareness rather than confusion, the moment you begin to walk in identity rather than survival, the moment you begin to speak from authority rather than insecurity, realms begin to respond to you differently. You stop reacting to darkness, you begin commanding it. You stop trying to escape storms, you dominate through them. You stop seeing spiritual warfare as proof that you are weak and begin perceiving spiritual warfare as evidence that you have been elevated. The difference between average believers and chosen ones is not favoritism. It is assignment. Many are called, few are chosen. Being chosen means you carry responsibilities in the spirit realm that others do not have the capacity to carry. You carry territory. You carry mantles. You carry generational overturning power. You carry transformational authority. You carry governmental rulership in spiritual dimensions. Angels watch this with reverence because they do not have the ability to walk in co-heir status with Christ. They serve God. You become one with Him in purpose and covenant. This is why the enemy fights chosen vessels harder than average individuals, because the threat level is not based on the life you currently live. The threat level is based on the life you were designed to release. This is why many of you right now feel like everything you do is fought. The reason is because your future is forceful in the unseen realm. Your destiny is marked. Your voice is marked. Your existence carries the potential to destroy generational cycles, dismantle ancestral bondages, uproot spiritual systems that tormented your family line for decades. You are not just living a life. You are activating an assignment that reaches beyond the natural world. Angels respect this level of divine positioning because the glory of transformation belongs only to humanity. Angels cannot repent. Angels cannot be redeemed. Angels cannot be washed clean. Angels cannot rise from brokenness into glory. Only humans chosen by God can do that. This is why you are more powerful than angels. It is not because of personal merit. It is because of divine union. You become the vessel that God manifests His will through on the earth. Heaven partners with you to establish His purpose. When you speak from alignment, heaven backs your words. When you decree from conviction, heaven enforces it. When you bind, when you loose, when you command obstacles to break, when you claim territory in faith, realms shift. Hell trembles not because of you, but because heaven flows through you. Chosen one, you must stop seeing yourself from the lower dimension. You must stop shrinking. You must stop doubting your authority. You must stop apologizing for the weight God placed on you. You must stop seeing warfare as proof of weakness. God did not design you to be passive in spiritual combat. God designed you to be victorious. You were not placed in this generation by accident. You were placed here because your voice carries effect. Your obedience carries influence. Your endurance carries evidence of divine backing. Even angels respond to your ranking when you operate in faith. Heaven does not empower weakness. Heaven empowers surrender. The more you yield to God, the more unstoppable you become.
Chosen one, when heaven tests you, it is never to see if you will collapse. It is to reveal the strength God already placed inside you. Heaven does not test to expose weakness. Heaven tests to reveal capacity, spiritual rank, the weight of glory, the measure of dominion that is already coded within your identity. This is where many chosen ones misunderstand what they are currently walking through. The pressure you feel is not punishment. It is not rejection. It is not abandonment. It is spiritual measurement. God measures what He invested in you, not to take power away, but to authorize you to walk in levels angels cannot enter into because they do not carry the same covenant identity you do. You need to understand this deeply. Spiritual beings marvel at the level of spiritual authority God allowed humanity to have. Angels do not get to co-rule. Angels do not get to inherit throne life. Angels do not birth destiny through obedience and endurance the same way humans assigned by God do. Angels carry assignment, but humans, especially those divinely separated for purpose, carry inheritance. This is why attacks increase when a chosen one begins to understand who they truly are. The moment you begin to walk in awareness rather than confusion, the moment you begin to walk in identity rather than survival, the moment you begin to speak from authority rather than insecurity, realms begin to respond to you differently. You stop ending it. You stop trying to escape storms. You dominate to release. This is why many of you right now feel like everything you do is fought. Everything you do is fought. The reason is because your future is forceful in the unseen realm. Your destiny is marked, unseen realm. Your destiny is marked. Your voice is marked. Your existence carries the potential to destroy generational cycles, dismantle ancestral bondages, uproot spiritual systems that tormented your family line for decades. You are not just living a life. You are activating an assignment that reaches beyond the natural world. Angels respect this level of divine positioning because the glory of transformation belongs only to humanity. Angels cannot repent. Angels cannot be redeemed. Angels cannot be washed clean. Angels cannot rise from brokenness into glory. Only humans chosen by God can do that. This is why you are more powerful than angels. It is not because of personal merit. It is because of divine union. You become the vessel that God manifests His will through on the earth. heaven partners with you to establish his purpose. When you speak from alignment, heaven backs your words. When you decree from conviction, heaven enforces it. When you bind, when you loose, when you command obstacles to break, when you claim territory in faith, realms shift. Hell trembles not because of you, but because heaven flows through you. Chosen one, you must stop seeing yourself from the lower dimension. You must stop shrinking. You must stop doubting your authority. You must stop apologizing for the weight God placed on you. You must stop seeing warfare as proof of weakness. God did not design you to be passive in spiritual combat. God designed you to be victorious. You were not placed in this generation by accident. You were placed here because your voice carries effect. Your obedience carries influence. Your endurance carries evidence of divine backing. Even angels respond to your ranking when you operate in faith. Heaven does not empower weakness. Heaven empowers surrender.
Many people move through their days feeling a weight they can't fully explain. It's not simply the tiredness that comes from physical work or a long week. It's the kind that settles into your chest and your mind, pulling at your energy no matter how much you sleep or how much you try to slow down. Chosen ones know this feeling deeply. It's as if life places expectations on you that others do not carry, and somehow you keep pressing forward, even when it feels like you're dragging your spirit across difficult ground. You wake up already worn out, wondering why your heart feels heavy before the day even begins. You have moments where you question yourself, moments where you wonder whether you missed something, or whether you're carrying burdens that don't even belong to you. Yet there's a soft whisper within you that keeps affirming that you were not created to collapse under pressure. You were made to rise above it. You were created with the kind of inner strength that cannot be explained through natural terms. You are wired differently, built differently, shaped differently. And when life hits you harder than it hits others, it's not because you are weak, it's because you are sensitive to realities most people do not discern. This sensitivity is not a flaw, it is evidence of divine placement. There are moments when your spirit fights battles long before your mind becomes aware of them. You may enter certain environments and feel your energy drain immediately, not because anything visible occurred, but because your spirit is processing things the average person would overlook. You feel the rise and fall of unseen pressures, and you carry a deep awareness that something around you needs strength, clarity, or direction. This sensitivity often brings exhaustion because your inner world stays active even when your body slows down. The weight you carry is not always yours. Sometimes it's connected to the assignment attached to your name. Sometimes it comes from trying to help people who have no intention of growing. Sometimes it comes from loving people who take more from you than they give. And sometimes it comes from the internal struggle between who you used to be and who you are becoming. Growth always requires energy, and transitions often feel like fatigue. There are also seasons when your tiredness is a reflection of spiritual pressure. You are pushing forward, but unseen resistance meets you. You try to progress, but distractions keep rising. You attempt to pray, but your mind scatters. You try to focus, but your strength feels divided. This is not random. When people carry purpose, their lives attract resistance. When people carry light, their path will often clash with darkness. Not because they are in danger, but because purpose draws attention. Your life wakes up reactions in places you cannot see. But none of this means you are alone. When people in ancient times grew weary under pressure, they were reminded that those who draw their strength from above rise again no matter how low they fall. Your renewal does not come merely from rest, it comes from connection. Sometimes your tiredness comes from emotional wounds you've ignored. You've been there for everybody else, but you rarely sit still long enough to acknowledge how much you've lost, how much you've endured, and how much you've covered up just to keep functioning. You've been strong for so long that even your silent tears learn to dry quickly. You keep moving because you feel you don't have the luxury to pause. but your soul remembers everything. Your heart remembers every disappointment, every betrayal, every moment someone misunderstood you, every season where you kept giving to people who never showed appreciation. These memories sit within you, and without healing, they continue draining your strength silently.
There are days you force yourself to smile so no one asks questions. Days you pretend to be fine because you do not want to burden anyone. Days you silence your own needs because you don't want to seem weak. But inner silence is not healing. Suppression is not strength. You were never created to carry everything alone. Even the strongest people need moments to release, moments to let peace flow back into the heart, moments to let divine comfort fill the places where disappointment made its home. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot keep giving what you no longer have. Your soul is calling for restoration, not because you are failing, but because you have remained strong in places where others would have collapsed. You deserve renewal. You deserve replenishment. There is also another reason you feel tired. You keep fighting battles you were never meant to fight alone. You try to solve everything with your own hands. You try to fix everyone. You tried to predict every outcome. You tried to control situations that were never placed under your authority. You tried to carry the full weight of your destiny without leaning on the one who designed that destiny. When people attempt to carry too much without spiritual alignment, exhaustion always follows. Strength flows from connection, not isolation. When a person disconnects from the source of their empowerment, everything becomes heavier than it should be. Sometimes your tiredness comes from your compassion. You feel deeply, you sense deeply, you love deeply, you care deeply, but deep hearts get tired because they absorb too much. You sense the needs around you, the silent cries of people who never speak up, the pressures others pretend they're not facing. You carry empathy like a mantle, and though it is a gift, it can also be draining when not balanced with boundaries. You cannot heal everyone. You cannot rescue everyone. You cannot solve everyone's battles. And you cannot sacrifice your well-being just to keep others comfortable. There comes a time when you must learn to protect the energy that allows you to fulfill your assignment. But there's also a practical side. Many chosen ones are tired because they overwork. They push their bodies beyond healthy limits. They spend hours pouring energy into their goals, their families, their responsibilities, rarely stopping long enough to rest. Some live with poor sleep patterns, inconsistent eating habits, or constant stress. The body eventually reacts, and exhaustion becomes its way of saying, "You are not designed to function like this." Physical discipline is spiritual discipline. When the body is depleted, the spirit feels the impact. But here is the truth many people never tell you. Your tiredness is not a sign of failure. It is a sign of elevation. People who are being prepared for greater assignments often experience unusual fatigue, not because they are losing strength, but because their capacity is expanding. When you're shifting into a new season, the old version of you cannot carry the new responsibilities. So your spirit begins shedding what no longer fits. You outgrow old mentalities, old habits, old relationships, and even old ways of thinking. Transition takes energy, and this is why many chosen ones feel exhaustion right before a major breakthrough. Now, here is what you must understand. Restoration is not passive. Renewal does not come by chance. You must be intentional about seeking strength. You must create space for divine refreshing. When you quiet your heart and draw closer, strength rises again. When you speak honestly about your fatigue, healing begins. When you choose alignment over chaos, clarity returns. When you let go of burdens that do not belong to you, your energy begins to rise again. Your renewal begins when you stop trying to be everything for everyone. When you stop trying to prove your worth. When you stop forcing connections that drain you. When you stop trying to remain in places that no longer support your growth. You cannot thrive in environments that suffocate your purpose. You cannot keep yourself small just to keep others comfortable. You cannot keep dimming your light because others refuse to rise.
You must find rest in the presence of the one who knows your heart better than you know yourself, the same one who strengthens those who feel faint, who renews those who feel drained, who lifts those who feel buried under pressure. When you release your weight and draw closer, your strength begins to rise in quiet, steady waves. You don't need loud moments for transformation. Sometimes your greatest renewal comes in stillness, in silence, in honest surrender. Your restoration is also connected to discipline. When you choose healthier habits, your body becomes a stronger vessel for spiritual strength. When you respect your limits, your energy returns. When you set boundaries, your peace grows. When you disconnect from draining relationships, your clarity sharpens. When you replace chaos with order, your mind breathes again. All these small steps accumulate into deep transformation. At the same time, you must know that your exhaustion is not the end of your story. You are being refined, not defeated. You are being strengthened, not broken. You are being lifted, not abandoned. You are stepping into a version of yourself you have never met before. There is a rising within you that your tiredness cannot stop. Your purpose is awakening, even in the midst of weakness. Right now, there is a quiet shift happening within you. Your strength is returning. Your clarity is rising. Your peace is settling. Your vision is sharpening. What felt heavy is beginning to lighten. What felt confusing is beginning to make sense. What felt overwhelming is beginning to fall into order. This season of tiredness is not permanent. You are stepping into renewal. I speak over your life now. May every hidden weight lift from your shoulders. May every silent burden be released. May your spirit rise with new strength. May your heart find deep rest. May clarity fill your mind. May energy return to your body. You will not drown in exhaustion. You will rise above it. You will walk with fresh power. You will step into divine alignment. You will experience restoration in ways you've never encountered before. Your tiredness may have been loud, but your comeback will be stronger. Your fatigue may have spoken for a season, but your strength is preparing to speak louder. You are stepping into renewal, into clarity, into power. Nothing about you is accidental. You are chosen for something greater than what you see. And even in your exhaustion, you are being shaped for elevation. You are rising now, not through force, but through alignment. Not through pressure, but through surrender. Not through striving, but through connection. Strength is returning. Peace is returning. Clarity is returning. Purpose is returning. This is your moment to breathe again, to stand again, to move again, to live again. And nothing will stop the renewal that has begun within you.
People move through life with the sense that everything around them is ordinary, routine, predictable. But you have always felt something different pressing against your awareness, something that nudges you, pushes you, challenges you, and refuses to let you settle into what others accept as normal. From childhood, there were signs, quiet signals pointing toward a calling you didn't fully understand. You tried to blend in, to be what society wanted you to be, but no matter how hard you attempted to shrink your presence, something within you kept rising. Some call it destiny, others call it purpose, but for those who walk in this rare path, it is the unmistakable pull of being set apart. There are aspects of your journey that even your closest companions cannot comprehend, because what rests on your shoulders is not given to the ordinary. It belongs to a select group of individuals who carry a quiet strength that grows with every challenge. People rarely discuss the truth that the ones who carry uncommon assignments often face uncommon resistance. Your path has not been easy, not because you lack ability or direction, but because your inner design carries a magnitude that disrupts environments. There is a weight that comes with being marked for more, a weight that pushes you through experiences that would have broken others. You have walked through moments where you felt isolated, misunderstood, or pushed to the edges of social circles without warning. You tried to interpret these experiences logically, thinking perhaps it was personality differences or temporary clashes. Yet deep down, you sensed that something about you stirred reactions in people. Sometimes admiration, sometimes discomfort, sometimes envy, because your presence challenges what is dormant in others. There were seasons when you questioned yourself, wondering why certain hardships kept repeating in your life. While others seemed to progress effortlessly, you felt as though you were being refined through fire. But what people never teach is that individuals chosen for unusual greatness do not experience ordinary development. Precious metals are forged through intense heat, not mild conditions. A warrior does not learn resilience in comfort. A leader does not gain wisdom in silence. Life has been shaping you with deliberate pressure, sharpening your insight, deepening your intuition, and strengthening your endurance. What felt like setbacks were actually preparation. What felt like abandonment was repositioning. What felt like rejection was protection. What felt like delay was alignment. Every experience carried a purpose even when you couldn't see it. You have walked through storms that seemed designed to strip away your confidence, yet each time you emerged with something valuable: clarity, strength, understanding, or a new layer of determination. People only saw the outward struggle. They never recognized the invisible growth happening within you. While others focused on the external events, something deeper was being developed in your character. Life was shaping you to hold a greater level of responsibility than those around you. There is a reason you feel things deeply, notice what others overlook, and sense shifts before they become visible. You were built with heightened perception, not so you could be burdened, but so you could lead. Leaders require vision beyond the surface level. Carriers of purpose require awareness beyond the ordinary senses. The truth few acknowledge is that the chosen ones are often separated early, not because they are better than others, but because they carry assignments that require detachment from certain influences. You may have grown up feeling out of place, unable to fit comfortably into the molds others lived in. Perhaps you longed for belonging, but couldn't find it in your environment. That is because you were not designed to blend into the background. You were crafted to stand out in the right season. Some people are prepared quietly so they can emerge loudly. Just as certain seeds must remain in the soil longer to produce greater harvest, your development required more depth, more time, and more refinement. Life pushed you through circumstances that forced you to rely on inner strength rather than external validation. Where others had support, you often walked alone. Where others had applause, you moved in silence. Where others had predictable paths, your route took unexpected turns. But every detour contributed to your internal build. There were moments when you cried privately, moments when you questioned whether your path was worth the pain, moments when the pressure felt overwhelming. In those times, you didn't see the transformation happening within you, the strengthening of your emotional resilience, the sharpening of your instincts, the expansion of your spirit. These qualities cannot be taught in classrooms or gained from textbooks. They are cultivated through personal battles.
Many do not speak about this. When you carry a calling, life exposes you to adversity, not to crush you, but to teach you how to govern yourself. You were never meant to remain dependent on external systems for your identity. You were meant to develop inner stability that stands firm regardless of external chaos.
Your quiet seasons taught you patience. Your losses taught you discernment. Your betrayals taught you boundaries. Your disappointments taught you endurance. Your challenges taught you courage. Each lesson added something to your inner structure. People reacted to you in ways that puzzled you because they sensed your potential even before you understood it. Some were drawn to you because your presence brought them clarity or hope. Others felt threatened because your strength exposed their insecurities. Some supported you, while others attacked you without reason. You didn't understand at the time, but your aura carries purpose, and purpose always awakens responses in people, positive or negative. You were not meant to be universally accepted. Greatness does not move through the world unnoticed or unchallenged. There were times when it felt as though life was stripping things away. Relationships, opportunities, comfort zones, old identities. You questioned whether you were losing or being prepared. Truthfully, you were being positioned. Just as certain doors closed abruptly, new pathways were being prepared in silence. While you mourned the loss of what felt familiar, life was guiding you toward a larger assignment. You were not meant to remain in environments that limit your growth. You were meant to evolve beyond the boundaries others tried to place around you. You may not have recognized it, but every setback sharpened your awareness. Every disappointment strengthened your wisdom, and every hardship expanded your capacity. You have walked through situations that forced you to grow mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. You developed the ability to see through deception, to read intentions, to sense atmospheres, and to detect the authenticity of people. These are not random traits. They are strategic tools for your purpose. People rarely acknowledge that those who carry uncommon assignments often experience early isolation. That isolation was not punishment, it was training. You learned to survive without relying on crowds. You learned to hear your inner guidance clearly. You learned to stand firm even when your voice trembled. You learned to adapt, rebuild, and remain hopeful despite circumstances. These qualities set you apart. They make you unbreakable in ways most people do not understand. There were times when your generosity was taken advantage of, your kindness was misinterpreted as weakness, your loyalty was overlooked, and your effort was undervalued. But each experience refined your discernment. You learned that not everyone deserves access to your energy. Not everyone is meant to stay. Not everyone is capable of walking the path you walk. Your compassion matured. Your boundaries strengthened. You rose from each disappointment with clearer vision. At times, you wondered why you felt so deeply connected to a future you could not fully describe. It was because you carried a promise within you, a sense of destiny that refused to disappear no matter how difficult life became. In moments of silence, it whispered. In moments of crisis, it pushed you. In moments of exhaustion, it reminded you that there is meaning to your existence beyond survival. Others may live without purpose, but you cannot. You were crafted for impact. Life shaped you through contrast. You experienced lack so you could appreciate abundance. You endured loneliness so you could recognize authentic connection. You faced closed doors so you could learn how to build your own. You encountered people who underestimated you so you could discover your true value. You dealt with pressure so you could develop inner authority. Each contrast deepened your wisdom. There is a truth often left unspoken. Those who carry great assignments often walk through hidden battles that others never recognize. You struggled quietly while maintaining a strong exterior. You supported others while no one realized your own heart was tired. You gave guidance while searching for your own clarity. You uplifted others while your spirit felt faint. But this is the nature of those who carry light. You shine even when your flame flickers. That quiet endurance built unshakable strength within you. Now you stand on the threshold of a new season,
one where everything you endured begins to make sense. The pieces of your life that once felt disconnected begin to align. You start to recognize the purpose behind the pressure, the meaning behind the losses, and the significance behind the delays. Where confusion once clouded your perspective, clarity now begins to rise. The strength you developed will carry you forward with confidence. You are stepping into a phase where your voice gains power, your presence gains influence, and your purpose becomes visible. People who once overlooked you will begin to notice the authority you carry. Opportunities that once slipped through your fingers will now find their way to you. Doors that were closed will open with ease. You have been prepared for this shift through every trial, every tear, every moment of silence. There is a unique glow that surrounds those who emerge from challenging seasons with their character intact. You carry that glow. Life took you through refinement so you could develop resilience. It stripped away false identities and produced a version of you that is strong, wise, grounded, and unshakable. You may not feel fully ready, but you are more prepared than you realize. Everything you went through has equipped you for the next phase of your journey. Your sensitivity is not weakness, it is awareness. Your depth is not burden, it is insight. Your uniqueness is not a flaw, it is distinction. Your difference is not a limitation, it is purpose. Where others see obstacles, you see possibilities. Where others see endings, you see transitions. Where others stay stagnant, you advance with courage. That is why life has been demanding with you, because the assignment on your life is significant. You are stepping into a season where your authenticity becomes your greatest strength. You no longer need to shrink or dim yourself to make others comfortable. Your presence carries power. Your story carries authority. Your resilience carries influence. You have walked through enough to speak with experience. You have endured enough to lead with compassion. You have risen enough to inspire those who feel defeated. You are the kind of person who transforms environments simply by standing in them. Your presence carries depth. Your words carry weight. Your journey carries lessons that others need. You may not have always seen it, but you were being prepared all along to uplift, to guide, to inspire, and to strengthen those around you. Your life is proof that strength can emerge from struggle, greatness can emerge from hardship, and purpose can emerge from pain. You are ready. You are aligned. You are rising.
Chosen one, there comes a time in life when you stop and wonder, why am I still single? Why has God allowed me to walk this path when others around me seem to be moving forward? Marriages, families, new chapters. These questions can weigh heavily on the heart, leaving you with moments of quiet reflection, uncertainty, or even frustration. Yet what if this season you are in is not a punishment, nor an accident, but a sacred assignment from God? Your singleness is not an empty waiting room. It is not evidence that you are forgotten. It is, in fact, a divine preparation ground, a season crafted with intention, where God shapes, molds, and equips you for the fullness of what lies ahead. This journey is less about delay and more about destiny, less about loneliness and more about spiritual strengthening. Chosen one, too often society pressures you to believe that fulfillment is only found in marriage or partnership. You may hear subtle whispers that question your worth or make you feel incomplete. Yet the truth is that this season has divine significance. God is granting you uninterrupted time to strengthen your faith, develop your gifts, and discover who you truly are in Him. Every challenge you face right now, whether it is the sting of loneliness, the endless questions from others, or the quiet moments where you feel unseen, is being used to refine your character and build endurance. This is the kind of growth that cannot be rushed because it prepares you to carry the weight of the blessing that is ahead. What you see as waiting is actually God's way of positioning you for greatness. Chosen one, your story is not delayed, it is divinely aligned. Where others may rush ahead, God has set you apart for a deeper purpose. This time is not about what you lack, but about what you are gaining. Wisdom, maturity, resilience, and the ability to stand firmly in your calling. Think about it. While many are entangled in relationships that distract them from God's plan, you are being given the rare opportunity to walk closely with Him, unhindered and focused. This freedom is a gift, allowing you to rise in strength, sharpen your vision, and cultivate a faith that cannot be shaken. If this message is already stirring something within you, take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who needs encouragement, and join our community of faith-filled chosen ones. Together, we are learning to embrace God's timing and trust His perfect plan. Your season of singleness is not the end of your story. It is the foundation of something extraordinary. Stay with me, because what you are about to discover will change the way you see this chapter of your life forever.
Chosen one, let me speak directly to your heart. Your singleness is not a mistake, nor is it a punishment. It is not evidence that you have been forgotten, overlooked, or left behind. Instead, it is a sacred appointment, a divine season set apart for you to be shaped, refined, and strengthened for the incredible plans God has designed for your life. This chapter is not about absence, it is about abundance. It is a season where your time, energy, and focus can be fully directed towards spiritual growth, building inner strength, and discovering who you are in God without the distractions that often accompany relationships. Where others may be consumed by constant compromises or the pressure of trying to fit in with someone else's expectations, you have been gifted the freedom to align your entire life with God's expectations. Think of it this way. Before a builder lays the foundation for a house, they ensure the ground is solid. Why? Because everything that will stand on it depends on its strength. That is exactly what God is doing with you now. He is preparing your foundation so that when your time comes, nothing and no one will be able to shake what He has established within you. Too often, society paints singleness as a deficiency. It whispers lies that you are incomplete, unloved, or unworthy simply because you walk alone. But in truth, this is the very season where God is completing you, strengthening you, and showing you that your worth does not come from another person, it comes from Him alone. This time is about intimacy with God. When you are single, your heart is open in a unique way. You are free to spend time in prayer, worship, and reflection without distraction. You are free to pursue your God-given dreams without limitation. You are free to cultivate disciplines, fasting, studying, journaling, meditating on God's promises that will serve as weapons of strength for the rest of your life. And let's be honest, this preparation is not always easy. There are moments of loneliness, nights when you look around and wonder why everyone else seems to be moving forward while you are still waiting. There are days when the weight of unanswered questions feels heavy, but those very moments are where God forges something priceless in you. Loneliness becomes the space where you learn to feel His presence more deeply. Delays become the arena where patience matures into wisdom, and trials transform into stepping stones that carry you closer to the destiny designed for you. You are not standing still.
You are being equipped. Think about David before he became king. For years he was hidden in the fields tending sheep. To the outside world it seemed insignificant, even wasted time. But it was there that David learned courage, faith, and dependence on God. So when the moment came for him to face Goliath, he was not afraid. He was ready. That's what God is doing with you. He is building you up in hidden seasons so you will not crumble in public ones. This time also protects you. Yes, protects you. God knows what you cannot see. He knows the relationships that would have drained you, the wrong partnerships that would have distracted you, the situations that could have cost you your peace. Singleness shields you until the right alignment comes. Instead of grieving what hasn't happened yet, thank God for keeping you from counterfeits and preparing you for the real thing.
But chosen one, do not waste this sacred preparation. Use this time to strengthen your spiritual muscles through consistent prayer and devotion. Develop skills and talents that will be vital to your calling. Build financial wisdom and stability so you enter your next season equipped, not burdened. Form friendships and mentorships that will nurture your growth. Speak life over your future, declaring with confidence that God's plans are worth the wait. This is not passive waiting, it is active preparation. Just as a soldier trains before battle or an athlete prepares before a race, you are in training for the extraordinary future God has written for you. Every prayer, every act of faith, every moment of perseverance is preparing you to step into a destiny that will not only bless you, but inspire and uplift others. So lift your head, chosen one. Stop seeing this time as a delay and start seeing it as design. Your singleness is the stage where God is shaping your character, your vision, and your destiny. You are being molded into someone who will not only stand strong in love, but also in purpose. Someone whose identity is not shaken by circumstance because it is rooted in divine truth. This is your divine season of preparation. Cherish it, honor it, and walk boldly in it, because when the time comes, you will see that nothing was wasted and everything was working together for your good. Your singleness, dear chosen one, is not a holding cell, it is a training ground. It is where God molds your heart, strengthens your spirit, and equips you for the destiny ahead. While the world may try to convince you that you are missing out, heaven sees you as being set apart for something greater. This season is about preparation, empowerment, and alignment with God's perfect will for your life. So, if this message has stirred your spirit and reminded you that your singleness is a sacred season, I encourage you to like this video, share it with another chosen one who needs hope today, and subscribe so you never miss a word of encouragement on this journey of faith. And before you leave, drop a comment below. What has God been teaching you in this season of waiting? Your story may be the key that unlocks strength for someone else.
Chosen one, let's be honest. Singleness can feel heavy at times. The silence in your room after a long day, the empty chair at gatherings, the unspoken questions when family or friends glance at you, wondering why you were still waiting. These moments are real, and they tug at the heart. Yet in this very space of discomfort lies one of the most profound opportunities for spiritual growth you will ever experience. The challenges of singleness, loneliness, pressure from society, or the ache of unanswered prayers are not meant to break you. They are designed to build you. Think about it. Every season of struggle in life has a way of stretching us, pushing us beyond our limits, and drawing us closer to God. When difficulties come, they shape perseverance. When perseverance matures, it forms character. And when character deepens, it births unshakable hope. This is how God transforms pain into purpose. In your season of singleness, every challenge is a spiritual gym. Loneliness pushes you to discover the sweetness of God's presence. Pressure from others compels you to stand firm in your identity rather than in comparison. Delays in answered prayers strengthen your faith muscle, teaching you to trust in God's timing, not your own. These struggles are not wasted. They are shaping you into someone who can carry greater responsibilities and blessings when the appointed time arrives. There's another truth we cannot ignore. Challenges are also battlegrounds. The enemy will try to whisper lies that you're forgotten, overlooked, or unworthy. He will attempt to make you believe that your singleness is proof of rejection rather than redirection. Yet this is where you must rise in spiritual strength. Just as a soldier does not walk into battle without armor, you too must equip yourself daily. Cover your heart with truth, protect your mind with peace, and carry the Word of God as your weapon. Spiritual warfare is very real in the life of a chosen one. That's why the enemy fights hardest when he sees your potential. He knows your waiting season is not wasted. It's producing a version of you that will be unstoppable in your purpose. The challenge is not the loneliness itself. The challenge is whether you will allow loneliness to weaken your faith or strengthen your reliance on God. When you shift your perspective, challenges no longer look like barriers. They become stepping stones. Loneliness becomes intimacy with God. Pressure becomes perseverance. Waiting becomes wisdom. And heartbreak becomes healing that allows you to encourage others who will one day walk a similar path. Think of it this way. Gold cannot shine unless it passes through fire. Likewise, your spirit cannot reach its full brilliance without being tested. The fire of challenges is not sent to destroy you, but to refine you until what remains is stronger, purer, and ready for the assignment God has placed upon your life. Chosen one, the truth is this. The very things you are asking God to remove are the very things He is using to prepare you. The silence teaches you to hear His whisper. The waiting trains you to trust His clock. The struggles develop a resilience that no quick fix could ever give you. This is why you must not despise the process. Your process is your preparation, and your preparation is your protection. So instead of asking, "Why me?" begin asking, "What are you building in me through this?" That shift in mindset transforms pain into power and waiting into wisdom. The chosen ones of God are never left in vain. They are always placed on paths that carve out their greatness through trial. And remember, spiritual growth is not passive. It is intentional. Feed your soul daily with prayer. Renew your mind constantly with God's promises. Surround yourself with voices of faith rather than doubt. Choose to rise each day with gratitude rather than despair. These are not small steps. They are mighty weapons that keep you grounded in God's plan. Your singleness is not your setback. It's your setup. You are not stuck. You are being strengthened. The challenges you face today will become the testimony you share tomorrow. One day you will look back and realize that the very season you thought was breaking you was the one God used to build you into an unshakable vessel of strength and light. Chosen one, if this part of the message has reminded you that your challenges are really stepping stones toward your destiny, take a moment to like this video, share it with someone else who might be struggling in their waiting season, and subscribe so you never miss a word of encouragement. And let me hear from you in the comments. What challenge are you currently facing that God is using to strengthen your faith? Your testimony could be the light someone else desperately needs.
Chosen one, here's the truth. You are not in a waiting room. You are in a training ground. Your singleness is not a sentence of delay. It is an invitation into empowerment.
This is the season where you are called to rise boldly, to harness the freedom and focus that come with being single, and to use them as fuel for your God-given purpose. There is a special strength in this time of your life. While others may be consumed with divided responsibilities, you have the space to give yourself fully to growth, service, and destiny. This is not about comparing your journey to anyone else's. It's about realizing the priceless opportunity God has entrusted to you. Right now, you have the freedom to serve without distraction, to dream without hesitation, and to move in faith without limitation. Chosen one, do you see it? This season offers you a rare advantage. Instead of being weighed down by the question of why am I still single, you can flip the narrative and ask, how can I use this freedom to step boldly into my calling? This shift unlocks power because when you dedicate your energy to serving God, building your vision, and strengthening your spiritual foundation, you are not just waiting, you are advancing. The Spirit of God has not left you empty-handed in this season. He has equipped you with courage, wisdom, and creativity. When you tap into this empowerment, you will discover doors opening that you never thought possible. The freedom of singleness gives you room to refine your skills, to nurture your gifts, and to build a life that reflects God's greatness within you. Think of the dreams that God has placed in your heart, the ones you've kept tucked away because you thought you needed the right partner before pursuing them. Hear this clearly. You don't need to wait for anyone to validate what God has already confirmed in you. Start now, build now, move now. Your obedience today lays the foundation for the breakthroughs of tomorrow. Empowerment also means courage and prayer. This is the season to speak boldly, to declare God's promises over your life, and to step into the authority He has already given you. Fear loses its grip when you choose to walk in faith. Doubt loses its voice when you decide to act on what God has whispered into your spirit. And let's not forget, empowerment isn't just about what you do for yourself, it's about what you release into the world. This is your time to be a vessel of encouragement to others, to serve with compassion, and to lead with conviction. There are people connected to your obedience. Every act of service, every word of encouragement, every prayer you whisper over someone else is planting seeds that will bear fruit long after this season of waiting has passed. Chosen one, do not underestimate what God can do through you right now. This is your time to shine, not tomorrow, not someday, but today. The spirit of empowerment is already within you, waiting for you to step fully into it. When you embrace this season as a gift, you will walk with a confidence that cannot be shaken and a joy that cannot be stolen. So let this be your reminder. Your singleness is not a limitation. It is your launching pad. This is where your faith grows roots deep enough to carry the weight of your future blessings. This is where your dreams take shape, your vision gains clarity, and your voice begins to echo with power. You are not behind. You are right on time.
Chosen one, it's one thing to recognize that your singleness is a divine season, but it's another to live it in a way that truly transforms you. This is why it's so important to take intentional steps that keep you aligned with God's purpose and prepare you for the blessings ahead. These steps are not complicated, but they require consistency and a heart willing to grow. The first and most essential step is learning to prioritize time with God. This is your secret place, where your spirit is renewed and your vision made clear. In this season, you have a unique opportunity to give Him your undivided attention. Whether it is through prayer, journaling your reflections, or simply resting in silence before Him. These quiet moments will become your anchor. This intimacy with God becomes the very foundation upon which every other area of your life is built. As you cultivate that relationship, it's also vital to surround yourself with the right people. This journey is not one you are meant to walk in isolation. Seek the company of mentors, friends, and spiritual guides who speak life into you. When moments of doubt or loneliness creep in, these are the people who will remind you of your worth and keep you steady in faith. Their presence is proof that God provides support when you need it most. Another powerful step is to give yourself in service. Singleness offers you a freedom that is often harder to find later in life. Use that freedom to bless others through ministry, acts of kindness, or even everyday opportunities to uplift someone else. Serving others shifts your focus away from what you think is missing, and in the process, God fills your heart with unexpected joy and peace. And don't forget the words you speak over yourself. Your voice carries authority. Speak life over your journey, over your future, and over your destiny. Refuse to let discouragement or societal pressure define your identity. Instead, align your words with God's promises. What you declare in faith has the power to strengthen your heart and reshape the way you see your situation. This is also a season for practical preparation. Invest in your growth, develop new skills, learn to manage your resources wisely, and set meaningful goals. Thriving in singleness is not about waiting passively. It's about laying down a strong foundation now so that when the next chapter unfolds, you will be ready to step into it with confidence. At the same time, be mindful of what you allow into your life. Guard your heart and protect your peace. In this world, distractions are constant, and not every influence deserves access to your spirit. When you keep your heart centered, you safeguard the vision God has planted in you and ensure that your energy is spent on what truly matters. And finally, don't forget to celebrate this season. Too often, people look at singleness as an empty waiting room, but it is so much more than that. It is a chapter filled with lessons, opportunities, and growth. When you choose gratitude, your perspective changes. Instead of feeling delayed, you begin to see yourself as divinely positioned. This season is not wasted time. It is a sacred preparation ground. Chosen one, you are not standing still. You are being refined, equipped, and made ready for what's ahead. Each small, intentional step you take today is building momentum for tomorrow. Carry this truth with you. You are living, growing, and thriving right now. This is your preparation, your empowerment, and your opportunity to rise. If these steps are helping you see your season of singleness in a new light, let me hear from you in the comments. Which of these steps will you start practicing today? Your testimony could be the spark someone else needs.
Chosen one, as you reflect on everything shared today, let this truth settle deeply in your spirit. Your singleness is not a punishment, nor is it a sign that you have been overlooked. It is a gift, an intentional pause written into your story by the very one who knows the end from the beginning. Every moment of this season is shaping you, molding you, and preparing you for the fullness of what He has promised. Do not measure your journey against the timelines of others, for your path has been divinely designed. Where some see delay, heaven sees preparation. Where others whisper doubt, God speaks destiny. This waiting is not wasted. It is fertile ground where your faith is growing roots strong enough to carry the weight of your future blessings. There will be days when the silence feels heavy and the questions in your heart grow louder, but even then, you are not forgotten. You are being hidden for a reason, set apart for a purpose greater than what you can see right now. What God is building in you during this time is so precious, so powerful that it cannot be rushed. Trust that when the appointed time arrives, the doors meant for you will open effortlessly, and the blessings prepared for you will find you without struggle. Until then, walk boldly. Stand firm in your faith. Carry yourself with the confidence of one who is deeply loved and chosen by God. Every prayer you whisper, every tear you shed, every step you take in faith is seen and cherished by Him. Nothing about your journey has been overlooked, and nothing you have endured will be wasted. So rise each day with hope. Guard your heart with peace. Fill your words with faith. And remember, this season is not holding you back. It is launching you forward. Your singleness is not an empty chapter. It is the birthplace of strength, clarity, and unshakable trust in God. Chosen one, take courage. What is ahead of you is greater than anything left behind. Your story is still unfolding, and the author of your life has written a future filled with purpose, joy, and divine fulfillment. Trust His timing. Embrace this season and walk in the assurance that you are exactly where you need to be.
Chosen one, before anything else is said today, take a moment to look inward. There is a deep stirring inside you, a quiet but powerful confirmation that this message is arriving at the exact moment God intended. You did not stumble here by chance. You were guided here, because heaven is declaring that this is your winning season. This is not a temporary moment of encouragement. It is a divine appointment. Your life is shifting, your atmosphere is changing, and God is positioning you to step into a level of victory you have never experienced before. If your spirit feels that gentle nudge, that inner pull that says, "This is for me," then pause and acknowledge what God is doing. Before we dive deeper, take 2 seconds and drop a comment below saying, "I'm ready for my winning season," because with that one simple act of faith, you are coming into agreement with the move God is releasing over you. Chosen one, for the longest time you felt overlooked, forgotten, underestimated, or delayed. You have carried silent burdens, fought hidden battles, and endured challenges that many people around you never fully understood. You've walked through seasons where you questioned whether God still remembered the promises He whispered to your heart. But hear this with clarity. Every tear, every setback, every disappointment, and every closed door has brought you to this moment. God has not forgotten you. He has been preparing you. You are stepping into a time where everything that once resisted you will begin to cooperate with the assignment on your life. This is your winning season, and nothing can block it. You may be wondering what makes this season different. Why now? What shifted? The truth is, God often works silently while you're being developed. There were events you didn't understand, prayers that seemed unanswered, and moments where you felt exhausted from the weight of your journey. But just like the dawn follows the darkest night, your season of breakthrough is rising now because your endurance has matured. There's a reason Scripture says perseverance builds character, and character strengthens hope. You have been strengthened in ways you didn't even recognize. Your spirit was being shaped, your discernment was being sharpened, and your faith was being deepened. God uses pressure to bring out purpose, and everything you survived has given you the muscles to hold the blessing that's coming. Chosen one, this is not a season for small thinking or shrinking back into old limitations. God is calling you to rise, to step boldly into a level of purpose that demands courage, faith, and obedience. This is why the weight felt so heavy in past seasons. This is why you often wondered why your journey seemed harder than others. You were not being punished, you were being prepared. God was strengthening you for the victory attached to your name. Someone listening right now needs to understand this. Your trials were not signs of defeat, they were signs of preparation. Before we continue, take a moment and subscribe if you haven't already. Join this family of chosen ones who are rising together in faith, purpose, and destiny. This message is part of a bigger move God is releasing, and I don't want you to miss what's coming next. Hit the like button too. It helps spread God's word to others who need this reminder of hope. Chosen one, let's go deeper. Part of the reason this is your winning season is because God is shining His light on you. When Scripture calls us to rise and shine because God's glory rests on us, it means a divine spotlight is being placed on your life. Favor begins to locate you. Opportunities begin to align. Doors that were sealed start opening. This isn't random, it's heaven responding to your obedience. You may have felt hidden for a long time, but God hides His chosen ones to prepare them and reveals them at the right time, and that time is now. You are stepping into a season where what you carry will be recognized. Your gifts, your anointing, your calling, your wisdom, your resilience, everything within you that once seemed unnoticed will begin to draw attention. Not because you're forcing anything, but because God is illuminating you. There is a divine glow that surrounds people who have survived the fire and still chose to praise. That glow is on you.
Another reason this is your winning season is because you have passed tests you didn't realize were tests. There were moments when you could have retaliated but chose peace. Times where you wanted to quit but you held on to God's promises. Days where you felt drained yet you still prayed. You pressed forward even when your strength was failing. These are victories heaven celebrates even when people don't see them. God saw every moment of obedience, every moment of restraint, every moment where you honored Him privately. Quiet obedience produces loud blessings. But with this winning season comes responsibility. God is calling you to own it fully, boldly, without apology. That means renewing your mind daily so you don't step into this season carrying the mindset of your last one. You cannot walk into a new level thinking the way you did when you were surviving. This is your time to thrive. Let God's truth reshape the way you see yourself. Let His promises anchor your thoughts. God has not given you weakness. He has given you power, resilience, and clarity. Speak life over your own destiny because your words carry authority. Chosen one, this next part is important. Many of you are stepping into your winning season, but you are still mentally connected to past limitations. You have to release old versions of yourself. Release the fear of failure. Release the fear of being seen. Release the fear of stepping into the spotlight God is shining on you. For so long, you've adjusted yourself to fit small spaces because you didn't want to intimidate anyone. But God is saying, expand, stretch, grow, increase, walk with confidence. This is not the time to shrink. This is the time to rise. Let me ask you a question. What are you believing God for in this season? Comment it below. Your engagement isn't just for the algorithm. Your engagement is a declaration of faith. When you speak it out, you agree with heaven. When you write it down, you give life to it. So take a moment and share what you are trusting God to bring forth in your winning season. Someone else might read it and find strength for their own journey. Chosen one, your winning season also requires spiritual awareness. Whenever God elevates His people, spiritual resistance increases because your progress disrupts darkness. But you are not defenseless. Truth to stand on, righteousness to keep your heart aligned, peace that steadies your steps, faith that extinguishes attacks, salvation that guards your identity, and God's word that cuts through deception. You are fully covered. You are fully empowered. Your spiritual weapons are not weak, they are mighty. This is why the enemy fought you so aggressively in past seasons. He saw what you didn't see. He saw potential, influence, purpose, authority, and the calling that would shake foundations. But you're still here. That alone is proof you were never defeated. Chosen one, to own your winning season, you must also speak victory daily. Your voice carries power. Life responds to your declarations. Doors respond to your confidence. You cannot step into greatness with silent faith. Speak what God has promised you. Speak life over your purpose, your mind, your finances, your relationships, your health, your future. Speak boldly with conviction because heaven backs the words of the faithful. Another vital part of owning your season is walking intentionally. Every decision you make from this point forward should align with your calling. You cannot waste energy on distractions. You cannot entertain relationships that drain your strength or environments that hinder your growth. Your time is valuable. Your peace is precious. Your purpose requires focus. Walk with direction. Walk with discipline. Walk with wisdom.
Chosen one, surround yourself with people who push you higher. Isolation had its purpose in the last season because God used it to strengthen your spirit and sharpen your discernment. But now you need kingdom connections, relationships that build you, challenge you, and support the calling on your life. People who see the greatness in you and encourage you to step into it. People aligned with your future, not your past. Let's talk about purpose for a moment. Your winning season is every talent you carry,
every insight you've gained, every lesson you've learned, none of it was accidental. God placed a mission inside you that only you can fulfill. That mission requires courage. It requires ownership. It requires commitment. When you step into your calling fully, blessings begin to flow effortlessly because you are aligned with God's plan. Chosen one, do not underestimate the power of gratitude in this season. Gratitude multiplies blessings. When you thank God for where you are, He prepares you for where you're going. Start each day acknowledging His goodness, even before you see the full manifestation of your breakthrough. Gratitude attracts favor. Gratitude strengthens faith. Gratitude opens doors. This is also a season where God is restoring everything that felt broken. Your confidence, your joy, your peace, your clarity, your hope. God is breathing life into these areas again. Where you felt drained, you will feel renewed. Where you felt forgotten, you will feel seen. Where you felt stuck, you will experience momentum. Restoration is part of your victory. Chosen one, take a moment to breathe this in. You are stepping into a level of blessing that your past self prayed for. You are stepping into rooms you once thought were out of reach. You are stepping into opportunities that align perfectly with your purpose. You are stepping into relationships that honor your calling. You are stepping into breakthrough after breakthrough because God is honoring your endurance. As we begin to reach the final part of this message, reflect on where God has brought you from. Think about the moments you nearly gave up. Think about the battles you overcame. Think about the times you walked through the fire and came out stronger. You didn't survive all of that to stay small. You survived because God destined you to rise. Your life has purpose written all over it, and your winning season is proof that heaven's hand is guiding you. Chosen one, before we close, if this message has stirred your spirit, if it has awakened something inside you, take a moment to share it with someone else. Someone connected to you needs this reminder. Someone in your circle is standing on the edge of giving up, and your share could be the very thing that brings them back into faith. Finally, hear this clearly. You are stepping into a season where victories will come one after another. You will look back and realize that God was aligning everything perfectly. Walk boldly, speak boldly, move boldly. Own every blessing God releases. Own every opportunity. Own every breakthrough. This is your winning season. This is your time to shine. Rise with confidence, walk with purpose, and step fully into the destiny God prepared for you. Your winning season is here. Shine, chosen one. Shine without apology. Shine without fear. Shine because God Himself has declared that your time has come.
Chosen one, you passed. You have walked through fire and not been consumed. You have faced battles that tried to silence your faith, yet your heart still beats with trust in the one who called you. You have endured seasons where answers were delayed, doors remained closed, and prayers seemed to echo in silence. But heaven has taken record of your endurance. You stood when it would have been easier to walk away. You kept believing when logic whispered it was over. Every tear, every lonely night, every unseen act of obedience became proof that your faith was genuine. Today, this message is not just another encouragement, it is a divine announcement. You passed the test. You did not fail because you fell. You succeeded because you rose again each time life pushed you down. You did not quit in the wilderness. You kept moving even when the path was unclear. God's hand has been upon you through every delay, shaping your heart and preparing your steps. The heavens declare over you that the period of testing has given birth to a new phase of purpose. This is your moment of divine unveiling, the hour when the plan of God begins to unfold more clearly than ever before. Before we go further, pause and reflect. What test has stretched your faith the most? What lesson has God been teaching you in the hidden places? Those experiences were not punishments, they were proofs of your readiness. If this message already stirs something within your spirit, take a moment to share it with others and subscribe so you can continue walking this journey of revelation and empowerment. Because what is about to be released will strengthen not only you, but those connected to you. The journey of the chosen. To be chosen by God is not a title of comfort, but a call to refinement.
When God marks someone for divine purpose, he allows them to walk through circumstances that stretch, purify, and empower. Think of how those called by God in past generations faced seasons of misunderstanding and delay. One was betrayed by family and sent away before rising to leadership. Another wandered in wilderness years before leading people into freedom. Another stood courageously in royal courts, defending her people at the risk of her life. None of these moments were random. They were divine classrooms. Your own journey has mirrored this pattern. There were times you wondered why doors closed after you prayed with sincerity. There were moments when people misjudged your silence, not knowing that God had hidden you for protection. There were days you felt unseen while others prospered easily. Yet through it all, heaven was refining your strength. You were never being punished. You were being prepared. To be chosen means to be set apart. It means being trained privately for a divine assignment. The isolation was not rejection, it was incubation. God separated you to reveal his glory through you. Every delay strengthened your patience, every disappointment taught discernment, and every hidden battle taught you how to depend completely on God's power instead of your own. Those who are called to carry divine authority must first learn humility. They must be stripped of pride, fear, and dependency on human validation. That's why your path has been different. You have been misunderstood because your calling is misunderstood. People only saw fragments of your process, not the full purpose behind it. But heaven saw everything, and heaven approves you. So lift your head, chosen one. You have not missed your destiny. You are walking straight into it.
You passed the test. To pass in the Spirit is not about perfection, it is about faithfulness. You passed because when the winds of adversity blew, your faith remained anchored. You passed because when you could not trace God, you still trusted him. You passed because when fear tried to grip your heart, you responded with prayer instead of surrender. The unseen world celebrates your endurance. While others may not have understood the weight you carried, heaven applauded your perseverance. When you cried in secret but still lifted your hands in worship, you were passing. When you kept serving with excellence even after being overlooked, you were passing. When you forgave those who wounded you, you were passing. Each silent act of obedience became a testimony before God that you were ready for more. Now comes the moment of divine unveiling. The tests were never meant to destroy you, they were designed to prove your capacity. The fire revealed your authenticity. The shaking removed what was temporary. The silence tuned your ears to hear God more clearly. Every test carried a lesson, and now those lessons have matured into wisdom. You are stepping into a new level of spiritual authority, not because you demanded it, but because you endured for it. Heaven declares, "Well done." That phrase is not only a future reward, it is a present affirmation. The same God who watched you persevere is now releasing clarity about your assignment. You are about to understand why certain doors stayed closed and why others suddenly opened with ease. You are about to see the pattern behind your pain, the purpose behind every waiting season. Understanding God's plan for you. God's plan is not a single event, it is a living journey that unfolds step by step. It's not about reaching one destination, but becoming who you were designed to be in every season. His plan for you is layered. It includes purpose, dreams, spiritual battles, and a deep relationship with Him. 1. Walking in divine purpose. You were created with unique gifts that carry eternal significance. Your voice, your creativity, your compassion, your perseverance, all were crafted intentionally. Purpose is not something you search for outside of you, it's something you awaken within you as you walk closely with God. The challenges you faced were tools shaping your character for this assignment. The patience you learned, the empathy developed, the wisdom gained, all prepare you to serve others from a place of understanding. 2. Manifesting God-given dreams. Every dream in your heart that aligns with truth and goodness was planted by God. Those dreams are not wishful thoughts. They are divine seeds waiting for faith and action to water them, as to unfold slowly so that your character grows with your vision. When you act in obedience and consistency, those dreams begin to manifest naturally. Trust His timing. The season of delay was not denial, it was alignment. Now your efforts and His timing are meeting, producing fruit that will not fade. 3. Engaging in spiritual warfare. As your purpose grows, opposition may increase. The enemy fights hardest against those carrying divine influence. But the same power that raised the faithful through every age resides in you.
Guard your mind, stay rooted in truth, and keep your spirit sharp through prayer. You are not defenseless, you have divine authority. When doubt whispers, respond with faith. When attacks rise, stand firm in peace. Victory is already written into your story. Your responsibility is to stand and believe. 4. Growing in intimacy with God. The highest goal of your life is not achievement, it is closeness with the Creator. Purpose flows from relationship. The more you seek His presence, the clearer your path becomes. Spend time in stillness, not just to request blessings, but to listen. The voice of God will always bring peace, direction, and reassurance. Let His Spirit be your counselor, your comforter, your daily guide. Take a moment here. Which part of God's plan do you sense unfolding in your life right now? Share your reflections below so others can draw strength from your journey.
Spiritual lessons from the testing. Your testing season was a classroom of divine transformation. Through it, you learned truths that cannot be taught by comfort. Faith over fear. You discovered that faith is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to trust even when fear is present. Every time you acted in courage, despite uncertainty, heaven strengthened your roots. Patience and waiting. You realized that waiting is not wasted time. It is sacred training. In the delay, your heart matured. You learned to depend on God's pace rather than human pressure. Obedience in uncertainty. Many times you had to act without full understanding. You obeyed small instructions that led to greater revelations. Each act of obedience became a stepping stone into deeper purpose. Spiritual authority through endurance. Authority is not granted by titles, but by trials. Because you remain steadfast through hardship, you now carry a weight of glory that others can sense. You can speak peace because you have survived storms. You can guide others because you've walked through valleys. Each of these lessons shaped you into a vessel of divine wisdom. You are no longer who you were before the testing began. You have become a living testimony of resilience and faith. Practical steps to activate God's plan. Now that the season of preparation is complete, it's time to walk intentionally in what has been revealed. Here are spiritual principles to help you activate the next dimension of your calling. Stay rooted in truth. Let divine wisdom guide every decision. Begin each day with words that renew your mind and align your thoughts with the promises of God. Cultivate consistent prayer. It is the lifeline that keeps you in rhythm with heaven's direction. Speak, listen, and dwell in God's presence daily. Through prayer, you receive strategies and peace for each day's challenges. Pursue your calling with boldness. Step forward even if the path seems uncertain. Action fueled by faith opens divine opportunities. When you take the first step, the next one becomes clear. Surround yourself with kingdom-minded people. Walk with those who challenge your spirit to grow. Stay connected to people who encourage you to believe, who pray with you, who remind you of your mission when fatigue whispers otherwise. Practice spiritual discernment. Learn to recognize what is truly of God and what is a distraction. Not every opportunity is divine, and not every delay is defeat. Let peace be your compass. Persevere through warfare. When obstacles arise, don't interpret them as rejection. Often resistance confirms that you are moving in the right direction. Stay consistent, stay humble, stay faithful. Declare it with confidence. I am ready to walk in God's plan. Encouragement to rise with purpose and strength. Chosen one, your breakthrough carries purpose beyond your personal success. Every victory you gain releases hope to others still struggling in their tests. You are becoming a voice of courage in a world drowning in fear. The lessons you learned in secret will now serve as light for others. Your story is proof that waiting seasons end, that pain can produce wisdom, and that faith truly moves mountains. There are people destined to encounter God through your obedience. As you rise, you will inspire others to rise too. The very places where you once cried will become stages of testimony. The same hands that once trembled in prayer will now lift others in encouragement. This new chapter of your life is not just about receiving blessings, it is about being a blessing. Walk with compassion, humility, and confidence. You carry heaven's endorsement. When you speak, speak life. When you move, move with conviction. When you serve, serve with excellence. You are an ambassador of divine strength. You are not stepping into an ordinary future. You are stepping into divine fulfillment. Every experience you faced was shaping the leader, the healer, the intercessor, the visionary within you. The world needs your light, and this is the appointed time for it to shine.
Walk boldly in destiny. Chosen one, hear this clearly. You passed. The tests have produced spiritual maturity. The hidden season has given way to revelation. The time for confusion is over. The time for clarity has begun. Step boldly into your divine destiny, for the same power that sustained you in trials will now establish you in triumph. Live as a beacon of hope in a weary world. Let your words bring healing, your actions reflect love, and your presence carry peace. You are called to influence, to uplift, to reveal what unwavering faith looks like. The strength within you is not your own. It is the reflection of God's hand resting upon your life. So arise with gratitude, move forward with purpose, walk in authority. Keep your eyes fixed on the one who guided you through every valley. You are living proof that those who trust in God are never abandoned. Your journey continues, but from this moment on, you walk with new awareness. You are no longer in the testing phase, you are in the revealing phase. Heaven rejoices over your endurance, and now the earth will witness your transformation. Chosen one, you have passed, and it is time to tell you everything in God's plan for you. That you were created for influence, that your gifts carry divine solutions, that your faith has moved mountains unseen, that your obedience has unlocked destiny, that your story will awaken hope in others. This is your moment to step out of hiding and into purpose. Lift your head, strengthen your heart, and go forth in boldness. You are chosen for such a time as this. If this message has stirred your spirit, take a moment to share it with someone who needs to hear that they too can pass their test. Subscribe to stay connected as we continue to walk this journey of faith, growth, and divine revelation together. The heavens are declaring it. You passed. Now arise, chosen star, and shine, for the light of your purpose has come.
Chosen one, pause for a moment and take a breath. You've been through so much lately. Silent battles, sleepless nights, heavy questions that you couldn't even put into words. Yet here you are, still standing. That alone is proof that you've passed the test. Heaven has seen your endurance, your tears, and the choices you made when no one else was watching. God saw how you refused to compromise, how you chose faith over fear, how you kept walking when the path was unclear. You didn't give up, and because of that, something powerful has shifted in the spiritual realm. This month, divine approval has been placed upon your life. You may not feel it yet, but you've crossed over a threshold. The season that tried to break you was never meant to destroy you. It was designed to refine you. Just like gold is purified by fire, you've been purified by the trials you faced. Every delay, every disappointment, every door that closed was God's way of preparing you for what He's about to release. You didn't fail. You were being strengthened. You didn't lose. You were being taught to win in higher dimensions. You've passed, chosen one, and now heaven is releasing new instructions for this month. This is a month of divine alignment.